Welcome once again to the most unpredictable, explosive, and just entertaining R6 league out there. I am biased, but I genuinely think it's true. This is Brazil with me, Ian Chambers, once again, with the man who's got the most slickest, beautiful, and perfect hair in all of esports as well. C-Daps, you ready to go again?
Yeah, I'm really excited you got to take a little bit of a break. You missed some of the craziness yesterday that was probably a lot more surprising than anybody would have possibly guessed. Because Furia losing to FaZe, yeah, that was expected. However, Ian, that E1 game.
These guys have been just spectacular. Their story, talk about announcing yourself on the scene. They are going to Manchester after an upset win over W7M yesterday. We keep talking about how unpredictable this league is. I think it's unpredictable, but it also shines a spotlight on some of these teams coming through. Let's talk about FaZe Clan, an established team, of course. SI Sao Paulo Revenge Tour still running wild. They beat the men who took the hammer from them once again yesterday, Connor. A very convincing victory.
Yeah, it was very convincing. However, Furia definitely were in that match. FaZe did not look completely infallible. They do not look invincible. They have weaknesses. They are human, but they're still in just another step up plane from the rest of the teams here in Brazil.
There's just something about them right now. I do genuinely believe, like we said, they've got a bit of a chip on their shoulder coming into this after the disaster ending in Sao Paulo, but they just seem, pardon the pun, unfazed by all opponents.
Yeah, and sure, when they go against E1, it's actually going to be a very interesting matchup, but for all intents and purposes, FaZe is still the best team in the world, and that's including all regions. They've looked so incredibly dominant across the board. They have very, very, very few weaknesses that you can even try to just exploit in any way.
Well, they're looking for the three-peat here in the league. Another chance for FaZe to win another Brazil trophy now looms.
Yes, ever since Blast took over the global ecosystem, there has been one singular winner of the Brazil League, and it's been FaZe Clan. Even though they didn't find any international success domestically, this has been a very, very dominant run for this team, and I honestly don't see it changing here once again in another stage.
However, E1 have taken this region by storm, upset the entire bracket to book their flight to Manchester.
Yeah, this is a team that came into playoffs under 500. They lost more games than they won. They snuck into playoffs by the skin of their teeth, and they were going up against all of the rosters that they failed to secure any points against during the group stage. And right now they have won 4 maps, dropped none. They have looked flawless. They have looked so good, and it is incredibly fun to watch their play style because it's so innovative. It's so exciting. It's so just young and new.
I think you're an E1 fan. I think that's safe to say, Connor. Let's take a look at the bracket now. I don't think this is necessarily shaken out as you might have expected, Connor.
No, it definitely isn't. In the lower bracket final, that is maybe a weird situation because you would expect, yeah, you know, one of these teams would be there. You know, maybe W7M, maybe Furia. It kind of depends on how things broke down. You know, you would have expected one of them to have punched their ticket in conjunction with FaZe. However, with the E1 upset, all of a sudden you get a scenario where I would guess nobody in their right mind would have predicted both of these teams to be fighting for one spot.
Yeah, I mean, look, the grand final, that is something to savor over. That is coming up last today. So you've got, look, a jam-packed bumper day of Siege coming your way. But as you just said there, Furia taking on their old org in W7M. A little bit of beef, a little bit of rivalry here, but Furia just not cooking at all. And if they don't make it to Manchester, this hammer hangover that we can call it, it'd be very embarrassing for them, really.
Yeah, it's a tough position for Furia to be in because we've expected just utter perfection out of this team, and we've seen anything but. Sure, against FaZe, Furia definitely were in the game. They were competitive rounds, but FaZe were just the better team across the board on their own map choice, on their opponent's map choice. It didn't really matter, but for Furia, they're going to need to take another step further to beat a W7M team that did look really dominant against them during the group stage.
Do you think there's a little bit less pressure on W7M? Of course, we do have LCQ as another option, but that org as well is going to be absolutely fighting to represent a trophy tournament once again too.
Well, last time that core of the roster had to go to the LCQ, They punched their ticket pretty dominantly on a crazy run and went all the way to the grand finals of the Atlanta Major. So LCQs, that's not really a position that those players are scared of. They know how to do it. Meanwhile, Furia, they've never been to an LCQ. During both stages, they punched their tickets during the playoffs, so it would be foreign territory for them.
All right, well, let's take a look at the schedule for today's play day. Like I said, if you had any plans, forget about them, cancel them. It is a Siege Sunday, 3 back-to-back best of threes that culminates in FaZe Clan versus E1 for all the marbles. Plenty to look forward to here, Connor.
Yeah, even match 1, I'm really excited because both of those rosters, Black Dragons, Vivo Stars, they looked great during the group stages, but as soon as they moved into playoffs, we had a lot more to be desired out of them. Their play significantly dropped, and other teams just stepped up to the plate better. However, they do have the opportunity now to bounce back. They're playing up against each other, and it will be for some LCQ seeding that could help decide their Manchester run.
All right, just to clarify, I got that wrong there. Of course, the last spot at the major is up for grabs in our last one. It is the SI Grand Final. But up first, we're starting off with Vivo Stars versus Black Dragons in our LCQ seeding phase. Do not miss it. Welcome back to the Blast R6 Brazil League back-to-back play day. We've got 3 best of 3s coming your way, starting with Vivo Stars versus Black Dragons. SI seeding matchup, 5 SI points and a chunk of cash up for grabs too. But let's start here, Connor, with the tail of the tape. 2 teams that we have seen perform well in the past. It hasn't really gone so well for them here in the playoffs, going up against each other.
Yeah, these are 2 rosters that definitely had expectations for themselves going in towards the playoffs. They, especially Black Dragons probably expected to be in the semifinals, trying to fight directly for a Manchester Major spot, but unfortunately their run was ended early by E1 surging. As well, Vivo Stars, they maybe thought that they could take down Furia. They did it during the group stage in a very close matchup. However, Furia kind of bounced back, made them look silly. Once again, both these rosters really underperforming so far and have the opportunity to bounce back.
All right, let's start with Vivo Stars. This roster, we call them the almost team, really. They've impressed at times. They've fallen flat too. And like you said, they started their playoffs with a tough loss to Furia. Let's take a look back at it here.
Yeah, this roster across the board, we've seen everybody step up at certain moments, but most of the time it's been that man in the center. It's been Hate. However, as we look towards that Furia game, we had to play a game of Where's Waldo, but instead use the Brazilian Fragger in replacement, because only Hornetow was showing up. And as we know with this team, when only one person is showing up on the roster, they don't really perform well. They need at least 2 people throwing punches, and typically with the constant being Hate, it's been nice to see. They've been able to just kind of accomplish a sort of consistency. However, Hates didn't show up, and he's definitely going to have to today.
Yeah, I mean, there's always that argument of pressure players, right? And I think if he does it here and now and today, he will prove a point to himself and his teammates around him, right?
Yeah, because being able to bounce back would be huge. Sure, the stakes might not be as high as potentially going into a match where the Manchester Major is on the line, but it's a good showing, especially as we go into the last chance qualifier where those stakes will be higher once again.
Let's move on to Black Dragons, their opponents, a team that I know that you personally, Connor, have been very excited about. At times they've blown us away, and I think they'll be pretty disappointed, really, to be down in LCQ territory, like you said, but they've still got a chance here to make it to the Major. Yeah,
when you look at Loira, you look at, the ability of Guto as a rookie to just explode. It's been really, really rough to see how much Black Dragon struggled against the E1. Sure, now when we take that result out of a vacuum and go, hey, E1 have looked phenomenal, they just booked their ticket to the Manchester Major, you might think, hey, yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world, but Black Dragons had all the tools. They had all the opportunities to bounce back and look good against E1. They had done it in the regular stage, but they weren't able to do it multiple times.
Last time we saw Black Dragons taking on Vivo Stars, it was here in the league, 7-2 victory, and man like Loira, a huge performance from him. If he pops off again here today, it'll look good for this team.
Yeah, it definitely will, because Loira was kind of absent in the game against E1. Black Dragons definitely operate a lot better when somebody is stepping up, whether it's been Guto, whether it's been Loira. That is expected. As well, Vivo Stars definitely struggled against the big playmaking potential of the roster that we saw Furia bring to the table. It does kind of create a perfect storm for a roster like Black Dragons once again, where Loira has already proven, hey, give me 9 rounds, I'll give you 17 kills. And that game was so incredibly dominant. A 7-2 and a best of 1 is, just very tough to try to bounce back from if you're in Vivo Stars' shoes.
I think we're just going to run it back briefly to Hates now. We mentioned that we want to see this guy show up as well. I think we might have some stats maybe to run in here, because if this guy can show up as well, we could have a real nice head-to-head going off between certain players.
Yeah, because Hates is definitely somebody that's been somewhat hot and cold for this Vivo Stars team, but more often than not, he has definitely been hot. He's had some crazy plays. He's put the team on his back. There was a long stretch of time here in Brazil that he was the highest rated player in the league, and that was definitely for a reason. With a lot of the heroic efforts he was able to bring forward, he has looked absolutely great. That overtime round against W7M, that was pretty much all on his back, and as we look towards his stats in groups, they look juiced. They look so good. Every single stat looking so great. But in playoffs, he was a non-factor. He was non-existent. He was at a half of a KPR as what we saw in groups.
Like we said, if he's going to do it, now is the time to show up. Let's now move on to map picks and bans for our first best of 3. We get to do this process 3 times here tonight. I cannot emphasize enough. Well, I say tonight, for you it's first thing in the morning. But we get to tuck into so much Siege. Let's start off by looking at map picks and bans for our first best of 3 here.
Yeah, with the first best of 3, you've got Black Dragons, you've got Vivo Stars, and Black Dragons actually branched out into quite a few new maps, mainly being Consulate, as well as leaving the labs up. I like the pick from Vivo Stars. Black Dragons looked absolutely lost on this map against E1. Now we're going to get to see the answer of, hey, you know, was it Black Dragons being bad? Maybe was it E1 being very good? And Vivo Stars, they're going to try to fill the void as well as Cafe Decider. It's a little bit worrying, because maybe Vivo Stars have had some shaky results on it, and Black Dragons have looked a lot better, in my opinion.
So it's that time again. I want some predictions, and we're going to start off here, CDAPS. Which team do you think is going to take this overall? How many maps are we going to see? And yeah, who's winning this LCQ seeding phase matchup?
We're getting 2 maps, Vivo Stars.
Simple as that?
Simple as that.
All right, let's get into it. Lynx and Whippet are calling the action for our first best of 3.
Now the redemption matchup for both teams, Ian and Connor, to see if Black Dragons and Vivo Stars can bounce back from their losses just a couple days ago. Whippet, obviously, I'm sure you were watching, but I know a lot of us, even if we expected maybe Vivo or Black Dragons to lose, more so Vivo losing to the world champs than Black Dragons losing to an upstart E1, I don't think any of us expected to be that one-sided at times.
No, we certainly didn't. It was a little bit of a surprise for this one, but I'm going to have to ask you a prediction here, Lynx. Coming into this one, we saw what CDAP said. What are you going to stick for this game?
I mean, it comes down to one factor for me. Where is Hates? In their greatest hour of need, our boy, one of the highest rated players in Brazil on Vivo Stars, up and vanished. And if the same thing happens here, in a much lower stakes match, I think it's going to be pretty easy for Black Dragons. However, if Hates shows up, then I think we've got a game on our hands. However, to kind of spin your prediction into a point is what we call a segue in the business. This very much was kind of, both teams were the case of people vanishing, right? You had Hates disappearing. Loira Ask, not just not showing up, actively costing in some rounds, especially Loira on that entry game. Unfortunately, Whippet, the predictions for me are going to come down to whose players actually show up, but more importantly, don't have a negative impact on the game.
I mean, that's going to be a massive factor going this one. I mean, H is actually the player that I really have been looking at this coming into it, and really is that storyline of if H shows up, it is going to be a very, very successful day in the office. Bans rolling in, Maverick, Deimos first to go, and well, I've been down in LATAM, and we've seen Deimos be very successful with those teams playing it out. 2Brows next to go as well. You expect this going to how you expect your operator bans so far?
I mean, not entirely shocking, specifically for Nighthaven. I mean, we've seen a lot of teams make use of that 2Brow to deal with the exterior walls. We've also seen, of course, Maverick being used to counter that 2Brow, banned by 2 different teams. Sometimes we'll see the Mav and the 2Brow banned from one team, just given the counterplay intrinsic in those operators' kits. But instead, we have Black Dragons taking out the Mav, then Vivo taking out the 2Brow, but I think the logic is the same for both. The interesting thing to me is that Deimos ban. It's not exactly uncommon. We've seen it a bit in NA, we've seen it a bit in Brazil, but given how many soft floors are on this map, and if you're defending, say, that second floor site, and the attack is able to take control of the first floor, Deimos can send a tracker up, pull out that revolver, and pressure a lot of different pressure points inside of the bomb site. I mean, same could be said for this one, Whippet. I mean, given the vertical play above instead of below the site, if you have those trackers, you could rain fire down upon somebody bandit tricking, somebody holding a mirror window, watching the assembly breach. There's a lot of different possibilities for those trackers, and with them off the board, there's still plenty of tools left in either team's kit, but it'll have to be a bit more traditional, especially in terms of vertical destruction.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that traditional vertical destruction. We'll see Stem swapping on towards that buck as well. Hates is now brought to Dokkaebi. As I say that, almost perfect timing. Swaps on towards that Jackal. And actually, a somewhat similar point to that. Deimos, of course, if anyone has went upstairs, you'll get the footprints, and you have a lot of verticality to work with and try and deny that as well. The question is for the defense of Black Dragons, how much will they commit to holding on to this verticality? The Solace upstairs will be a massive attribute towards that so far. And drone economy from Vivo Stars looks good so far. Only 2 drones taken off the board, so not a successful hunting session for the Solace so far.
And oftentimes we see sort of That nuclear deterrent from the Specchio scanner forced the drones outside of the building, barely even accomplish anything in the prep phase. The hunt can't even begin because the concern of losing those drones overrides any activity from the attacking side. With the mute jammers as well, there's some cause for concern, but Lenda's certainly not deterred whatsoever. One player on that top floor, one player on the roam on the second floor, 3 downstairs on the middle. Immediately, Lenda takes a 1v1 and knocks cut down. Brilliant find from Vivo Key to start, but Hates, the player we wanted to see, has been stabbed in the back by Ask, and Gudo's then headshot Daffodil, one of the 2 soft breachers for Vivo Keyed, just a couple seconds later. I have no idea what the hell has just transpired, and yet despite Vivo Keyed's confidence, Lenda being the one player with Vivo Keyed to have a frag so far, everyone is dropping into crosshairs. Previously held by Black Dragon, Stemp on the floor. Gudo will be, I guess, the next to die, but a 1v3 now for Hornetau. The solo player for Vivo Keyed to show up consistently in that game against Furia on Friday. He'll flashbang himself in the 1v3. Now Black Dragons, if they want to, they can just pull back because the round is almost assuredly theirs.
Don't really need to do anything in this moment. Hold their position. Hornetau, though, not going to be an easy player to slay. Finds one more in the round. Second. Cautious someone on the staircase, aware that the flank's arriving. Surely you don't give the third man an opportunity here to camera. Raise that information, but you don't need to swing the TCSG behind him. Surely not. Hornetau with a flashbang. Maybe has time to get his teammate back in the fight and does so. Cade retreats down all the way. Descends it on up, but no. Floro shuts it down. For a moment I had hope. Hornetau slain by that TCSG, a single one taps up to send it down. Black Dragon's opening round here in the defense.
And I admire Hornetau for giving us some flashy plays to start, even giving us a little bit of hope. He was certainly the only one actually rewarding anybody's belief in Vivo Keyed consistently in that game on Friday. It wasn't bad performances all around, but especially when we've seen some big rounds from Hates, Stemp, and Lenda, a lot of those players were really lacking in the Vivo Keyed game previously. So if there was anybody to bring it from the 1v3 to a very crucial 1v1, it'd be him. But it was unfair to put that round entirely on his shoulders. Vivo Keyed looked so strong to start. They identified Nux's upstairs. They just completely barrel past the mute jammers and the intel denial upstairs. Get the opening pick, and we're saying, oh, great. They've cleared out a second floor roam in 30 seconds on a basement defense. There's a lot of roamers on the middle floor with a man advantage. They can surely trade this down a little bit and then push them back. And then all of a sudden, Ask stabs Hates?
I have no idea where that happened. I want to know how that interaction went. Was he just lurking in a door frame?
It had to have been a mist drone. I mean, we saw how much intel denial there was. Surely, like you said, he was hiding in a doorway, stabbed Hates in the back. Either way, Ask now getting very aggressive. Surely he's punished for this or falls back. Yes, he will. Nothing right there. But in this round, with 5 drones already off the board for Vivo Keyed, it seems Ask might be able to stab somebody in the back once again.
I feel like the drone economy here is a response to that opening round. They saved them knowing the Solace was there, trying to get information towards in that action phase. Now, they got aggressive with the drones. They've lost all of them. Half that drone economy's gone. They can't really get themselves a lot of information early. Most of the defense of Black Dragons does seem to be vocalized on this site. The bandit trick will be effective on that first set of settlements. The second one, because of delayed time, will be able to get that detonation off. So you don't get the fall bridge. You can't walk in through the second time it does go off. An aggressive peek out the balcony. Stemp shuts that down. One down. Ask punished for an aggressive play. Lenda just walks on in. Masked by the Candelas. The Blitz finds one. That's Daffodil popping off. Hates is going to get one of his own. Gudo falls, leaving Lawyer down below. T90 needs to find something. We're a difficult spot. Everything held. Lenda shuts it down. Very good round for Vivo Keyed Stars.
Take another sip of my coffee. It's going to be one of those games. Vivo Keyed.
You get the excuse. You had a long day in North America.
Yeah, you know what? I'll take 2 sips of my coffee, actually. There we go. Job done. So, Vivo Keyed, after a clear that went awry in round 1, have decided, all right, we're not clearing squat. Simply does not matter. They open up the IT breach very quickly, able to navigate around the bandit trick very effectively, just with double Selmas. Ask maybe overheats a little bit there, 45 seconds in peeking the balcony, punished for it. Then Daffodil finds a player inside of the site, and Vivo Keyed, perfectly understandable to speed up the pace to try to flood into the site there. They know the Solus is off site, just given how teams and Black Dragons typically use the Solus, so they know it's probably a 5v2 on the site at an absolute maximum, assuming the Solus is actually in her position. And then, at that point, you don't even need a flawless round. Again, it's kind of like what I said at the beginning of the first. They can trade this down if they want to, and as opposed to round 1, this time, Vivo Key don't drop a single body. Hate's finally getting on the board, by the way. Good to see. Hopefully you have a bit more of an impact as it's Lenda and Hornet with the 3 kills so far. Vivo Key at least regaining him ground for the momentum.
Lenda picked off the Amaru there as well. I thought maybe we might see something a little bit speciality cooked up from them, but Glory will get that hatch outside. No threat to that. And the Solus will be a factor yet again coming this one. 3 drones lost in that prep phase. Correct me if I'm wrong there. I did just see the shotgun Solus. Not an uncommon choice, but Ask is mixing it up this time, not wheeling that P90, likely playing it up close and personal, out by vending. Entry down below, that was the Ash, the breaching charge, and Hate's going to be tasked with that job of entry. No drones around Ash or Hate so far, very solo, very split, no one there for the trade either. That might be an area of concern later on this round. Still early days though, they can open up that Ram Boogie, get that verticality and control of boarding room, and Ask down below might find himself in a fight with Hates.
Both these players vanishing in their respective games. Ask dropping a crisp 0.5 rating, unfortunately, over the course of 2 maps. 2 and 11 on Nighthaven as well. Him and Loira completely absent from that game in Black Dragons. Hates, of course, we've already mentioned the absence we saw from him, or I suppose didn't see. Now both these players potentially dueling. It's actually Lenda and Florio to take the first engagement. Vivo Keyed with another opening pick. 3 rounds in a row now. Lenda in particular, 2-0, but quickly traded. Gudo rotating down the house stairs. Cut down Daffodil. Ask up from the depths has finally met his long faded engagement with Hates, but Lenda trading it back has allowed Hornetow to get into the site as the vertical control just for a brief moment is cleared. Nux retakes, but it still allows Vivo Key to get the diffuser down in that split second, that small gap between when Black Dragons gave up the vert and retake it later on as we move into the post. Still a man advantage, even more dominantly so. Ask a double kill. The second one of the game so far. Hornet has to go out there on the rappel. Has to win a 1v3 as he was put in this position back in round number 1. A very long run out, maybe even just to distract Hornet with Bandit sitting around the corner. Doesn't even need to peek, really. Ask just sticking the defuse, gets an angle right at the last second. Moira on 1 HP, he's got to jump out! Switching to the secondary, Hornet finally rewards us. A failed 1vx in round 1, and he gets Vivo Keyed the lead with a successful clutch in round 3.
Oh, a 1 versus 3 stuck on that rappel. You almost guarantee with that long run out all the way from lobby. There was no chance. It could have been a perfect distraction. But he wins that critical one on the Bandit, and that's what spelled victory for Hornet in that moment. Killing the Bandit, able to deny that counter defuse, and a freebie. They're left with low HP as well. Secondary needed for it. But good job of Vivo Keyed started getting themselves that second round. I thought this retake was almost perfect as well. This is the gunfight. A critical one, perfect pre-fire, has of course the information relayed to him. You can't do much to stop that one on that rappel. You gotta feel them. Maybe they could have swarmed them in that moment, knowing you got a 3-gun advantage. 2 bodies got aggressive. They can fight multiple angles. Could have been a better job on the defense. Black Dragons do fall to that one, and they retreat back to the basement for their 3rd or their 4th round.
So far now to their 1-round victory, it's been strong wins for both teams, and then obviously that 1v3 from Hornetow just now. So already all sorts of victories and win conditions emerging for Vivo Keyed and Black Dragons. Even though this roam did not go Black Dragon's way initially on the top floor, the middle floor was able to more than make up for the early loss of Nux on that mute, putting Vivo Keyed in a very difficult position. Unsurprisingly, they're running a lot of these same components back. In fact, I believe, no, actually not a single change in the operator selection, so entirely the same lineup for Black Dragons. Still very heavy on the intel denial, and we've seen that can cause problems for Vivo Keyed. Not a bad lineup whatsoever. Ask looking to regain that momentum lost on his initial bout on Nighthaven against E1. Spotted by Hates, and unfortunately will have to wait another round. Read very easily by the Dokkaebi. Call or not, Hates is probably getting that kill the moment Ask sticks his face in the window.
Ask extended way too long there as well, though. Like, you go for that opening peek, you know the window's open, you're reading that default position, and you stay there. That's only asking to lose your life early in this round. Second pick ahead from Hates, now finding that one. DMR absolutely singing it. Song of Death, nope. Rams traded off. Need to find this one, they will do. That's going to be Lenda with that kill credit, 4 versus 2. And this is a much more efficient Vivo Keyed starts to display. And look at this, Hates just going to lock down this hallway. Not much you can do into the control room. He's got that angle completely on lock. Steb now rotating around. The question is, though, did he find this engagement? No one's there to trade him, and he does so. ACOG's perfect for the job, and that's going to be Hornet to get that final one on the Nux. A very clinical round yet again from Vivo Keyed starts. That didn't seem like Black Dragons even had an answer to that round.
No, and it seems that once Vivo Keyed have started to get a handle on this roam, they are way, way more successful than even the 1v3 that they won on the previous round, or certainly on Tank and Assembly. If Black Dragon's roam has succeeded, as in the case of Tank and Assembly, the round has looked Very easy for Black Dragons, almost a logical consequence of the play they were bringing out. And even then, even though it ended up being a 1v3 for Hornetow, the fact that Black Dragons were able to retake control of the top floor, they still had roamers off site that were able to use that vertical destruction, and a small timing was what separated actually denying the diffuser and moving into the post plant. So Black Dragons have had plenty of success stories on the defense, even in rounds lost. But when Vivo Keyed have won, absent a 1vx, it has been dismantling the roam in the span of 45 seconds. Not even necessarily because they're pinching players or pushing defenders back, but Black Dragons are taking fights and then getting slapped down. I mean, there's a reason Vivo Keyed are 4-0 on the entry so far. They are winning those initial engagements, and how Black Dragons respond has decided their overall chance in that round. In the case of the initial command center defense in round 2 and the defense we just saw in round 4, when there's very little response, there's very little chance Black Dragons get that victory.
They're not even setting themselves up for the trade, so it's all individual fights spread around the map, and there's no system, there's no holding a crossfire. It is all just relying on winning those very dangerous ones. You saw that fight down in storage in the previous round as well. There's no one there to back that player up, the Solace, and again, the double team that arrived from Vivo Keystars, Lenda gets that trade, and that just spiraled around out of control. Although both these teams have deployed the idea of an individual roam or individual aspect of play, limited trades, limited drones ahead of the player, which might be a concern factor going into this round for this side of asking. Now, Vivo Keystars, when they move into this now, they have to deal with that pulse down below. Are they just going to do the similar style of play where it's going to walk in, not really worry about clearing anything too directly or too fancy, just walk in direct and take their fights?
I mean, they might be able to get away with the latter. I mean, Loira was 1-6 on that Nighthaven game against E1, one of the top-rated players in Brazil, 4th rated, I think, going into playoffs. And he was just such a non-factor dropping off. Here on the Pulse, he's currently 0-4 in this matchup so far. Thankfully not costing on the entries like he was that game, but still with such powerful utility, we would like to see a good round out of Loira, even if it doesn't end up resulting in any kills, just providing a lot of useful intel to the defensive side. Right now, Vivo Keyed looking to acquire control of that bottom floor, opening up that initial breach. They would have the ability to pressure the middle floor later on in the round, but also more importantly, if Loira decides to rotate down below, he'll have to walk through maybe some attacker holding it or be spotted by a drone cutting him off down below.
First logic bomb arrives. Just seeing what connects from this one. Stemp gets stunned down below just a little bit. Hear those phone calls ringing off in the distance. EMPs go out, so I'll use utility. He will try and clear this pressure held upstairs. And of course, that will hold the verticality, which could be key to this round. Lots of that held as well as waiting. Vivo Keyed starts to question is if they can find themselves at opening engagement. That's been the key to success so many times, and it looks like Hornet very much aware that he might be able to find someone here out by vending. That will be Loira. Clearing the pulse could be huge in these early stages. Cardiac sensor can be a massive detriment later on, and that's going to be a perfect double man collapse. Hates is going to get that credit. Loira does fall. Opening pick for Vivo Keyed stars. No trade from Black Dragons. We've seen this story time and time again.
Now, the solo play, the full court press, is not working out all that much for Black Dragons. Now there's another pinch, potentially one defender down at the bottom of Aqua, but at least theoretically has some support. The player inside of security, just a couple rooms away. Daffodil aware of this potential crossfire, but he's just found a gap, spotted one player inside a cargo. But the shots go wide, so he'll have to back off. Vivo Keyed resetting a little bit as we enter the late round. Furia moving down Aqua stairs, the defender who could have been pinched earlier. Vivo Keyed stalling out just a little bit. Daffodil softened up as he moves aggressively down through the middle floor. Hornet cut down by Nux. Hates followed up with a kill out on Agudo. Florio catches Daffodil with his back turned. No knowledge the Cade was even in that position. I thought a little too highly of Daffodil, unfortunately, in round 5. Same could be said for Vivo Keyed with the early pick onto Loira, taking down the Pulse. It seemed so set for success, but now it's on Lenda to open up the site again, just as he did on Kitchen. Hops in, diffuser in hand. Stemp does have this control of the vertical, so he can make Lenda feel secure about the vertical destruction from below, but is there anybody up above? If they're even worried about the horizontal, Stemp on the recovery upstairs has cut down Florio, but there are two defenders that have retaken the top floor. Lenda will need to rotate deeper into the site, evade these vertical angles as best he can. A barricade in his way. Oh, no, that's Ask, excuse me, who spots the man with the diffuser, crouched right in front of the desk. Stemp might get the trade, but it's the round 1 for Black Dragons.
Much better response from them, but that mid-game transition to making an execution stick. There was no drone from the side of Vivo Keyed, so he had very limited information. They didn't really know where anything was. It was very, very just relying on what they saw, going in blind. The drone economy, they had 5 drones to work with. They didn't send anything ahead of it. They didn't dedicate someone to that moment going, all right, let's slow down. We got the entry. We got that initial control. There's the pulse claimed. That's going to be a massive pain dealt with. Let's slow things down. Let's get our drones out. They decided to keep walking in toward the site, and I understand that perhaps they want to keep the pressure on. They want to go, okay, we got the opening pick. Let's go for a second and try and build off this and snowball into this round. It just didn't work. They had no idea, and that Kaid made a huge impact. Close in towards those closing moments. The Vivo Keydstars just couldn't make it work in that execution.
And I would say disappointing kind of coordination from both teams so far. I mean, the individual play, when it is succeeding, has been very impressive, especially from players like Lenda. Ask when he's having big rounds on Black Dragons. It's very entertaining to watch, and can very well lead to round victories, but as you pointed out, both for Black Dragons and Vivo Keyd, the trades, playing off each other, coordinating or pinching positions, or in the case of the defense, trying to power an attacker, maybe holding a specific angle, or one they find, wayward away from the rest of the strategy. That is where both of these teams have sort of struggled a little bit so far, and it's been the individual performances do the talking, and who hits their shots, or who maybe out-positions a 1v1, tends to be the one who takes the round. Now as we move into round 6, final round for both these teams on their starting sides. Lenda switching to the Monty, the top frag going to the full shield, and putting his guns aside for round 6. Still need to see some kind of a clear, as if on the basement defense with players all around that middle floor, just walking and going for a diffuser plant is not going to be the recipe for success.
One thing I want to see here, though, is the fact that Hornet Tail's going to be on that drone for himself. That's your Ash. Hornet's been that player that's been able to walk in and win their ones. Why is someone not committing themselves to being his entry drone? You can walk your Ash in behind that space. The drone will buy you that opportunity to get your pick, and they're not working with it. Now, the Logic Bomb acts as a pseudo version of that. The Monty can buy that space for essentially free. SMG-12 will alert Gudo to that pressure. The Monty, though, begins to close in, and that's going to be hates off the board. You're going to lose your IQ. That Logic Bomb is very much going to give away this castle's position, but he's not revealing himself yet. The crossfire's held by the Legion. Not going to be an easy job to get control of this. The verticality in the windows held from Fluro down below. I think Vivo Keydstars have rammed themselves into a brick wall. I don't know if they have a solution for this.
Doesn't seem that they do, though. Snep at least will be able to cut down Gudo. I mean, maybe you could try forcing Lenda into cargo, just pressure some of these defenders, but there is a whole disorienting array of calls. 3 different players, 1 on the vert, 2 actually inside of cargo that could be giving away sound cues. This is where we start to see problems. The mid-rounding for both teams has been very individual, not a lot of coordination. Are Vivo Keyd going to start separating? Dropping bodies to anybody still on the roam, or maybe through a C4 down below that Florio still has. The Loyalists retreated back, and it seems that they are safe for the time being. A minute left, they can start acquiring this vertical destruction. They've still got Stemp on those skeleton keys, but the work on the breaches has been very lackluster. I mean, there's no hard breach whatsoever. They're basing this pretty much entirely on pushing down staircases, and with only 2 available to them and maybe some hatches, once Black Dragons get an idea where Vivo Keyd are pushing from, they can start consolidating, coalescing around that position. Stemp put to very low HP on the vertical, and on 1 HP too. That makes the flood from Vivo Keyd a lot more difficult, and a man advantage for Black Dragons a little more likely.
I mean, that pre-play C4, even if it only catches half damage, will be enough to take Stemp out of this fight as well. But as you mentioned, there's no hard breach. They can't do anything other than funnel in 1 by 1. They're going to have so many angles to watch. The crossfire being good. Lenda's going to try and get the case down. He's going to find 1 pick. That will be Nux getting that tray on the Daffodil. The Monty should be able to stick this. Monty does stick this down. They just all dropped on in the sight inside of Animus. A great pick there for Hornet. Gets them traded off as well. Well, who needs hard breach? You just send it absolutely in. The Monty's critical to that execution, but I did not see that round playing out the way it did. I thought that was surely going to be a defensive victory. They found a way to just sneak on in the site and get that case down. I don't think they had any knowledge the plant was happening.
No, surely not. I mean, it was a good call by Vivo Keyd. They decided to go through the Animus breach. The Monty a bit safer if he walks over to sort of that single panel in the, you have the 2 default plants, typically the one behind the tank, then one right on, the single Animus door as you're walking out if you're dropping that hatch. And then with Daffodil, I think sprinting down cargo stairs, making a lot of noise, drawing a lot of attention from Black Dragons over that direction. It's understandable that a gap might be created. They might miss the Monty putting the diffuser down. I also think, given the fact as we saw that, it was a lot of exo-sided control from Black Dragons. VivoKid able to just catch them on a time and get the diffuser down. And as we go on to the side swap, VivoKid able to get a lead. Not something I thought was necessarily likely given how that first round went, but with a 1v3 and then a few very good attacks and calling, especially the mid-rounding there, which has been a problem for VivoKid so far. Able to get the lead. What better time than to flex onto the Cav, I suppose?
I mean, that was going to be my point going in this thing. I don't know if this is necessarily the right call. It's not going to be, like, it's not a very blowout victory so far for Vivo Keystars. These have been close and difficult rounds. The Kavira is, I would say, a perplexing choice to bring in so early in this, but I'm never against the potential interrogation. Of course, if Stemp decides to flex the muscles, find a play here, that could be huge. Then looks to get aggressive from this window. Hates to find the opening. That's going to be Guno off the board, and I have a feeling the Vivo Keystars is going to make this a very grueling task to even enter the building. Lenda will stick this, waiting for the prime opportunity to play around on the pad. Will spot the Valkyrie in a good escape. Lenda not overextending, not staying too long, but the angles held inside of storage might be difficult to deal with. But opening advantage does go with Vivo Keystars. They did find that pick, and that will be your IQ off the board.
Yeah. Gonna need to look a little more thoroughly for those Valkyrie camos with your eyes or with your drones. Hate's doing some good work on the Legion early on. Of course, the benefit Hates can have right now is drawing a lot of the attention, not away from that Cav directly, but indirectly. Though, right as I say that, we see Stemp actually down below. Good try from Hornet. He actually times it perfectly! Selma and Exothermic both cut down. That is not an easy tightrope to walk, anticipating when those breaches will detonate. But Hornet's able to do it successfully, and he is rewarded so thoroughly. Animus Breach still open, though. So Ask and Nux will make their way in. Firebolt's going out. Execute surely forthcoming. Flashbang goes through. Daffodil trying to fire a couple quick shots. Put to 1 HP in the process. Nux looking to find a way to cross. There's a K just around the corner. C4 prepped. Sends it out. Nux dodges it. Good work. Not even a lick of damage done. Hornet challenging that with the revolver initially. Go for the reload. Hates with a nice retake of the hatch. Head spotted. Ass cut down. One more player basically standing in that exact same position. Florio looking for the gunfight. It's instead Loira to cut him down, but Daffodil in the process takes down Nux. Diffuser now dropped in within arm's reach of the defense. Florio could recover, but him and Loira would have to have their work cut out for them in this 2v4.
And they're so separate as well. Laurie's going to be all the way upstairs, basically not even in the building yet. Was trying to hold on to that hatch to make sure they couldn't get that retake, and didn't work out at all. The TCSG of Hornet Towers is going to send Flora absolutely flying, and, well, 45 seconds, 4 versus 1, and the Twitch has yet to even enter the building. I have a feeling this round is going to be a defensive victory of Evo Keystars. Now, it would be absolutely Herculean and a heroic task if the Twitch finds this play, finds 4 bodies, but I can't imagine Evo Keystars will let that one happen. At least I want to hope so, but they have everything pinned in. It's going to be an easy sweep up like that. The Kavira Stamp gets that one done. And, well, very much a strong defense in the opening of that one, though. Hates finding that pick on the good, stopping that breach, or stopping that initial entryway, slowing it down, and made every single inch of that control difficult to get. And the massive Kaid Electroclaw shuffle as well, stopping that hard breach in that main double breach opening up, meaning you've got to fumble in your way one single breach. Not an easy task. The gunfights went all the way for the defense. Vivo Keystars 5-2 advantage.
Doing really well in this entry game. I mean, only dropping one opening duel throughout the 7 rounds of play that we've seen. Hates in particular 3-1 on the entry so far. Doing very, very good work to get Vivo Key these advantages early on. And initially, conversion was an issue on the attacking side. Then they were able to really clean up their game. And now, first round of the defense, yeah, you can give a lot to Hates getting that initial pick, certainly. But then I think it's really 2 things. One, the Electroclaw shuffle, as we saw, able to deny the assembly breach, but more so, a bit of lapse in coverage by, I believe, Loira on that garage hatch. We see the Twitch playing. They're able to get the kill later on, and maybe she rotated late, but either way, Hates is able to retake the hatch despite an angle being open to deny that very position. Black Dragons try to speed up the pace, push through Animus. That hatch is the main way to deal with them off-site. Letting Hates get that position and stall your execute a little longer is a mistake that cost them dearly in a round they needed to win.
Lots of aggressive defensive angles being held here early through those windows, trying to grab that opening pick. Theo Keystars really want to make this difficult. Monty in play here, perhaps a reactionary moment from Ask, realizing that if they can't win the opening fight, you may as well have a shield. Gives you that extra bit of control. Means you can walk in, realistically get map control for not free, but your Monty can stand there menacingly. This breach should be free. Nux really isn't contested for it. Anything to deny it? Nope. Doesn't seem to be. Lenda down below has taken a massive beating so far. Mirror's not going to be too keen to take an engagement later on in this round. main breach in the IT's opened up as well. They begin to work from this. The castle barriers will make it a little bit harder, soaking up that soft destruction to clear those angles and make that a tenable position for the attack to work with so far.
And trying his best, that much to be sure, but this time it's not really breach denial Vivo Key to worried about or really concerning themselves with. Those mirror windows all in positions to watch, you know, the IT breach and likely the connector / terrace breach specifically. I will say that mirror window more so focused on denying garage control, but that's necessary for a take through IT. You need garage as that follow-up, and as Florio hops in and tries to pressure this one by heavily, he's hit by, I think, the air jab, though. Unfortunately, caught by the magnet. Will force the Monty down. Thankfully, not punished whatsoever. Lindo on low HP, by the way, very early on. Kudo with a snapshot onto Hates all the way inside of the A bomb site. Daffodil will likely have to retake this position a little bit. Clearly worried about the garage door. Flashbangs go in. Stemp forced to rotate back to Pillar. Lawyer with his second kill of the game makes this a 5v3. Daffodil retreating even further back to give himself an advantage in this fight. But at this point, a minute 10 seconds left. Black Dragons can reset. They still have 5 drones on the board. They've got the Monty to give intel. If anybody actually pushes aggressively, there's more than enough for them. And yet, somebody trying to push Aqua. Daffodil's got a 1v1 here. If he's able to win this, punish Loira for his play! We might have a winnable round for Vivo Keyed, but a key gunfight win from Loira minimizes the gain from Stemp on one of the players inside a garage. And as the Thermite cuts him down, Hornetow, do you have another 1vx in you? He's found the man with the diffuser, but not found the kill to keep him alive. Black Dragons answer the first round for Vivo Keyed on defense with an attack of their own.
Much needed response when they get themselves back in this flow. It felt like they might have been a little bit lethargic on the offensive side so far, but they get themselves that round, and a lot of that came down to Monty being able to buy space. The free breach on the IT as well might be a question. Now, you're always going to get that realistically. That's never going to stay reinforced for the entirety of the round, but it was so quick, and they were able to formulate that plan very effectively from that moment. A good call to rotate down below and try and fight towards Aqua to clear Daffodil, because that could be a pressure point. Falling all the way back was that Thorn. So I think a very solid offense from Black Dragons. They've done everything they need to do. They solved every puzzle the defensive Vivo Keats are set up. Now we're going to be moving down into Kitchen for this. And while we did see Hornet get a 1v3 clutch on that window repel, hopefully it won't come down to a play like that one for Black Dragons. They want to get themselves some momentum rolling, finding 2 in a row. Down below, Daffodil reinforces all the way inside the basement to stop any rotations from that. I expected that from this side. Very intrigued if they can build up momentum from that previous round.
So we got a Monty and a Blitz, huh?
Huh. Not every day you see this.
And normally it's a bit more one or the other, but Loira and Nux, the latter with the diffuser, bring the main 2 shield operators. I mean, obviously they've got a buff. I understand, you know, flexing onto it, but here we'll likely just have Loira try to maybe pressure the vertical, you know, make the roamers up top uncomfortable, force them back, and then have Nux in conjunction actually sprint into the site and go for the diffuser once Loira has forced that vertical control. That's at least my initial impressions based on this lineup, and especially with Black Dragons focusing on opening the terrace breach early on, exothermic being used. Stemp will have to be forced back just a little bit, but Nux, no, instead actually on that top floor, he's handed the diffuser off. They've completely pinched the Azami on house stairs. Florio and Ask also follow up with a couple kills. Vivo Keyed made mincemeat of on round 9. 1v5, 50 seconds in. Stemp has lost control of the bomb site and lost control of the round. A flawless double shield clear from Black Dragons. Not at all what I expected, but as exciting as I hoped.
I have to echo that one. I had no idea what we were in for that round. I tell you what, that Azami had no idea what to do with. Monty, on your front line, flanked by a blitz. I don't think there's a worse position to find yourself in, but that round was absolutely perfect from the side of Black Dragons. I mean, that was possibly the most efficient clear I have seen in a very, very long time. And just walked in with the shields and they got that pressure. I mean, again, the defensive structure fell apart very, very quickly. There was no response at all. A flawless round for the offensive side. I think that's a rightful moment to call your tactical timeout to begin to figure out how you deal with that one. Because if you deal with another combination of shields coming out, you have to have an answer for it. DeMonte was super effective 2 rounds ago as well. I have a feeling that Vivo Keystars might not see the end of these shields getting played against them.
No, they might not. The shields have definitely been an effective solution for Black Dragon's problems. The Monty to force, and then the Monty and the Blitz to force. Don't think we'll see both consistently, but definitely a Monty or one or the other would make sense. It would be understandable. We might see a counter reaction by Black Dragons in turn, though, maybe dropping the Monty, anticipating a bit more of a reaction from Vivo Keed, and we will indeed. We will see the Goyo, which is very good for time denial, but of course, it is a bit of interaction with fire that actually Nick Pengu made me aware of yesterday that I actually kind of forgot about. Fire actually kind of disturbs your shield a little bit, knocks it aside when you walk in, so Goyo often brought as a counter to that Monty in this new meta since the patch, so Lenda switching to that makes sense. However, big problem right now, I think, for me as well, is how uncontested Black Dragons have been in these openings. They've been making great work of the Monty and the Blitz to get that initial control in round 8, or round 9. And then in round 8, Gudo's also able to find Hate so early on. Black Dragons get a 5v3 and make it very easy to convert. Vivo Keed have had a stranglehold in the opening duels this game so far, but in the 2 rounds of the attack, Black Dragons have found an opening. They've converted it seemingly with ease. They find it again here onto a player like Stemp. The Goyo Fire, even without a Monty on the board, might not be enough to delay the onslaught incoming from Black Dragons.
I mean, the big thing with the Goyo, though, is that you have to have time to work in your favor in this moment. If it's going to be another very rapid execution where you see the offense knocking on the door sight within the first 45 seconds, now, the likelihood of that happening again is pretty slim. That's going to be where you see that Goyo maybe not be as effective, but again, going to be a full clear. That IT wall, double reinforced, no easy way of entry. Ask doesn't have the second hard breach, an exothermic forced to be used for that one, so that's going to be one bit of utility already chewed up by this extended roam presence. They do have limited hard breach to work with for this, so yet again, it's going to be likely down towards that execution, on towards Animus Hatch. That seems to be what they're cooking so far. If Jackal Scan goes out, that will detect that Valkyrie, and they'll be able to work off of that one for the initial entryway. But, so you see that player instead of control, it's going to be behind pillar. That might be a difficult one. I think the Stemp has dropped off that, hunting down more drones, and has retreated as the logic bomb rings off in their pocket. Deagle out in the hand of Valkyrie, a scrappy fight for that rotation. Ask is hunting down, Stemp gets one in the Loira. The trade-off though, 4 versus 4. A nasty battle on the staircase as Goyo tries to contest that one, but Lenda falls back, caught in the hatch, and denied from that one. Early advantage with Black Dragons.
Able to pinch out that player, spotted by the Jackal Scanner. Lenda going to support him from Karga, also cut down, negating the good work of Stemp, finding the actual opening pick of the round onto Loira. It's instead Black Dragons with the advantage in turn. In a minute 30 seconds to get this vertical control. Very minimal hard breach again. So only one exothermic to either open up Animus, but it doesn't seem to matter. Gudo just found his way down below. Furia finds Stemp on the Solus. Nux immediately putting that diffuser down. Hornet swings out, able to stall it for the time being. 1v2 though. For Hates, the star player, the second highest rated player in Brazil going into playoffs to try to win and get Vivo Keed map point on their pick. Diffuser dropped. Floria will recover it. That leaves Gudo as the sole element of coverage. What does Hates know? He checks it. Oh, he looks away. Backs off as Florio falls off the plant, and he's not looking the right way. Black Dragons off another quick round, keeping the speed consistent, yet catching Vivo Keed off guard.
These early rounds from the side of Black Dragons have been monumentally quick. They just walk in, take control, win their fights. Now, it's not as quick as their double shield rush, but they were very concise to what they wanted to do. The Jackal assisted in that one, helping get that pick on the Valkyrie, and a great read denying the Goyo's rotation down the staircase, having that perfectly collapsed. And again, you don't need all of that hard breach if you know what your execution is going to be. Dropping into Animus Hatch, no one was there to pop the Goyo canister that was placed on that wall as well, so that time burn not a factor in the round at all from the Goyo getting brought out, and now we see ourselves going level. Round 11 now, 5-5 our scoreline. Upstairs control we sit. And we saw last time that Black Dragons played on attack this site, it was a very clinical display from them. What do Vivo Keed stars have in pocket? What adaptations do they make to try and stop this? Again, I feel like it will be a very similar story yet again. IT Hatch opened up very early. They'll like to get control of Rafters, but Loira, I believe, flashing the Blackbeard very quickly. Only for a second, actually. I got a little bit too excited.
Mixing up his B's, Blackbeard Buck, very confusing. That's why he's focused to the Y. Opposite side of the alphabet going to the Ying, and Ask back on the Monty as well. Could be a garage plant, but honestly with this lineup, you can use the Monty to pressure top Aqua and do something instead from the connector side with Aqua as well to try and pinch the entire site. You can maybe use the Ying to just recreate the garage push, but with a little bit of a different lineup as the Ying was absent previously. No Dokkaebi this go around. So very flexible lineup for Black Dragons. Undeniably, they could repeat the take they did with a slight change, go for a completely different one. It's Monty and Ying. You can blind and pressure basically any part of the site if you want to.
Yeah, they can just use those containers to buy space. The Monty walks in and does the exact same thing realistically. You do have the Capcat in play at the hands of Stemp, and that could be a factor if it's going to be a case of, well, the lawyer's going to find that opening pick. That's going to be in. Where does that arrive from? Oh, no. Meeting room peek, trying to get sneaky with it. Gets absolutely caught. Hornets out. Shotgun primed and ready. That drone spots him, so any hopes of a heroic play with that window are going out it very, very quickly. 2 minutes left in this round. And Candela's going out to electrical. The hack, the main breach is already opened up as well. This is going to be, I think, another very clinical round from Black Dragons if they can't, or Vivo Keystars can't find a way to stop this.
And they've got the smear window to stop any push in from Garage, but the Ash Charge comes out, cracks it. So Fates wants to take this line. He'll have to peek around the reinforcement. Candela prepped just for a second by Laura, but still in position on the IT breach to chuck this into the site. Furia on the backside, 2 players on the front. Hornet waiting for the swing. Flashbang goes out just to cover Loira's toss of the Candela. Makes his way through, but he's cut down in the process. The 12 and 6 Hornet now not able to stall out this Garage push any longer. Lenda retaking the position inside of Terrace, realizing where the play is coming from for Black Dragons. We'll rotate around. One player moving to the electrical window on the roof right now. Maybe Lenda can find something or just escape in time. Black Dragons resetting for just a moment. Just one Candela got them a second pick onto the smoke. Such a key operator to waste time with him off the board. Lenda, a must-win fight inside of Terrace on this aggressive position. Lucky he's made it away with only 1 HP. Seemed he might be worse for wear after that. But at least he's alive. Ask also on low health. He's rotated over to Aqua this time. Another Candela, the final coming out. Nux the 3rd kill, cutting down Hates. Daffodil, the full HP member, so fixated on cutting down this Monty. The C4 from below as Lenta's rotated off, finds nothing, and I think they now realize it's an empty bomb site, but not a clean push on Aqua Stairs. Daffodil's cut down 1, but that's fine. Nux is willing to make that sacrifice for his benefit to put the diffuser down. Flashbang to stall out this push in from Aqua, but Lenda gets another. Daffodil can see him taking the fight. Him and the Mira can wrap around from Garage and Aqua respectively. Florio trying to find it. Nux cuts him down. Florio with one more. A 1v1 on 1 HP. Switches to the shotgun. Too long of an angle. Too little of a chance. 6-5 for Black Dragons.
For a second, I started to believe in that one. That 2-piece on Aqua Stairs finding that Monty. Oh, you just gotta believe for a moment, but unfortunately, it was not there for them. Vivo Keystars they will absolutely feel that one slipping between their fingertips. Black Dragons now move themselves onto map point. What a bounce back it's been, but this defensive side from Vivo Keystars has looked muted. It has looked slow, lethargic. They have no answer for what Black Dragons have done every single round. It's been a perfect series of counterplays, and this moment from Daffodil, this is when I started to believe the defense maybe had a shot at this one. A huge pick on the Gouda. The Monty drops the shield, worst possible timing, and a huge 2k to get that, but Ultimately, the offense get that one done. Nux, calm nerves, keeps it relaxed. Map point found.
And ultimately, at this point, I mean, definitely for Black Dragons, the defenses were lacking. The Vivo Keyed much, much stronger on their attacking side. And yet, keep in mind that this was Black Dragon's pick in the game against E1, a map we know they are comfortable on, enough to go to it in a best of 3. But sure, ended up losing. That's undeniable. There's an argument for why Vivo Keyed picked this, but it's still a map Black Dragons are comfortable for, and it's looking now like it was just the pressure, the occasion for Black Dragons not being met. Worrying, getting anxious, being uncoordinated, and not making the plays we know they can get away with. And now, as they move back to a map that they are so comfortable on, they try to pick up the pace. Loira certainly 2 Night Havens in a row. Still struggling to have the impact he's had in the Brazil League. Puts Daffodil to 1 HP, but he's still not long for this world. 5v4 advantage for Vivo Keystars.
That might be the worst start we've seen for the attacking side of Black Dragons. First player off the board, that's going to be Loira, that's your Ash. Slow Dokkaebi to work with as well, so potent potential to get that entryway to work with. Daffodil on a single point of HP, so at least they have that attribute to work with. The Mozzie won't be too keen for a head-on gunfight. Investment in the later stages of this round. The primary breach opened up down below. A flashbang for good measure as Nux decides to rotate away. Gouda, not going to be in an easy position, but we'll find that one. Stemp's going to get claimed inside of storage as well. Ask us that one. 3 versus 4. Vivo Keystars had the advantage, but very quickly Black Dragons turned this one around. Daffodil, single point of HP, tries his best to hold on the cargo. Will anyone stumble in towards him? Hornets very much cautious. Someone by that breach tries to play a dangerous gambit, getting aggressive on that, but no one's there. No one's even close to him. You just feel that Daffodil might just be biding his time before the grave at this moment.
I might be biding his time, but goes for maybe a key flank to keep Vivo keyed competitive. C4 goes out. Hornet trying to fight this vertical angle. Can't find the shots on the buck. Buying time, distracting as Daffodil hits the flank to make it a 3v3. Ask so fixated on the Cade down below. He misses the Mozzie coming in from behind. And Vivo Keyed have at least got even. They've neutralized the advantage gained by Black Dragons because of that coordination between Hornet and Daffodil. Well, Black Dragons at the 4v3, now 2 players on each team on low HP. 2 players, 1 to 2, maybe 3 bullets max away from death, depending on what weapon hits Gudo. 54 seconds remaining. Black Dragons not relegating themselves to the same Animus breach they've gone through multiple times on this basement defense. Instead, opening up the assembly breach, doing it very early on. Gudo lurking down Exo now, adding a completely different angle we've not seen so far. But they're starting to stall out, struggling to find the momentum, struggling to find the control. Lenda in a key position to shut them out of this round with the C4 close on the breach. But Nux rotates over, moves Exo, reveals the position ever so slightly. Some support from the player on the bottom stairs, but they need to start pushing in. They need to start gaining this advantage. Daffodil cuts down 1. Hornet with another. Lenda with the 5th. Vivo keyed into overtime, bookending this half with victories on the defense, but still an inconsistent game from whoever's the one picking the actual bomb site.
Neither team can find a consistent run of form. While we saw Black Dragons having that great spell on the offensive side, they couldn't finish it when it mattered most. And perhaps you mentioned it, they brought this map against E1. Perhaps the occasion might get to this team, knowing that they're a single round away from starting off this best of 3 in the best possible way. And it has been a playoff that have consisted primarily of 2-0 victories, so getting your opening victory has been key for all these teams. So, defense Vivo Keyed Stars, this is where they've looked weakest, this is where they've looked vulnerable. Can Black Dragons find a way into this round? They mixed things up in the previous, deciding to go for that assembly breach, not pushing the Animus hatch. Perhaps a trip back memory lane might be in favour for them this time. Stamp back on that cap can. Hopefully no unfortunate soul stumbles into those late in this round. A heartbreak could be potential with those on the board. But Vivo Keyed Stars now in overtime. They've saved this matchup. They've saved this map. They've saved their map pick. Can they build off that one? Can they get themselves one more? Can they put the pressure on Black Dragons now?
You'd hope so. You would need this momentum to be regained, because Black Dragons, even though they ended up losing that round, they have been brutalizing Vivo Keyed consistently in these early round 1v1s. Just hopping into windows, taking a 50-50. They're winning them consistently, even if the odds could go either way. Black Dragons have been able to work either man advantages back or gained them consistently. So that's something Vivo Keyed will need to worry about when you have anybody on this roam. Are they going to speed up the pace, just take a fight with me? Will I even be able to win it when it comes? That's been the deciding factor for at least some of these early rounds, though not necessarily the round in the end. 40 seconds in, and at least for this game, this is a snail's pace of a round. Barely anything happening in the first 45 seconds. Right as I say that, some explosions and shots fired. Hornet concerned about the assembly breach, but no engagements in the first 50 seconds.
Found that trick being brought out this time around, and I think you're perfect on this one. It's been a much slower affair. Normally, from this all-offensive side of Black Dragons, this IT hatch or breach is already opened up. They normally already have a significant amount of control. Stamp at this point has no really concern dropping down pillar hatch, because, well, at this point, job's done. You've wasted so much time upstairs. You've wasted one of those hard breach utility as well. Primary breach isn't open up an assembly. I think Vivo Keyed Stars playing the clock absolutely perfect here. Black Dragons, this is lethargic from them what we've seen. Really changing the pace of this matchup, and I don't think that's going to be for the betterment of this side. I think this might be to their own detriment, and it seems like in this mid-stage, you don't exactly know what they want to do. Opening engagement, goes to way of Vivo Keyed Stars. Daffodil finds that, asks off the board. Minute 24 left to work with, and you just got to feel where the logic bombs might ring out. The Black Dragons have run out of steam. They've got nowhere to go at this one.
And they've just tried to take a 1v1 as they've done so many times this roam, and this time it's not working out. Daffodil even able to cross. Stemp 2, his support just vaults over the cargo stairs. Not an iota of damage done to any of these Vivo Keyed defenders, and they've burned 2 minutes off of Black Dragon's clock. Without your buck as well to get that vertical destruction, all you have are the breach charges from Gudo to apply any sort of control. Still plenty of default and Valkyrie cameras up as well. This should be a match point in the bag for Vivo Key, not even because this is an unworkable disadvantage for Black Dragons, but the intel going their way. With so low time, Black Dragons don't really have time to substantially rotate. They've got to start committing. Maybe they can send somebody on a backstab at the very final second, but even with 27 seconds left, they're looking at hatches, deciding what to open up, deciding where to push, rotating all the way to the outside of the building. Now try to push through one of the two breaches on the bottom floor, have somebody back down cargo. But you can see Vivo Keita ready for it. Flashbang goes in. Lenda aware somebody could try to push down the cargo stairs, and he's ready for it. Gudo falls. Laura on low HP too. Black Dragons, 5 seconds remaining with barely a chance to make it out of this round. They've got to stay alive, got to stay clinical, but Nux, the diffuser falls on the floor. Map point for Vivo Keed.
Vivo Keedstars played that perfectly. The opening engagement, they fall back. You don't need to risk anything in that moment. Let the time do all the work for you. But for Black Dragons, what was that we just saw? Every single round on the offense that we've seen previously from them, they have been fast, aggressive, and clinical. The way they moved through the map looked like they had purpose. Bar for the round they needed it most. They were so delayed getting open that IT double wall that at that point, their entire roam presence upstairs can fall back and do it safely because there's no one else in the building. The late second pivot to change the entire flow of the offense just shows they had no real plan, and the clock put so much pressure on them. Vivo Keedstars, match point. A map point here on the opening map of this best of 3. They played it so well, that defense.
Finally a round where they've just been able to set the pace, and that pace is just walking. A chill stroll throughout Nighthaven, something that Black Dragons have basically forced them away from every single round with those quick opening 1v1s. But now Vivo Keed, when they get the opportunity to do what they want to do on the defense, they're able to take match point off of it. Now Black Dragons with their one attempt at the defensive side. This has been the difficult one for both of these teams throughout this half. The defense is few and far between actually in regulation, though in overtime, the defense is 1-0 so far. Black Dragons are just going back to one of their roams. We've seen Ashkin the Solus with a shotgun before. We've seen one player on the top floor, 3 around the middle, 1 on the bottom, with hatches open and by stairways to quickly rotate back down. We've even seen Hates on this very common window. Might be a kitchen defense, but it's another up-tempo play. Gudo hops out! No. Downs Daffodil on the window as well. Furia with a third. This is the Black Dragons we needed to see. It might come on a different side. It might come around too late. But round 15 all but assured is within 45 seconds. Vivo Keed are basically out of round 14.
All comes down to that one. My Gudo, absolutely huge play. Pops off in meeting room. Hornet tries to fire the trade, but sits still, trying to wait for anyone to cross in his line of sight. But at this moment, the defense don't need to do anything. Sit, wait in sight. It's a boring approach, but it will get you the victory. Force us all the way to round 15. Hornet has an awareness on this drone. Very much waiting for someone to get aggressive. Floro in that position as well. The body stacking up in lobby. But I don't think there's a clear plan for the Vivo Keedstars at this moment. The flashbang goes out. They need to push behind them, but it's going to be awarded. You can't do anything. They collapse it. It's going to be an easy round for Black Dragons. Round 15 all the way in overtime for our very first map.
I don't think we'd actually have round 15 overtime, for being entirely honest. I mean, these two teams, at least in theory, are very evenly matched. Vivo Keed maybe not as aggressive or fast-paced as Black Dragons, but with the star power they can have and the players that can show up, can easily go pound for pound against Black Dragons if they're on a good day. I didn't actually think we would go literally the maximum number of rounds on the first map, but then again, if it's a comfortable map for both teams, theoretically speaking, this is what should happen every single time. Everyone on these teams having a generally good day. I mean, Hates obviously, 7-11, not having the superstar performance he's had throughout this stage, but everyone else generally even with each other. On Vivo Keed against Black Dragons, pound for pound, yeah, maybe Hornets at 15 kills, but it's still Black Dragons setting the pace in a lot of these rounds, with a lot of players all putting in generally equal effort. It's just been a heavy cost for any team that wants to play in these rounds. If you lose dominantly. Now kitchen dining for Vivo Keed's final attempt at the defense. If Black Dragons are able to brute force vertical control like they were able to last time, though this time without the Monty and Blitz, to be fair, could still be another quick affair 2 rounds in a row.
First time seeing Bravo getting brought out in this matchup between these sides. Wonder what will be the intention behind that one. Again, just an extra drone to work with, at least at the end of the day. Getting those default cameras, maybe even find a Valkyrie camera if the option is there. So it could be on the board yet again. Effective has been that pick. Logic bombs have been clinical, trying to get these initial clears. But it's all going to come down to that opening engagement. Everything seems to be swayed by that first fight. Lenda just gets that drone spotted out, knows the camera's gone, clears that away. But I wonder, do Black Dragons yet again get a little bit fearful perhaps? We saw this on the first, or before we went into overtime, that they felt a little bit lethargic, they got a little bit slower. Perhaps the occasion just begins to play within their mind. Ectothermic charge opens up connector, they have that line of sight available to them now. But still, much slower from this side. Almost uncharacteristic from what we've seen during regulation. Vivo Keatsars though will likely invite that moment, invite that style of play. Opening pick, Hates will find it, so much damage done, Lenda gets it, but Nux will get that trade on towards Hates. Lenda low HP, shut down by Ask. Early advantage in that opening skirmish goes in favor of the offensive Black Dragons. Now they can sit back and formulate the plan. They've got enough time to work it too.
There's still time for Vivo Key to re-aggress though. Keep a barricade on that window to maybe allow for rotation instead, just to stall out the play from Black Dragons. Another one. This time Daffodil challenging the window, covering the doorway with Stemp for support. This drone in his position though, they know that at least the Azami is close on this door. But is the Capcan's position known? Still a 4v3 for Black Dragons. You can see that they're taking your advice. Resetting. Droning. Figuring out exactly how they want to handle round 15. Whoever wins, wins this map. If there ever was a time to maybe dial back the pace a little bit, hack a couple EDDs to make sure you don't enter a 3v3 just because you took one wrong step. This would be the time to do it. Half the round gone since the engagements died. Hornet on the long angle might find another. Make it a 3v3. It's instead Daffodil to fall. Ask instead. The very player Hornet was trying to deal with. Able to get the next pick. Stemp long in this position. Long time. He's waited on bottom Aqua. Finally finds one. But it's not the advantage he sought. Not the advantage that Vivo Key needed. He swings around again. 15 kills. Can he make it 16? Not if Gudo has anything to say about it. Stemp now forced out of the site. Cut off from the site with 2 players watching Aqua stairs. There's time for Black Dragons to defuse. Time for them to go into the site. Or just time to win this round on the picks. Almost transfers on to Gudo. But not enough as he turns his back on round 15. 8-7 for Black Dragons on map 1. They've got their pick up next.
Oh, it took a long time to get there, and a story of inconsistency ebbed and flowed the entire way. But it will be Black Dragons get that victory all the way at overtime. Round 15. Did not expect that one in my initial predictions, and I don't think many people did, that this went all the way. Yeah, and this is just a seeding match, and these teams pushing each other to the absolute limit. Leaving very little on the table for this.
No, very little indeed. I mean, I'm gonna need to take like a break after that one. The ironic thing about all of this too is that, I mean, Nighthaven obviously, both maps in the pool right now that we're going to see, Black Dragons have lost. Black Dragons have not exactly looked great on, and yet that's their opponent's pick down. They've got theirs up next. We have the desk to break down all of those implications right after this break.
Welcome back to the Blast R6 Brazil League. We have started with an absolute back and forth banger between Vivo Keystars and Black Dragons. It was really toe-to-toe here, right? With neither team really able to build on momentum. It goes all the way with Black Dragons able to clutch up on Vivo Keyd's map pick, Connor.
Yeah, I thought this game was over at the halftime swap because, Nighthaven, it's been a very, very defender-sided map, and Vivo Keystars came out and were winning after their attacking side. You expect on their own map choice that they would have been able to pull together some defenses. But no, it was just a double attacker-sided map. I expected, this is just a Vivo Keystars map. They were just going to kind of map diff them. They looked really good on their attacks. They looked really clean. Hornet was going absolutely huge, but then the side swapped and the story completely flipped. Black Dragons got all that momentum, and like you were saying, nobody really seemed to be able to string anything together.
Yeah, and when it came to those attacks, lots of players making shots that arguably they shouldn't necessarily make, right?
Yeah, because functionally and just looking at the defensive side for both of these teams, nothing was wrong with their structure. They weren't making big, massive mistakes. All of a sudden, the attackers were just kind of winning gunfights that you could argue they wouldn't. They were pushing into crossfires and coming out on top. It was a really weird game overall and just kind of Nighthaven in a capsule.
Yeah, I mean, nobody on Black Dragons necessarily had a real standout game. I know you wanted to shine a spotlight in particular on Guto and Loira.
Yeah, that's the expected duo for Black Dragons to step up. Guto had a solid game, however, Loira unfortunately was the lowest rated player in the entire lobby, if we're going on the statistic basis. Sure, Loira also was playing a slightly different role than we would expect on the attacking side. He was actually the one who brought the Monty a couple of times for Black Dragons, so he didn't really have a primary weapon. However, on the defensive side, he was really struggling to get involved. Same thing with Guto, except in overtime where he was actually negative all the way up till the very end, where he had a couple of huge splash plays to bring him over the line.
On the flip side, when it comes to Vivo Keyd, we've said it time and time again, this team just doesn't win if only one man steps up. You need multiple players, at least two, if they want to get a good score on the board. This man, Hornet, did show up, but it, again, wasn't enough.
Yeah, he was the only one showing up, and it's just a hard situation for Vivo Keystars to go in because, sure, Hates did step up a little bit more than he did against Furia just a few days ago, but it wasn't quite enough. It's a tough thing to lose your own map choice when you have the lead on the disadvantageous side, disadvantageous in quotation marks, because apparently this map was just attacker sided between this matchup. But at the end of the day, Hornet's still a great game that we want to highlight, and hopefully he's able to bring the momentum once again onto the next map of Consulate. But he does need a supporting staff. You can't have your support player just popping off and clutching out rounds over and over again when your fraggers aren't doing their job too.
You've got to imagine a player like Hornet's looking over his shoulders a little bit like, guys, I mean, come on, can somebody pop off here? Especially, hits, right? You mentioned it there. He did put numbers on the board, but it's not the hits that we saw leading into the playoffs. The second highest rated player coming into this period of the tournament. He's still got a lot to give, and he's running out of time to give it.
Yeah, this very well could be their last map until we go into the LCQ, and if you're gonna quote-unquote limp into the LCQ, you're not gonna be in your best form. That's not a scenario that Vivo Keystars want to be in. They need to put their best foot forward, especially because if you go into the LCQ, it's kind of no safety net. There's no safety net for you. If you lose your game, you're done. That's your season. There's no aspirations for the S tier event. You're not going to Manchester, and you kind of got a really long off season to look introspectively and try to figure out what went wrong.
Well, Vivo Keyd's safety net, which was their map pick, is now in their rearview mirror. Black Dragon's pick is Consulate, and it's next. How do you see this one shaking out, Connor?
Honestly, with the way Black Dragons have played on a map like Nighthaven that they've already looked so much worse on against E1, they're going to be going onto a Consulate that they once again have played, and I don't see Vivo Keystars bouncing back quite enough. I think that my prediction overall is going to be incorrect. It's going to be completely flipped where Black Dragons take this one too.
I'd heard a lot of hype about your predictions coming into this, Connor. What's going on? You're meant to be Mr. Right. What's happening?
I don't know. It's just been a rough scenario where Brazil moment, where any team can beat any team on any given day. That's how everything has shaken up. Black Dragons, I think they looked significantly worse in comparison to Vivo Keystars, losing to a arguably stronger team in the form of Furia. But Black Dragons, they bounced back a lot stronger. They had the people step up when they needed, and Vivo Keystars just have not lived up to their potential.
I think if Black Dragons go into LCQ here with a 2-0 win, they'll regain some of that confidence and momentum that they did have. I think they're still going to be, no matter what, as soon as they landed in this spot, they were going to be disappointed because they were picked as one of the top teams to potentially make it into that Manchester major spot. But a win here does send them down into LCQ feeling a little bit better about themselves.
Yeah, exactly. With kind of the weird part about Black Dragons, if they never choked that lead against MIBR and won that game in regulation, they actually would have had more points than W7M, and this is a roster that would have had a first round bye. So that's kind of the level of expectations that we know for Black Dragons that they can achieve. They played well against some of the top teams in the league. They were able to take a point off FaZe. This is a good team, but then we didn't really see it against E1 just a little while ago. Now today we're starting to see it kind of bounce back slowly, but I do want to see multiple maps of this performance before I'm ready to back them once again.
I think one thing that we definitely need to see on display in this next map is stamina, because it's always difficult, isn't it, when you have a map one like that, if you go all the way, and there's moments for your team that it looks like you might get the job done, especially of course on the side of Vivo Keyed here. They really need to pick themselves up, dust themselves off, and throw themselves into Consulate with a brand new mindset.
Yeah, especially when you lose your own map choice in overtime. That's probably the worst position that you can be in, because it's a BO3. You don't get an extra point just for going into overtime. It's just still a straight up map loss. And for maybe Black Dragon side with the quote-unquote stamina, I don't think it impacts them nearly as much, because you almost go into a map ban phase with the mindset of, hey, where there's a very good chance we're going to lose their map choice. All we got to do is win ours. We got to win the decider. And right now, Black Dragons is playing with a big kind of extra cherry on top and are going to look to swing the momentum and continue it.
All right, will Black Dragons blaze through this best of 3 and get it done in 2, or will we see the Vivo Keyed stars shine on Consulate? It's time to find out with Links and with it.
Map 1 certainly offered, I think, a little more than anybody, especially Vivo Keyed, bargained for, but Black Dragons have the pick. In the repeat pool of their game against E1, they're able to redeem themselves on Nighthaven. Their pick that game. And now Whippet, if they can also come back on Consulate and get the 2-0, it might be cold comfort, only a seeding match, but they'll at least be going into the LCQ feeling a little bit redeemed.
Listen, if you have to shake a ghost in a seeding match to get your momentum rolling, you may as well. Now, the first thing I've noticed in this ban stage is going to be that Monty getting banned away. We saw how effective the shield was at breaking down the defense of Vivo Keyed stars, and they do not want to deal with that again. I think, personally, a wise choice in the ban stage.
I mean, it makes perfect sense. The rounds that Black Dragons were able to win on the attacking side, they weren't entirely because of those Montaigne, but the rounds that they were winning with the Monty were 5v2s, 5v1s, really strong attacks. So getting rid of that, especially on a map like Consulate, where brute forcing control can often be the name of the game, with how easily attacks can get suffocated, flooding through tight doorways and small hallways. Montaigne can be very strong. Dokkaebi as well on the clear could also be very strong. So very logical attacking bans, very logical defending bans. Does mean that Solace, that both teams brought decently, consistently, on their defensive sides of Nighthaven will be in play for Consulate as well. Likely be one of the main source for intel gathering on the defensive side, no matter who is there.
I'm massively a fan, though, of this Fenrir ban. I mean, we think about how Consulate's laid out. It is so tight, compact. If you get caught with those F-Nats, it is an absolute nightmare. Now, normally you don't see teams capitalize the max availability, don't swing for it, but it delays so much time. So I do feel from Vivo Keyed stars, that's going to be a smart ban for them. They don't want to deal with that when they move on to their attacking half. But to what you mentioned about the Solace pick, both teams did play with an effective Solace, so having that on the board this time, I think both teams are comfortable with the Solace in play, and they won't really be too worried about taking that out so far. Well, it's going to be that deterrent factor. As he mentioned, the opening round of the last map, no one's really sent their drone in, no one's been aggressive with it for the fear that Solace will be hunting down. You want that information in that early to mid-game stages to get your entryway sorted out, so I think a wise choice from them. So Black Dragon starting the offense, they look much better here, much more comfortable on the attacking side on Labs. Let's see if they can continue that rhythm here on Consulate.
It actually just occurred to me, by the way, quick aside about quick addition to the operator bans. Vivo Keyed have actually banned the exact operators Black Dragons banned against E1 on Consulate previously. Just a bit funny note. I just realized, so Vivo keep doing a bit of the work for Black Dragon in this particular case. But as you said, both teams comfortable with the Solus. Both teams, I imagine, working into their game plans how they're going to deal with the Solus, either solo roaming or part of an extension. In this particular case, a bit more of the latter. You have the castle holding part of the mid floor, so that doesn't mean Stemp will play there the entire round. As you can see, he's inside of the checkers hall, but he has a spot to retreat to. He has a place he can go back and maybe find respite once the attack actually goes in for the clear. A bit of focus on the backside as well from Black Dragon, so opening up a couple different options for the push, depending on where they want to go. The Hibana and the Ace, they're two sources of hard reach, so it's possible they get that garage wall later on. But with how many drones are flying into this middle floor, 4 now remaining as we reach half the round to go, it's not able to get an opening pick. Through a long engagement, hey, it's Down's ass. The Buck taken off the board. Vivo keyed with the advantage. They can now rotate back the winners of the early round.
It's all well and good having a good drone economy and having basically buckets of information, but there's no one behind those drones to make this. And this is what we mentioned, or at least I saw when we went on to labs though, was that when Black Dragons get a little bit slower and they try to take their time in this way, they look to be a little bit shaky with this. They might have all the information, but they can't bounce and get that opening pick so far. So just over a minute left to work with, and Daffodil posturing up for a fight out towards Piano. Floro is going to have to rotate away. The shotgun on yellow stairs is going to be a massive benefactor of this, because if you walk into this with limited information, it's going to be able to get a freebie. Loria is going to be able to get one. That's me hates off the board. Just under a minute now, the work with Lion Scan goes out. He won't help as Daffodil picks up one. He will get detected from that. The UMP is going to scrap. That reload might be mistimed. He can't win as one. The DMR shuts him down. Level playing field, 3 versus 3. 45 to work with, and Stemp on that Sol is still a massive factor in this round.
A massive factor, though it seems, even if they're not entirely aware of it, Gudo's at least concerned, Gudo and Loira at least concerned about it. But he can hit this flank. Black Dragons will have to commit to the execute, which means they'll have to start looking towards the site. They take a gander over towards Lenda, and he's not giving away anything! Triple spray with the T5, a 3K to end round 1 for Vivo Keyed.
Vivo Keyed really comfortable on that defensive round that felt they were in control the entire way through. And from the side of Black Dragons, it was a round where they might have had all the information they would have wanted, but no one was able to capitalize upon that. Now, there was a very substantial defensive setup on that mid-floor, holding onto that primary hatch with the castle barriers fortifying the jump in and closet outside of Piano as well. So it was very limited options to get that entry to work with, and that's what Black Dragons have been exceptional at, is finding that opening and winning from that moment. But they really never found an opportunity to go with it. So we'll move down towards this Piano room site, and this is going to be a question I always love to see how teams approach this. You can play it from below, you can play it from above. How will they fare to do with this one? The Solace is going to be a massive option. The addition to a Maestro 2 times down the defensive lineup is going to trigger the pick of ass on towards the Brava. I think this is an exceptional counter pick to bring out. The Evil Eyes are going to relay so much information, they can be very successful spread around the map. So you can get them on the back pocket of the offensive side. That Brava is going to be laughing all the way to a round, hopefully, for Black Dragons.
Yeah, with the Twitch and the Brava, I mean, you could deal with the EDDs, the Electroclaws, the Evil Eyes, even the Mew Jammers as well if you can get the right angle on it. So a lot of electronics that those two specific attackers from Black Dragons can focus on, and they've got the IQ to spot them all as well. So decent lineup to counter the specific one that Vivo Keyed are bringing. You mentioned the Solus and also the potential for either playing vertical above or below. Sometimes we'll see a Pulse and a Solus ran, then have one guy on top, one guy on bottom, and obviously the Ivy can rotate later on. Here's to see where Hates is playing right now. The Clutch Drone already doing great work. 2 charges used. I believe an Evil Eye hacked, or at least a couple EDDs hacked, certainly. And they will be able to find it, but only after a lot of damage has already been done. Yep, there's that Evil Eye, now in control of the attacking side. Will shock Lenda for a little bit of HP, and so much utility being found by these shock drones and these Clutch drones early on.
This is a massive, huge benefit of that utility, and it's a very low-risk aspect as well. You don't need to expose yourself to get a massive return for these drones. The hatch, or the wall down below in Garage, that gets opened up. Hornet Tower's going to have to fall back and play behind Pillar. But still, you might have got an Evil Eye, you might have denied the Capcan traps, you might have been able to get a lot of utility off that walls, and you've had great efficiency with that. There's no one in the building. Now, Gloria is now in the building and scanning with that IQ gadget. There's no drone ahead of this IQ, so I hope that information's been gathered previous to this point. And this is going to be the scary moment for Black Dragons, the transition from the early game to the mid game, beginning to find that opening pick and hunt it down. They'll see the upstairs is primarily clear, but at this moment you got a double drone situation on. Walk your IQ up behind that and buy that space, be more time efficient. That's what they're doing, and Lawyer's still scanning for any utility down below. Solace, that gadget gets active, will leave themselves vulnerable, and I think they know exactly where her Hates is going to be, lurking down below in Tellers, trying to get that floor bind. Doesn't quite connect, but they know Solace is there.
This is still where Hates can be impactful. They know that Solus, assuming they know that it is the Solus and Visa instead of just a random defender. That player can retake from above and maybe create a vertical angle depending on what their utility is, and obviously we know Hates has those impacts. He can do it. He has the Specchio. He can find that diffuser too and be specific with it. It's a flank that Black Dragons need to be concerned about. Also some pressure top spiral, at least on the first floor. Holding a passive angle. The swing comes out from the Cade inside a lounge. The follow-up by Daffodil. Great coordination from the Cade and the Maestro to shut down the bottom spiral. Player! Stemp! A triple spray 2 rounds in a row from a player on Vivo Keyed to put Black Dragons in an unwinnable position. Huge multi-frags for Vivo Keyed. 2 rounds in a row.
Coming down to that massive spray on an individual basis, but that's all being rewarded for a very slow approach from the side of Black Dragons. Their utility usage has been exceptional in that round, and I think a tactical timeout being called here from the side of Black Dragons is a perfect decision. Lots of coaches like to call these early just to begin to stem the bleeding for a team making poor decisions, and right now they might have a very clear idea of what they want to do. They brought the Brava in addition to react to that Maestro. They had the Twitch to clear that utility, like the Mute Jabber down inside a basement, but they had no plan for the entry. They sent an IQ in, double drone ahead all the way inside of admin, but there's no control there. That's all for free, essentially. The primary threat arrived from lounge and lobby, and they had no reaction to it. So I think they need to find a way to get a tip of the spear, get someone in the building, and get that control much, much earlier. Hopefully, timeout reaction is going to be a positive one for side of Black Dragons, as Vivo Keyed stars have looked absolutely steadfast on the defensive so far.
And Black Dragons have always been seemingly one step behind the Vivo Keyed, taking free control a little bit after it's been giving up. Not being aware of aggressive positions or crossfires held by Vivo Keyed, then walking directly into them. It's understandable when you're just entering a map. You're going to be caught off guard by a couple things. 2 rounds in a row, they take the early timeout to try to deal with them. Like this from Black Dragons, still a very workable half if we see some of these adjustments made, or the reads for a Vivo Keyed anticipate that and adjust in turn. Lenda and Stem, 4 kills and 3 kills apiece. And no deaths so far throughout the first 2 rounds. Hornet hasn't even seen anybody in these first couple. That's how strong Vivo Keyed have looked throughout the first 2 defenses. As they go to CEO, I imagine one thing they're going to be heavily concerned about is the classic CEO plant. No Amaru on the board in the cards of Black Dragons, but of course we know that. Vivo Keyed don't. But they will be concerned about the bees flying into CEO window, a quick diffuser plant, or at least extracting utility from Hornet Tau. There'll likely be some focus on that side early on, just to see if that's what Black Dragons are going for.
Right now, bar from the verticality being opened up, pressure and piano, there's no one physically holding out. Now, of course, not going to be fun to deal with this one, and Lenda deciding, I want to see all the way down the base, but not make anything easy for that entryway, considering that's where Black Dragons have been struggling, not really against that decision-making process in the slightest. So far, it looks like everything's lining up for an initial entryway, all the way. Oh no, unfortunate. Not a great toss from Gudo to get that one all the way where he wanted it, but they'll begin to get themselves set up. I think an admin take will be the primary focal point of this. They want to get themselves in the admin, begin to work through this entire top floor clear. I think everything will be vocalized or centralized on that moment. Drones go out. Front line's very, very clearly formed at this moment, and the shield and checkers is going to be a nightmare to clear in this position. They only realistically have the Sophia with 2 soft destructions to do that. They have the firebolts of Ask as well, which will be useful. All involves getting in that position to use them. And the Goyo will, or on the Wamai will deny all that as well. These go out, they get that entryway. At least they got admin control. At least a reasonable pace.
It's something. They will certainly take it. I think importantly for Vivo Keyed, given the heavy drone presence and likely the sound cues now, they're confirming that this will be an admin push, so they can really focus on this utility on denying the admin side. You see the rotations to support inside of the site to support the checker's position. Of course, by extension, you can't over-rotate. You have to be at least a little concerned about the potential backstab from Yellow or Spiral. But at least for the moment, half the round gone. Ask goes for the swing, and Stemp holding it off angle, immediately cut down by the Capitao. The player behind the shield gives up his position immediately, and Loira just hops into the site, moves into CEO to pinch the player in Spiral on the top of the desk. He's able to cut him down. Hate still keeps it a 3v3. Lenda makes it a 3v2. Loira's quick play, not rewarded with an advantage, as it's just him and Nux to try to bring this back. Lenda can still deal with him as Hate's rotating up Yellow. Zofia has, at least because of that pinch on the long desk, joined the Flores. There is a full-on 2v3 and not the attackers separated in different positions. The initial bomb site projector a little clearer than they anticipated. The Hornets still around the corner with one toxic canister in pocket. Hates out of a C4, so plant denial not exactly ubiquitous for the defenders. Initial bait attempt. Nux will fall off. Lawyer on such a powerful cutoff angle. The smoke canister doesn't go out, but he shoots him! Oh, no! Nux, the anxiety, the intrusive thoughts win! 3-0 for Vivo Keyed as Laura not given a chance to do good work.
I don't even know if I have the words for that moment. I was nearly confused. I was the cover. Oh, it could have been good. He just turns around, murks his teammate. 3 rounds in a row for Vivo Keyed stars. Okay. Yep. That's the only way to record that one. An unfortunate moment for the offensive side of Black Dragons. I mean, Loira, a massive entry play, jumping in the bathroom, getting that control, creating a little pocket of chaos that you thought maybe Black Dragons could build off that and get themselves into the round. Unfortunately, all that effort for no advantage. And that's going to be the absolute sucker punch of that round. They put so much into an aggressive mid-round execution to get control of long desk and bathroom, and all of that to leave themselves in a 3 versus 2, and a TK denying that round. He's got to feel for a little bit for them in this moment, but 3 rounds successfully defended by Vivo Keyed stars and looking to make it a 4th here to move down to the basement. And realistically, Black Dragons I don't think they've shown enough to be able to get around here so far. They need to show a little bit more.
At least here, I will say, when they were attacking the basement site, I mean, obviously we had the flawless in round 2, then we obviously had round 3 going the way it did. But on round 1, on this basement site, there were some very decent ideas going for the clear on the middle floor, and really it came down to how the castle in this position, how Daffodil was able to win a fight on the middle floor and keep Black Dragons at bay for just a little longer, keep the advantage for Vivo Keyed alive for just a little longer. If that gunfight maybe goes Black Dragons' way, it's not a round win guaranteed. It wasn't that impactful of a pick, but it's still something that maybe could have given them a fighting chance once they convert down to the bottom floor. This time it might not be the middle floor that does the talking. Hornet with a C4 prepped, waiting for the Maverick to fly over the wall. Fortunately doesn't land. He gets caught on the reinforcements. Just opens up the wall a little bit for Black Dragons. Troubles. 45 seconds in, open up the garage breach. Now we'll likely start to see focus around Visa, around Exposition, and around Piano and Yellow Stairs.
All well and good having the breach in an early stage, but I mean, other than that, there's no map control being gathered. You want to have your team cohesively moving around the map and getting that access. The Hatch and Visa does get opened up. They give themselves that route of control. Daffodil, same position again, lurking in towards lobby, will have control of that hatch. The Capcan traps will give him a little bit of coverage on the back as well. Leda will know that, will likely use that super shorty to give himself an angle and test all the way down by blue. But again, they might have the hatch open. They've got themselves in a good position. They give themselves perhaps a pivot opportunity if this take towards the back goes wrong. But a very slow stage yet again from Black Dragons. Not really having a clear avenue of approach of what they want to do. The Solace down below and servers relays, sees the drones knowing this push is going to arrive. The Lion scan goes up, but no one's going to push off that. Laura now does get aggressive. Walks in the bottom statue, bottom spiral. Tries to find that opening, but will that arrive? A rotation, will Daffodil catch it? No, so Ash will be able to lurk all the way down. Smashes that goo mine. Tries to get that entryway. Solace lurking down below, but Gudo falls. Daffodil with the super shorty gets that kill credit. I think Stemp knows exactly where this Ash is going to be. Will hear this drone, knows his pressure arriving, decides to look to get aggressive. With 60 seconds left in this round, Carter, I think the defense looking good.
Stemp maybe not looking very good, unfortunately. Finds himself in a pinch right now. Daffodil going to try to bail him out with an angle on to bottom Visa. Flashbangs go through. Loira not ready for it. Daffodil, a second kill of the round. Both weapons having a kill, sold their names. Hornet follows up with a third. Stemps just had to bait himself, lure the attackers into these crossfires held by Vivo Keyed defenders. Florio spots the head of Stemp, but he still finds a kill on the way out of server. Nux now in the 1v5. And how about a second flawless round for Vivo Keyed's defenses, as Black Dragons cannot find a single bit of momentum on the attacking side.
They just can't buy around at this moment. This seems to be a very difficult task for them to get themselves. Now, the big thing for me looking into this, okay, they were 45 seconds into the round, they've burnt a C4, and that main breach is open. What are the other 3 players on that team doing? At that point, you want to have control of Visa, because if you're moving through, you want to have control of Visa, have a formulated plan, maybe have someone in that building for that solid map control. At that point, we're a minute into that round, they've only opened up the hatches on a Visa from the outside. They've maybe breached into secret to have that access. They are so slow on their time, and that's going to be a massive red flag for this side. Consulate's not an easy map to break down on the offensive side. The defense can make it structurally very, very difficult. You want to get that foothold, you want to get that front line drawn early. And I feel like the Black Dragons are struggling with it here. And perhaps, maybe, they haven't brought out the Monty, or haven't been able to use the Monty, which you saw very successfully done on non-Nighthaven Labs. Just feel that I think Vivo Keystars now need to manage this game. And if they keep up this pace, it might be a very, very, very successful defensive half for them.
I also think about how Black Dragons were getting a lot of those advantages to their attacking side on Nighthaven. It wasn't even necessarily from drawing clear battle lines, going for traditional full clears. These guys were just hopping into windows, taking 1v1s, walking down hallways, winning gunfights that were thrown their way. There was certainly a level of coordination. It wasn't completely haphazard, but Black Dragons were getting leads on Nighthaven because of their gun skill, because their ability to win 50-50s just more consistently than Vivo Keyed. Here, 4 kills in 4 rounds. 2 rounds of Black Dragons and not finding any kill. It has been a rough go, and they're not able to recreate that same early round aggression, that same early round success they had before. As copping into top spiral, shooting the default cam immediately. We'll try to pick up the pace a little bit, but Stemp will rotate around, take the safe rotation to dodge the long desk completely. So Ask is taking early control. Objectively good, but unfortunately an opportunity to get the pick onto Stemp, now escaping him. And 3 players in the admin rappel indicate Ask also just clearing the way for the rest of the attack to start moving on from the east side.
Lion Scan goes out, and that typically acts as that moment of access, and Lawyer will be that player tasked with that. The Ash R4C in hand, and Ask spots the Solace. Now, you don't want to get too aggressive. That's a Solace shotgun. You want to hurt it. And we'll find the shoulder of Hornet a substantial amount of damage to write home about as well, but the Solace can retreat at this moment, so you've now got access to long desk. That's going to deny rotation to make this very difficult, but of course, the site isn't quite there. No. The Pulse have got live information. They know exactly where that threat's going to arrive from. And a deep rotation, but again, all that effort to get control of long desk, all that effort, and essentially nothing rewarded from it. No pick, no substantial damage. Hornet still in the fight, can rotate away, use that Solace gadget. Will detect the pulse. He will do now, as he leaves his safety net. He'll get that drone cleared away, but he's now a threat down in server room, and well, you only got just over a minute to work with. You now have a pulse down in server room, a Solace on the loose. You don't know where that Solace still is, lurking up by top yellow. This is a difficult spot for Black Dragons yet again. Time's only going to compress this and make it harder and harder every second.
Has such minimal vertical control. At this point, they're betting on Vivo Keyed giving away picks. The roamers up top have all fallen back of their own accord. The side players all playing their own pace, their own game. Not facing much resistance. Flashbangs will go in. Daffodil softened up quite heavily. And remember, Hornet was damaged a bit earlier too. So there is ways for Black Dragons to progress. Diffuser being put down. Gudo able to find Lenda, shut down the C4. That'll allow Nux to put this case on the floor, but its advantage still favoring Vivo Keyed, albeit temporarily. Laura makes this a 3v3, so as the attackers rotate out of the site, they might have just found the gap they needed. Now that Daffodil falls, now that Hates goes down below 2, Black Dragons might just find their first on the board. It seemed it wasn't going to go their way. It seemed Vivo Keyed could set the pace properly, move up 5-0 on their defenses. But now Stemp, minimal intel, bountiful angles for Black Dragons to play this post plant passively or aggressively. They finally found a round on their attacking side, but still one that came down to a C4 neutralized in one critical moment.
Well, you gotta think about this. In a game like Siege, it can be a death by 1,000 paper cuts, and that C4 getting shut down, enable that case going down, win condition active, and from that moment, they will manage that game and win their ones very effectively. Massive benefit for this is they're going to get 1 back. And for the mental, the morale factor for Black Dragons, we saw the reaction, the player cams there. This is good for them. It's something to build upon. They will have their time for that defensive half. So the question I will now pose is if they can get that second round. A 4-2 split, not the worst place to find yourself in if you can control the tempo on your defensive half, similarly to how Vivo Keystars have done it time and time again. We move upstairs for this site of choice. Ask will dom the Deimos for the time being. I have a feeling it'll be another take that might be towards admin, but no. As I mentioned that, it's going to be a very substantial swap away. I wonder what they're cooking with this one.
Yeah, this is going to be the CEO plant. This is 100% going to be the CEO plant. By the way, I mean, technically when you think about it, Black Dragons were not able to get a single attack out of 4 rounds against E1. When we get to the 5th round, they get an attack. This is why we need to have 13-round regulation games. Then Black Dragons might have stood a chance in that series. At least here, they're able to get 1 on the first half, and maybe their defense will be a little stronger. We're able to get 3 in that game against E1 there. So it's possible. But at least here on CEO Whippet, with the blitz over on Yellow Skylight already, we got the Capitao going down below the CEO windows. We know how this one's going to go shortly.
This to me is much, I think, a better approach for them. Like, we saw how on Nighthaven Labs, it was the aggression, it was their confidence to jump in a window, win a one. That's how they were successful. So I have a feeling more the same for this one, as they'll have the smokes utility to fire darts in the hands of Gudo on that window. Astoria dropped in. Oh no, 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 it's went wrong. It went so unbelievably wrong. But Nux might be able to stick this one. They might be able to recover this round from the jaws of defeat.
What?
No way. He gets it down! Are you kidding me?
How has he made it outside? I mean, everyone was distracted by the yellow play. I get that, but we couldn't find the one guy. You got to give credit to Black Dragons planning in the off spot. I think Vivo Key expecting the CEO plant. Instead, it's on the connector window. Nice little rotation by Black Dragons. And you can see Vivo Key stumped. The Candelas go out. The smoke choking off the entrance. Step pops out the window and is shut down by Florio. This is winnable for Black Dragons. They can spot Lenda on this defuse. Make it the 3v3. Vivo Key only have one more solid attempt at this diffuser. And it's just Daffodil sitting in a corner.
Oh.
Hornet losing his head. Vivo Key losing the round. A 3v5 post plant, but Black Dragons with a brilliant lead to get a 4-2 half.
I thought that round was absolutely in the bin. The two-piece on that yellow drop, but no, it was all an elaborate distraction. The off-plot was perfect. We even saw the player, when he spotted the case, a little bit of like a, huh? Why is it there? It's not meant to be there. Everything was on the office window, but Black Dragons get themselves their second round, a 4-2 split for them. They move to the defensive side. But I think that's a little bit of example of stylistically what they should have been doing the entire time. Not eccentric rushes and not jumping in every window they find themselves close to, but at least a little bit more aggressive, at least a little bit more in your face, as that's where they've had success on Nighthaven Labs. That's how they got the victory on that map choice. So, they move to the defense now, and the first thing I will instantly draw my eye to is Nux on the Clash. Not an uncommon choice for this site, but you do sacrifice a little bit of firepower for that, a massive amount of denial that she brings.
Is so good on this top floor. I mean, she can rotate over to CEO, rotate over to checkers, contest every single position. So difficult to deal with her from outside the map. Also generally difficult to deal with a Clash in this meta, given the lack of direct counters to her brought by a lot of the meta attacking lineups. And you can see Nux sitting in the bathroom and now rotating out once he knows the picks from the attack are locked in, trying his best to hide that Clash pick. So it is an unwelcome surprise for Vivo Key once they switch, or actually enter the round on attack, which, by the way, same trend as Nighthaven in terms of these opening duels. Black Dragons only able to get one, and Vivo Key still able to get the half dominantly off the back of it. So hopefully here we'll be able to see Black Dragons answer back a little bit more, though I imagine the utility will do a lot of the talking for the CEO defense, not just the Clash, but that deployable shield from Gudo holding the checkers position. It's not a lot of surprises, but it is still a lot of problems that Vivo Key will have to deal with. Bit of an unfortunate start there with the Mute Jammer.
Yeah, hopefully, I mean, they should be able to repel and get that above its cone of influence. So, but again, that's going to be 2 pocket EMPs, no longer available. An awkward wall to get, but they should be able to get it. They have done so, of course. The cone of influence of that Mute Jammer doesn't go as high as the detonation point for that Thermite. The window and admin's opened up. Lenda on that Ying. The LMG will rattle off, so everyone will hear that. No Candelas will arrive. An uncharged one, but of course, to keep a barrier blocks in that repel. It is vulnerable to ballistic damage these days. Repel is there. Does Lawyer hear that? I think they do. They retreat away. They get themselves up the checkers, rotate all the way out towards long desk. It's going to be a good initial entry away from the start of Vivo Key Stars. They got themselves in printer. Question now, what they do with this control. They have a lot more of a spread out presence to what we saw Black Dragons ever do. So I'm very curious where this goes. The Flores Jones begin to detonate off as well in the distance, clearing away that utility from a safe distance.
The benefit of this strategy when you have the Clash up is you don't need to necessarily get aggressive on that admin side. You have the Clash to both gain intel and stall out the attack once they're pushing in from admin. So you can just have Florio and Nux doing double duty right here, and then the rest can really focus on making sure nobody lurks through Spiral, lurks up yellow stairs, who even goes for a cheeky play through the CEO windows. Candela's going out. You can see Vivo Key very much going for the backstab, very much going for the rotation. Works out initially. Hate's able to cut down Loira. Daffodil follows up with another 4v3 advantage. Vivo Key even more so as Hates is carving his way through the CEO site. Daffodil tags on for another. Nux has to pull out the SMG. So you know this round has gone absolutely poorly for Black Dragons. Good rotation. Decisive from Vivo Key to get their first round on attack.
no hesitation for Vivo Keystars at that moment. They had a very clear point. They didn't need to really pivot away from anything. And again, the great use of those Candelas, pushing in behind that control and winning their ones primarily. That top floor became an absolute graveyard for Black Dragons, and it will be a 5-2 advantage for the offensive side of Vivo Keystars from them. We'll move downstairs to the basement now. You hope maybe we might see a defensive issue from Black Dragons, but the way that Vivo Keystars approach that site, that's how I would have wanted Black Dragons to play the entirety of their offensive side. You know, defense side of map this, defense side of map that, you win your ones and you play aggressive enough, you can find a victory no matter what side you're on, and we saw that from Vivo Keystars. And well, an Ella in play, Solace upstairs as well, hunting that in early drones, and I think that first drone falls, everyone's going to pull back, not want any of that smoke, and a quick rotation away in terms of lineup. 4 new operators getting brought out, Stemp firming that pick on Jackal so far.
Yeah, if any's operator's going to stay consistent, it's going to be that one. You know Black Dragons like to roam. You know they like to get aggressive. Bring a little bit of extra intel to hunt down some of these roamers. Could even bring the Deimos as well if you wanted to, since he is unbanned as opposed to map 1. They will just stick with the Jackal to likely hunt down that Solus. Not exactly safe territory for Vivo Keed, by the way. If you recall, Nighthaven was a 5-2 lead for Vivo Keed, and then, well, they didn't exactly win the map in the end, even though it took all 15 rounds for Black Dragons to actually get the W. Still not comfortable. Vivo Keed were in this similar position, and then they started choking away defenses. 4 in a row, Black Dragons were able to win to force a regulation comeback from Vivo Keed to win round 12 and actually get to overtime. But we need to see Black Dragons regain that here. To keep the trend alive, they need to win this round and the next after that to keep the momentum, force Vivo Keed to take that tactical timeout on this roam. Dodging Stemp on that Jackal, dodging those EE1Ds, but also doing a lot of heavy damage to the intel game with this Specchio scanner. Those are the different ways Black Dragons are gunning to try to get the advantage, but those are the ways they need to succeed.
Kudo just being able to relay absolutely buckets of information to the rest of his team. Somewhat Solace acting as a conductor of this, going, this is where pressure's arriving from, this is who's here, where the drones are arriving, they can begin to formulate their plan around that. Spiral Staircase seems to be the front lines so far. Moira on that Ella. Looks for an up-close and personal fight. That Jackal just hunting for footprints anywhere they can get it. And Kudo has complete information on this, knows that a Beta Staircase is held. That's going to be told to the Ella now, and I think that's going to be a decision-making process of falling off that. Minute 40 left in this round. And again, it's been an effective roam clear. You've got that top floor control, but that's not even the site. You've got the middle floor to still control as well. That's going to take like at least 40 seconds to work with. Time might begin to get an issue for Vivo Keystars as we look deeper in this round. Solace being a very difficult beast to tame, sneaking around, lurking, he might be able to find a way to retake top floor control if Stemp is caught lacking on this one. Rotation out to get control of Piano, and to begin to work throughout verticality, open up sight, and make it very difficult, untenable for lots of these lots of these power positions down below.
Going for a little bit of a half clear, but Stemp needs to get into this position to cut off the rotation through bottom spiral. Drone coming down as well. We need to see him take this line. Loyal wants to rotate, wants to get aggressive. He starts moving. Will Stemp catch the timing? Oh, he doesn't get the kill, but he at least wards Loyra off. The Ella, forced back to Visa Stairs. So no kill, no flank at the moment. Vivo Keed still struggling for time. Spots the Solus. Stemp good on the kill. The heads-up gunfight not going the Solus's way. Florio also worse for wear after that Azami cut down. Ask with a nice angle below that Kiba barricade. Loyra finally getting active. That's just the one player off site. That's the one attacker upstairs. The site's being hollowed out by Vivo Keed. Loyra's got to rotate back. Nux stays alive. A nice little double. Got to make it 4. Got to make it the quad to stop Vivo Keed from moving up 6-2, from getting that match point. He's at least worked his way into the site. Very low time. No diffuser in hand for Vivo Keed either. So there's a winnable round here. There's a way Nux can make this work. There's a narrow way through the doorway outside of Kitchen. Lenda's got to go for the pick. He's got to win this one. He's so far away, miles away from the Cade and Cafeteria. Nux can just win this on time as Lenda commits to the plant. 8 seconds to slowly march up. And with a 4K, keep Black Dragons alive.
That is what they need, a massive 4K clutch. Absolutely stupendous one tap as well. TCSG, a punishing tool of destruction in the right hand. And Black Dragons get themselves their 3rd round, second on the finally getting on the defensive board. But question is momentum. It's such a factor. Has that slowed down Vivo Keystars? This moment when they clear pillar, I thought it was all but over. This is the one tap. Perfect read on the hates. The one player you want to shut down in that moment. And 000. It arrived, and it is often demise for anyone trying to stick that case. Upstairs we go. Last time out, not a great defense from Black Dragons. Can they make it work this time around?
Can they? Can they keep themselves alive this round as well? Still required heroics from Nux to get that round over the line. It's Vivo Keyed looking like the stronger team, even in the round they lost. Still so solid in the opening duels. Only one going Black Dragon's way so far. They have been at a disadvantage every time, even though Vivo Keyed in that round still only just getting on that 50-50 on that face check of the Visa stairs. So it's not exactly been easy for Vivo Keyed, but they have looked a bit better throughout these 2 attacking rounds. And still with a lead, they still have a gap to make mistakes, a gap to allow those hero plays from Black Dragons to go and then be gone with the wind. As they try to get aggressive on this upstairs position, Black Dragons looking to repeat some of their successes. Remember, it was an initial admin clear, then once they realized the utility over on this side, the Clash as well looking that way, they immediately rotated over, were able to hollow out the site, and get the round soon after. Will they commit a bit more to the admin side this time, especially now that the Clash is off the board? Although there's every single attacker pretty much on this side, so I'm thinking Vivo Keyed want to commit to the admin take, at least for the first half.
I think so as well. I mean, they put so much into this at this moment. They really want to get something out of their commitment of utility at this point. Caution from Daffodil. Not sure if anyone might want to dabble with a run out from Seeker or reach the peak from that position. They have some control instead of admin at this moment. The track stingers go out. That will shore up the front line and give Stemp and the rest of his side a little bit of time to react, get those repels in, and then begin to work for their control out towards Coffin at this moment. But from the side of Black Dragons, holding their crossfires and checker control is going to be absolutely critical. No shield by Vending Machine at this moment, so they're not going to be able to make that position work, and I'm not too sure how I feel about that one. It can be a very difficult thing to clear with Wamai in play, like we do see from the defensive structure so far. Verticality that buck down below, and does he see an opportunity here? This is tantalizingly close from this to Hollow. He might have wanted a 3 or 2, an ACOG for this. He spots someone below. Freebie, absolutely one. That's going to be Ask off the board, opening the Vivo Keyed Stars 5 versus 4. Minute 20 still to work within this round. Beginning to look for second, but you now know a buck is lurking down below. No rotations will be made easy. Pressure arriving for the defensive side of Black Dragons.
A 7-1 now in these opening duels for Vivo Keyed, but losing that smoke. Vivo Keyed likely gunning for the default plant around the corner inside of the projector doorway, and now with Florio cut down, you really can only concern yourselves or hope those Vulcan packs work out, but Nux with a big pick, retaking Spiral. That could have easily been a plant conversion for Vivo Keyed if Spiral control was still in their hands. So Nux with a key victory, but Loira, the man of the hour on Wamai, has got to hold behind this shield. The one final piece of the puzzle that Vivo Keyed need to find. Nux still going about with heroics, the only player with Black Dragons with kills in this round. Gudo retakes the position. The man who put down the shield, no C4, he made this decision. Will it get him a kill? Flashbang goes out, but Vivo Keyed rotate again. 3K for Nux, make it 4. Lenda on such low HP, but it won't be the case. Hornet shuts him down. Vivo Keyed recover from the massive clutch from Black Dragons last round. Move to match point.
They shut down any belief of momentum from Black Dragons as well. They absolutely wanted to kill that quickly. If you let a team build up a massive clutch like we saw in basement, it can be a difficult thing to stop. When teams snowball away, it's difficult to be able to find your footing in that round. Are we in to reset the series at this moment, of course? Map pick of Black Dragons coming out here. Consulate has not fared the way they would have wanted from this matchup at all. 6-3. Map point advantage. We move down the piano. And this is where I'm really going to see. I think Black Dragons have an opportunity to test this play the best they can. Solace being a massive factor. Pulse in play as well. You can play one above, one below, as you mentioned earlier in this matchup. Stemp does dom that Deimos. You can catch one of these players. Maybe the Pulse, maybe the Solace lurking by themselves. A simple death mark can try and clear that trade. Clear that pressure. But lots of pressure on the backs of Black Dragons now. Their advantage in the series begins to look like it might waver. No one wants to go to that one map shootout, and it will be Cafe if we need it.
Will be Cafe. We'll see how it works out. See if it works out for Black Dragons, as it took everything out of them to get the victory on Nighthaven. It seems Vivo Keyed just one step ahead on Consulate. 6-3 so far. They've been so good with those rotations on the upstairs site. Rotating over to CEO or rotating around the projector twice now to get the advantage over Black Dragons in the end. Really good handling of how to deal with an aggressive hold on the admin side. It's been really quite excellent for Vivo Keyed so far on the attacks. Much better than Black Dragons, despite it being their pick. As we move down to that middle floor, need to see some command of the vertical. We see the Deimos finally make his entry with a shotgun to hop down yellow to contest these close corners. Really nice pickup into that lineup for Vivo Key, not only to hunt down the roamers, but with that utility, also shut down a key point of rotation for the defense if they want to retake that vertical.
Buggy goes out to begin to chew open that office floor. That will be pressure arriving, at least somewhat. That shotgun, so critical. Damon's got one too! Absolutely blasted! Few for good measure as well. No death mark will be a factor in this round. Chew the shotgun. Oh, are you kidding me? Daffodil thought he could be smart with the wall bang through the rappel. Shut down with the SMG-11. Vivo Keystars find themselves 2 players down, 5 versus 3. Still time to trade this one back, but from Black Dragons at this moment, the question is, how do you manage this round? You do not want to give away anything for free. You've got a pulse, and while that buck's going to get so close, Hates is going to win that one. Asks is traded away 1 back for the side of Vivo Keystars. Can they bring themselves level in terms of player count? There's lots of time to work with it, though.
Lots of time to work with it, indeed. Lots of time. But yet Nux is still on the board. Player who smoked Stemp and Daffodil close and far angles. Nux remains in play, who's willed Black Dragons over the line this game, and nobody else can even compare. Ask is 1 in 10! 1 in 10, man! 10 rounds in. Nux is the one who is getting Black Dragons as close as they are, and it's still down 6-3. Hates looking to be the next challenger. The next attacker up to bat, close with the skeleton key, will confirm Nux's position. Cold comfort with the work he can do. Now that he knows the pressure is on. Lenda and Hates both trying to deal with this position to pinch him, go 1 for 1, but in the disadvantage. If Nux gets even 1 kill, he'll still do great work. They've got so many different angles. Ram now pushing up will find the necessary frag. Find the second 2. Gudo felled by a clean headshot from the R4C. And Vivo Key take the advantage back. Lenda with the play they needed. Still 15 seconds. Could be heroics. 2 C4s from Black Dragons. And a rotation up the long haul. A little unread. Lenda might find one, but Florio playing this so patiently. Playing it well. He's spotted on the close angle. Hates shuts him down. 7-3 for Vivo Key. Map 3. Cafe on the cards.
Oh, no one would have saw this one coming. CDAP's made a prediction that it would be a 2-0 victory at the beginning of the broadcast, and now we go all the way to our decider of Cafe. Well, Vivo Keystars, what a bounce back from this. They looked clinical, especially on their defense, but you'd expect that from this side on Consulate. They moved to the offense, and they were perfect. Black Dragons, you feel that there's something they need to recover in this moving into that third map, because that was not the same side that we saw. They, I think, need to get back to the aggressive style of play that they brought out in the early stages of Nighthaven Labs.
And I think just the unfortunate thing for Black Dragons up until this point is this is 2 series now where they have looked profoundly unconvincing on their own map picks. It was Nighthaven against E1 where they completely collapsed. The pressure got to them. They get an 8-7 on Nighthaven. It's their opponent's pick. We're thinking, oh, they're back. And then again, a Black Dragons map pick, and where are they? Nux was here. We can confirm Nux was here, but the rest of Black Dragons will have to look to Cafe to see if anybody else shows up before we get there. We've got the break and the desk, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Blast R6 Brazil League with me, Ian Chambers, and CDAPS. Off we go to map 3 in our first matchup here today. And Vivo Keystars, they kick back and take Black Dragons to Cafe. It was a really good and somewhat unexpected performance, especially at the very beginning here. I didn't think you expected this to go all the way.
Yeah, I really didn't. Black Dragons have looked pretty solid on this map of Consulate before. Vivo Keystars, they haven't played it. Sure, it's been left up a couple of times, but nobody's really challenged them on this. And all of a sudden, Vivo Keystars, they looked good on their defenses, and they just continued the momentum on the attack. We finally didn't see a little flip-flop, wishy-washy match here, where now Vivo Keystars across the board were playing a lot more consistent.
Yeah, I mean, we've been eyeing up certain players left, right, and centre going, will Hate show up? Will Lender show up? Lender and Stemp, actually, in particular, put up some good numbers here.
Yeah, everybody on Vivo Keystars put up good numbers, but Vivo Keystars operate when everybody can step up and they have a good amount of flexibility. Overall, you know, you had Stemp and you had Linda stepping up on more of a aggressive role. They were the more deep roamers. They were the more entry kind of players, and everybody else kind of took a little bit more of a passive step back. And overall, when you have anybody that can step up into any different roles, depending on who the hot hand is to take those entry engagements, it's a Vivo Keystars flexibility that something like Black Dragons wasn't able to accomplish.
It's an obvious thing to say, but, you know, when this team is all fired up and when they all do come to the dance, they don't just look good, they look really good.
Yeah, they definitely do. I mean, 7-3 is a very, very dominant scoreline, especially to bounce back after losing your own map choice. All of a sudden, all the momentum swings into the favor of Vivo Keystars, and you almost feel like Cafe would be theirs, you know, to lose. But it's still a tough position because of how good Black Dragons have looked on Cafe, especially against a team like Furia, where they absolutely dominated them.
The only concern with Black Dragons now is that this is 2 series on the bounce where they've lost their Mac pick. They're flopping on it as well. So, like, what's going on? What do you think the issue is here?
I think it's an overall kind of overestimation of their own map pool, where, you know, I think that they thought, hey, Nighthaven yesterday, you know, we were feeling good on that map. We're going to let E1 pick Consulate. We're feeling good on that map. But sure, we can also show that, you know, Consulate definitely not in their map pool, especially after yesterday in combination with today of 2 pretty dominant losses on this map. It's some good information for Black Dragons going into LCQ that they definitely have kind of used this game as limit testing. They know exactly where they can go on maps, so overall a positive. However, at least when we're going to Cafe, it is a more known quantity. With Black Dragons, they've played this map quite a bit more, and it should be a little bit more comfortable.
I like the way you flip that into a positive. That's good analysis from you there, CDAPS. Nux was one of the only players really worth mentioning. Good performance from him, but he needs help going into this next map.
Yeah, he definitely does. You can't have a support player like Nuxka going crazy and popping off with clutches consistently if you want to win an entirety of a series. Sure, you can maybe get some flash in the pan moments here and there, but with Black Dragons, they've been pretty inconsistent so far. During the group stage, they were great. They were very consistent across the board with only a few minor hiccups. But as soon as we transitioned in towards playoffs, we've seen maps of people going really hot and really cold. Hopefully they can rein it together, find more of a median of all of those outliers, and kind of just play a good solid game like we saw in map 1.
We mentioned at the very beginning that we wanted to see a lot from Hits here. It feels like he's growing into the series.
Yeah, he's slowly heating up. He's slowly ramping up. He actually, on the defensive side, or pardon me, the attacking side of Consulate, definitely heated up. He was starting to get a little bit more involved in the early gunfights, which is something that we've seen him start shying away from in the past series, as well as early on in map 1. So as he's getting more confident, I slowly see Vivo Keystars returning to the form that we expect out of them, where they're going to be firing on all cylinders once again, with Hates leading the charge.
And for Black Dragons, I think if they're to find that confidence that we've seen earlier on, and of course on map 1, they need to play with much more aggression than they did on map 2 there.
Yeah, they definitely do. Black Dragons seemed really dialed back, and that's not what we like to see out of this team, where they're a young roster and they are and can be very explosive. Most of the times where we find Black Dragons having a lot of success would be when somebody like Guto or somebody like Loira are leading the charge, and right now both of those players have been definitely a lot more dialed in. It's like they're scared to kind of take risks, and they need to have that fine management of the risk and reward sort of scenario.
All right, well, your predictions haven't been spot on. I keep going back to it. But I do think, look, we've got a long day ahead of us here, Connor. I do think your predictions are going to get better as the day rolls on. I think, like Hates, you're going to grow into the day and you're going to have more success, all right? That's the way I'm leaning. But which way do you see Cafe going here and why?
You know, I think both of the times that we've seen Vivo Stars play Cafe, Hates has had a very good game. So I was going to draw the same comparison of I think like maybe the prediction's going to get a little bit better as the day goes on, just like Hates, because I see him stepping up here and helping Vivo Stars close this out.
It's obviously crunch time for both of these teams going into the third map here, but they've both won on each other's maps. Overall, up until this point, of course, we take a little bit of a break here before we go into LCQ the following week after this. What do you make of each team individually in regards to how they've performed on this stage? Overperformance, underperformance? Just let's start with Vivo Keed.
I think overall Vivo Stars have underperformed for a lot of people's standards of them, and when you look across the board at their roster, I think that they should have been definitely competing for a Manchester Major spot. Meanwhile, you still have Black Dragons almost overperforming, where they looked really solid in group stage and blew a lot of people's expectations out of the water completely. But then they reverted back when the pressure and the lights really started shining on them, and hopefully, you know, they can use this experience of, hey, you know, we weren't quite good enough. We moved into BO3s. We were a little bit scared of the pressure, and going into LCQ, they're going to have very similar levels of pressure that they should be more acclimated towards.
All right, on the other side of the coin, let's talk about Black Dragons. I'm already aware of your expectations for them coming into the playoffs. It's safe to say you think they've underperformed, right?
Yeah, I think that that's a little bit fair because this team was so close to getting a first round bye, and then they would have had multiple chances to make the major. All of a sudden, sure, once again, E1 Sports looked phenomenal, but when you took that off of just the first game of, hey, we know how E1 played during the group stage. We've seen them play one game of playoffs and they beat Black Dragons. You're thinking, yeah, Black Dragons didn't do that great. Sure. When you combine that now with E1 taking down W7M, you're saying, hey, you know, E1 were really truly those guys, so you don't really want to knock Black Dragons too much for losing to them. But if now they lose to Vivo Stars once again, it's almost levels of implosion with the expectations that were put on their shoulders.
Well, it was announced just a couple of days ago that the Manchester Major has sold out. It goes down towards the back end of May. I can't wait for it. I think people are going to be surprised by this UK crowd, Connor, because you saw it at SI, right? The Brazil crowd is probably going to be the hardest crowd of all time to follow. Are you a fan of UK esports? Do you think that our crowd's going to have what it takes to somewhat follow that up?
You know, I've heard some really, really good things about the crowd, so it's going to be difficult, but, you know, watching your football crowds, I give respect towards it. You know, they have a small chance at maybe kind of having a good performance.
Well, both of these teams are looking to put themselves in the best position possible going into LCQ with dreams of making it to stand out in front of that sold-out Manchester crowd in May. Let's get into our final map here with Lynx and Whip It. I nearly said Stokes. Lynx and Whip It.
Bit of instinct creeping in for Ian right there, and unfortunately for Black Dragons, they are still trying to find their ways, still trying to remember how this team can play Whip It. The Black Dragons we know and love has been absent for much of playoffs. It was absent in the E1 game. We saw it quite a bit during Nighthaven, and then back to Consulate, they vanished.
I think it has to be an aspect of pressure, or maybe they just don't feel confident that they might work against a side like Vivo Stars, but we know it does. Example that we saw in Nighthaven Labs. This side needs to be aggressive. They need to be in your face. They need to take their ones. They need to find that confidence back. And, well, Cafe, not the perfect map for it, but they can certainly find their way into aggressive gunfights. They will be starting on that defense, and hopefully for them, they can get themselves a nice investment of rounds for the later days. When we speak about aggressive plays, we'll see that Blitz flashed immediately from Hornet Town.
It could obviously change off of it, but at least maybe indicative of some sort of intention from Vivo Keed. Important to bring up these teams' histories on this map, as there is a bit more footage than Consulate or Nighthaven for either of these squads. Black Dragons, 2 very impressive victories on this map. A 7-3 over Fluxo, the last place team, sure. But then a 7-2 over Furia, the world champions, in what was easily the high point for Black Dragons of the stage and the lowest point for Furia of stage 1 in the groups. Vivo Keed, on the other hand, a barn burner. 8-7 victory over W7M, but Hates had to drop a 20 bomb and get a 4K flank in the final round to just get them over the line by one singular round. This was anything but a close map for Vivo Kid, and given the struggles Hates has had in playoffs, if they mount a similarly close performance, Hates might not be there to bail them out.
The scary thing is when you have a player that's been bailing a team out time and time again, if they don't show up, it feels like it's a muted version of that side. I mean, to draw comparisons from Latin America, there are many teams down there have one player that is the shining star. When they don't show up, it can feel flat, and that's what we've seen from H so far at this stage. Dawn 6 goes off, and the drones begin, and this is the benefit of having a Solace. You can relay absolutely ridiculous amounts of information, and you can do so on staircases where you're reasonably safe if you're not in that primary line of fire. Drone economy, only 3 losses so far, not a bad showing. You do tend to see on Cafe, especially when Solace is left on the board, that teams might make the mistake of getting very aggressive with the drone economy, likely spawning them all away by White, trying to get them up that staircase very quickly, and if a Solace reads into that, you can lose lots of information very early. Castle barriers on towards Piano Balcony, or Piano Window is going to slow down this ingress of pressure so far, trying to melee them away. Ask with lots of angles to work with to keep our barriers, helping him set that up, and Azami still being allowed to play, being let in play, does mean positions like Piano are absolutely ridiculously fortifiable from the defensive side of Black Dragons. There's not going to be enough soft destruction to break every Kiva setup.
And this is sort of the spiritual successor to that old Castle Aruni hold that we saw, Castle Barricade, Aruni Gate on the double door, shotgun player either playing in this position where we see Nux at the moment or inside of the Humidor. With the introduction of the Azami, you can get somebody aggressive inside a Cigar, and Gudo and Nux will both make great work of their positions. Double kill for the Mute. Hornet in a 1v5, as I can't even tell you who got that fourth kill. It seemed to be Florio given the kill count. So now Hornet's got to drop down. Nice little pre-fire onto the Mute, but he can afford to play aggressive in that position, give away a body for the intel. Black Dragons do regain the momentum with that round 1 victory.
That was a very, very, very quick opening to a matchup here on Cafe. I mean, basically everything was focused on that red stairs position. You had the players on the window, they left themselves vulnerable to a jump out. We saw that detected red text on the screen, so someone definitely sent it straight out a window and got a freebie from that. And Vivo Keystars basically saw that Piano was like that and they didn't pivot away. I mean, maybe the change was out. I mean, this, oh, Stemp. That one hurts. That one hurts to see just a little bit.
That's certainly unfortunate, but you just got to commend Black Dragons for playing around that strategy very well, knowing when to get aggressive, also some positions going uncleared. Nux not even really being pressured on that deployable shield, can help his teammate inside of Christmas, and then immediately rotate around with plenty of time to pull out the shotgun, retake the angle, and swing on the guy playing red stairs. Really impressive stuff from Black Dragons, finding the right timings, making the right plays, and a bit of a nothing burger round for Vivo Key, not applying a lot of pressure to those positions, and when they do, immediately slap down in the case of Gudo with that opening pick. Able to put Vivo Key in the early 4v5, then the 3v5, and then the flawless round to start from Black Dragons after the trouncing they received on Consulate. Literally the exact round they want to bring themselves mentally back into the... How?
What? Okay, I believe that first Twitch drone hit the map border and just got absolutely smited from existence. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but unfortunately, you're going to lose a Twitch drone immediately. Not a great beginning from them in this, but one thing I'm going to commend the offensive side so far is the adaptation to bring out the Bravo. They saw the Maestro knowing, okay, there's Evil Eyes, let's bring the Bravo drone. We have seen the Poke side be effective with that droning with Twitch and the Bravos. Those close drones have been effective. Okay, yep, Gudo's just going to fall. Doesn't even really move in the cover. What does that matter when Hates is going to shut you down? DMR gets that one. It's going to be the cameras in the hands of Brava, and the close drone is going to be sent out to try and weave away around the map and get as much information as possible. In Christmas, with a shotgun lurking prone, going to be very critical that you drone this player out. The default by the paint buckets and White won't see him, so I wonder if that will be a factor later on in this round.
And with the fall of Gudo, I mean, it was a 3-2 setup over on the... was VIP side, and then 2 more overs towards Bakery and inside of the bomb site itself. But now with Gudo gone, there's 2 split positions that Vivo Key, depending on where they want to push, could just barrel through. It seems they're focusing on the front side instead. They have Hates on that cutoff on the double window. Even maybe try to get control of Coat Check or Red Stairs. It seems to be the latter. They cut this off. Snap that barrels into Bakery. Not able to find the kill on to Ask. Just tags him up a little bit. But this attacking strategy so clean from Vivo Key. Likely one impactless frag from Florio, only getting the kill once he's entered the 1v5. There were 4 survivors in the previous round. Unless Florio finds another, Vivo Key will repeat it. Well, then again, actually, I just realized Black Dragons actually won the last round. It's been a long day, and I'm out of sleep. But given how dominant that round is, you'd think Vivo Key had the lead because they pick up basically as if that round didn't happen.
I mean, that's the perfect reaction to have when you've just been crushed all the opening rounds. Do the exact same to your opponent. I mean, the big thing, though, is the fact that Stemp on the IQ just absolutely barrel stuffed the castle and bakery. Complete confidence to take that fight. Like, sure, I'll walk in, I'll take that control. And this one, oh, he just feel for that one. Gudo not really had a place to go behind Whiskey. And just there it is. Stemp walks in, couldn't find a second on the ask. But every gunfight that was a must-win landed. Vivo Keedstars had complete confidence when they walked in the site. And they played the numbers game perfectly with the opening pick that Hates was able to find them. And we'll move on upstairs to mining and dining. The big thing for me is what we're going to see reactionary setup wise from the offense. Hates, I don't imagine will stay on the Brava and hasn't done so. We'll move on to that Zofia. And Stemp has been successful on the IQ, so he may as well stick it again. No Valkyrie to really contest because that's been banned out for Vivo Keedstars, so maybe just a comfort pick behind the IQ for Stemp.
The 5.52 is a great gunning weapon. We see Herds pick the IQ a lot of the time. Very comfortable operator for him to find gaps, rush into the site, and well, in that particular case, for Stemp, channeling him quite a bit, just sprinting into the small bag and then getting that kill. So it makes sense if he wants to keep it. Also has the set of frag grenades that can be useful for destroying some of these castle barricades. I also see Hates in that Zofia bringing a couple impact lifelines. The X-Kairos as well, if they want to use some of that hard breaching utility to open up some of the barricades brought by Florio. Even the Kiba barricades from Gudo, as it's another utility-heavy setup, bulletproof-heavy setup from Black Dragons. In terms of the utility that can shut down lines of sight. Gudo trying to contest aggressively inside of Christmas again. Vivo Keed had no answer for this early. Gudo was able to play pretty much for free, get all the kills and the control he wanted. Unfortunately for Vivo Keed right now, 4 drones already lost within the first 50 seconds. Finding that intel in Gudo's position might be a lot more difficult with that damage done to their intel economy.
It's going to be a difficult one to bounce back one. Suddenly another drone might just be in towards its own demise at this moment. You have the soft destruction, the Grismot is available with Zofia. That impact didn't work. It hit the plant pot, I believe, on the piano, so you won't be able to clear that Kiba. But saving grace, they are ballistically damageable. You don't have a DMR, which will do it easy. Correction, you do lend it on the cameras on the hands of Buck. So the DMR can clear those away quickly, but that's just going to be a massive time sink at this point. And you'd rather just clear it more effectively. They had the soft destruction. Unfortunately, the shots did miss. Yet to get themselves in the building. Black Dragons have set a fortress up in piano. No one's there to take control. Positions like bathroom have been left completely open, so at this moment the drones will spot that out and control will be taken. Stemp will lead that charge, scanning for anything lurking, a potential trap or any information that could relay what this push is looking like. And from the silhouettes we can see Black Dragons have fallen all the way back. No one's there. There's no cut-off held on white, so Gudo's going to have a free rotation all the way down to the bottom of this. He might go for a run out here. I think he will. He's going to get a freebie. Yes, he is. Lender shut down. Opening pick, Black Dragons.
Able to remove the White Stairs window player as well, so now the rotation either up or down, whatever Black Dragons want to go for, a lot easier. Ask able to find Daffodil too. These defensive rounds, I suppose when they're not Kitchen, have been strong, but the attacking or the rounds overall have just been dominant for whoever's able to get that advantage. Down to 1 drone is Vivo Keyed with 45 seconds remaining, even out of concussions, running out of players. Ability to regain the momentum seeming very unlikely. Each team has had at least 4 players survive till the end round. And the only kill going either team's way, the losing team's way, has been impactless. Hates just hoping Florio gives away the 1 kill. He's 1 HP. Surely he's good for the stats there. Good to go for the 3-2, but it's still a Black Dragons round through and through. They're not over-peaking. They're not getting aggressive or they don't need to. They've won mining and dining, assuredly. Hates also revealing his position over on Cocktail. Wanting to drop down, fumbling with it a little bit. He will eventually make the retreat, and we do keep the trend! 1 impactless flag, no flawless round just yet. But basically, if you've won any of the 3 rounds so far, you've effectively done so flawlessly.
I mean, that is a really odd trend to look at this going in the cafe. Typically, you'd see rounds get a little bit closer in that, but the big thing, the defensive side that I've seen from Black Dragons is their usage of that utility, especially the Izami setups. They had so much Izami setup inside of piano that they were able to basically sync up utility. It blocked visual lines of sight, so they couldn't see rotations away, and by the time the drones arrived to investigate the scene, they're like, alright, bathroom's clear, no one's there, no one's in Cocktail. Everything was free. They took it. At that moment, they only had around a minute 32 left to work with, and at the time, the run-out happened. The Whitestairs cover happened late, so that player who got run out on, I believe it was Lenda, got to Whitestairs window just after the Legion rotated down from that platform, meaning that run-out was essentially free, caught on their drone as well. Tactical timeout called by Vivo Keystars. Early adaptations being made. I like this when coaches call it early. They can influence the teams sooner rather than later and stem any potential bleeding that they find.
It's especially just important, given how close Cafe was for Vivo Key last time. Any advantage they can gain here as early as they can will make their life a lot easier later on. They were able to get 4 rounds on the attack and 4 rounds on the defense. Technically speaking, the defense may be a little weaker considering Hates needed to go so big to get the victory on the defensive side in the first place in that W7M game. Vivo Key now with 1 round, and it looked outstanding, don't get me wrong, but everything else has been so strongly Black Dragons, it's understandable why you hit the pause button to now regain this. Another second floor defense reading and dining the next bomb site to be gone to by Black Dragons, and the castle still in play. They have loved these barricades so far, carving out this top floor, shutting down angles, but a notable drop, notable absence. Despite the continuance of the castle 4 rounds in a row, we actually don't have the Azami playing aggressively inside a cigar. It's a bit more of a utility hold likely on the site, with the smoke and the Vulcan packs to waste time.
I think I like this change arriving because they've played that Azami setup twice now, so not wanting to perhaps overstay their welcome with it. Hates has dawned the Flores at that moment, so that would have been an appropriate change of pace to clear that utility away. The castle barriers are left vulnerable to it as well, but I don't think anyone's realistically holding as aggressively on that top floor as we've seen in previous rounds. So it will be a case of just hoping the phantom pressure of the previous rounds will relay and impact the aggression, re-impact the kind of style of play the ebb and flow that we see from Vivo Keystars at this moment. They'll do the traditional ascent up to the roof, open up the hatches, and begin to formulate their plan from this moment. It will be Furia, the first player that will be jumping on board upstairs. Nux as well, up close and personal with that shotgun inside of shop. I'm hoping there's a shield or at least a mute jammer to keep them in play. Drones established on Whitestairs, and the first of many Flores drones will be sent out by Hates to clear away and carve a path on this top floor clear.
Good timing with the EMP to get that Rotero drone in. Nux not playing far up inside of the Humidor this time. He's backed off down below Cocktail, right by Shaiko. Not as aggressively positioned as Vivo Key have experienced at M59 previously. Can still take a gunfight, but it will be a little bit different. Minute 20 seconds in, and even without the Azami, Vivo Key not taking quick control of the Christmas position, taking a lot of time, moving very slowly. Raiding and dining, the benefit is as long as you can get that buck or some breach charges into position, you could still go for a default plant, even with very low time. But I think Loira and Nux especially are aware that staying alive and throwing obstacles in Vivo Key's way is just going to be a recipe for success. One crops up. Downs Hornet in that position. Nux follows up with the second, shutting down Daffodil. It's not until the third attempt on the fight that they actually notice the Black Dragons defender pushed all the way up. Cocktail. Stemp able to get the second, though. Catches another rotating down, but he gets away successfully. Moira falls back to the site. Ask from below is able to remove Stemp from the equation. Vivo Keyed battered and bruised on this clear, but with the Bucks still alive, maybe in a disadvantage, could force a plant if they're able to dodge some of this utility.
Skeleton Key begins to open up what's left to work with as well. Pops that Goyo canister sooner rather than later, not to waste any more time. Vivo Keystars, as you mentioned, though, absolutely beaten in this round, and it gets even worse. Lenda sent sky high, C4 below. Hates left to try and save this round. If you want anyone to save a round from the jaws of defeat, it may as well be Hates. The Goyo canister is burning away, but a toxic canister bursts in his face. Enough HP to charge through this, but I don't think that will be a wise choice. And every second begins to drain away. Decides to commit with this one. Sticks in, gets towards default, survives the second one. If he wins this one, he's on board, but no, shut down by Kudo. Black Dragons save that round. They get one more on Cafe.
Vivo Key's timeout not entirely effective, completely stumped by the adjustment from Black Dragons. Noah Zombie pushed far up, still aggressive, but not nearly as much as their mining defenses or their cocktail defenses. And a crucial, maybe missed drone onto the Long bar player playing all the way under the skylight. Nux is able to get one. Ask also so clean on that vertical. Able to find 2 kills with the TCSG that round. Instrumental in stopping Vivo Keyed stomp up the white and the long hallways. And once they acquire that vertical control with Ask getting that kill to make it the 2v3 that Vivo Keyed have to work their way out of, they're so low on time. They're lacking so much pressure, so much utility. There's so little they can do. These holds from Black Dragons have looked far more convincing than some of the stuff we saw for them on Nighthaven, to be sure, and certainly anything we really saw for them on Consulate. And what a great time for that to happen. When you lost the momentum from Nighthaven, you're trying to regain it on Cafe. 3-1's certainly theirs right now, and if they can keep this up, keep the pace unreachable for Vivo Keyed, a 5-1 is not out of the question either.
I think this map just suits their style play so much better. Stylistically, they are able to set up a defensive structure that will be a time sink. We think about the amount of times that we've seen the Izami be a factor, like we're seeing right now getting set up, where you have to force a lot of utility clear and a lot of time commitment from Vivo Keyed stars. When that time begins to get a factor, you have players that can get aggressive, look to get those jump outs, play, swing, win their ones, and that's what we've seen so far. Vivo Keyed stars trying to go through the steps, go through that checklist step by step, and it hasn't worked out for them so far. Last time I went to this site, it was a very quick affair, only lasting a matter of moments when the very first trades arrived. And Lyra very much now aware that there is a Claymore on that window. Now, they know where it is. They do have that 0.5 second before it detonates. If they're brave enough, they might still be able to go for it when the time calls.
I don't know if I would entirely advise that, given how aggressively they are positioned, but if he's able to go for it, Gudo can call when players are on this rappel. He will go for the hop out, but doesn't even look. Daffodil's ready for it. Lyra, yeah, knew it was...
He knew.
I mean, he surely knew it was there. He saw it, I'm pretty sure, but... just... I don't know. I don't know about that one. That's unfortunate right there. It gets the right info, but now Gudo and Nux in a bit more difficult of a position, but... I mean, Lyra wasn't even necessarily a factor in that first round success when they were going for this hold of the top floor. It was Nux. It was Gudo. The latter put to reduced HP, but Ask is able to find Hates, and the aggressive position still held by Black Dragons. C4 ripped. Waiting for the drop down red stairs. IQ throws in the nade, tries to cover the drop. C4 surely goes out, but no! Nux caught stationary. C4 in hand, frozen like a statue inside of the humidor. Now Gudo has to back off. Black Dragons at the disadvantage.
A long angle held from deep side with that nade. I mean, the confidence perhaps try and stick it. Wanted to make that C4 work in the best case position. A slower stage now, though. Vivo Keyed stars have the advantage. They don't want to rush in. They don't want to make any mistakes. They need to make sure every single power position is cleared. Gudo in back freezer, deep freezer, lurking and waiting. Extra angles and a map carved open from Ask. The UMP finds one by Lenda. Absolutely head caved into that UMP from distance. Step tries to find that tray, but needs to dart in and get aggressive. With only 40 seconds to work with, you begin to feel the pressure. That time constraint compacts Vivo Keyed stars now and will force them into very risky positions. Creeping down White Hallway. Needs to win this one. Is there a cross watching? No one's there. And IQ all the way on White stairs could find a freebie. Not accurate enough on the shots. 20 seconds left to work in this round. They need to find something. Black Dragons don't need to move. The rotation of Thatcher could be good. They'll need to win this one deep in freezer. Zami's position is no, but the flashbang is going to work against his own side. The UMP claims one more. Daffodil gets that trade off. Finds a second one in this round now. Ask left alone. 6 seconds. He'll retreat. Is the case gone cold? Hornet's got it in his back pocket. He can stick this one, surely. Ask alone against 2.
Still able to creep up. Hornet with the diffuser. Daffodil good for 4. Vivo Keyed just clawing that round back from the brink of oblivion. Entirely because of the heroics of Daffodil in that round. I think, is that an ace, actually, because of the Claymore kill earlier?
I think it might be as well. And you mentioned that Claymore kill. If you had a Solace, even just the extra body, that round could have worked out so much better. Simple mistakes, a war of attrition on a map like Cafe. Vivo Keyed stars get themselves 1 round back.
No, because Stemp got the nade kill here.
Yeah.
I forgot about it. So no, just a 4K from Daffodil. But still a hero play nonetheless to keep Vivo Keyed competitive. Nice lurk up the White Hallway by Stemp right there. But this set of engagements, just too shaky. That flashbang delaying the play. But Daffodil still able to get it in the end. So good on the coverage and the entry into the site. Around Vivo Keyed needed, as that attack still seemed a little problematic. Though, have to admit, Loira with that very silly play, hopping out of the red window, but then mainly the clear of Nux inside of Humidor. Sure, it was still slow. Sure, they were still betting on trying to flood up these positions, and it wasn't even clean. Vivo Kid at least got around with workable pieces there. Going back down to Kitchen, the one other site they've won this half so far. It's looking good to potentially end this 3-3.
I think Black Dragons will see that as a loss if this goes 3-3. Evan's being prepped. Loira perhaps toying with the idea of a jump out later on this round, if White Window will be a factor. At least having that ready to work with. A run out below has worked before. Vivo Keystars bring the Brava yet again. We do see the ask on the Yokai drones of Echo. That could be huge if they get the information, but the big thing will be just denying anything that they can get their hands on with this moment. Even default cameras could be good for them. Stem still firming that IQ pick. Hatch gets opened up, and they'll begin to get that information. Ask sends that drone outside, and that will relay information if the White Window is going to be held for those rotations. So that means his team will have that flexibility to work and move around the map with a little bit more ease. Loira takes a little bit of damage on that retreat to prep that window, but so much damage taking the sauce, even more so now.
I'm still wishing to see more out of Loira this game. I think a lot of us are, even though Black Dragons have the lead. He hasn't had quite the impact he's had. Again, he was a top 5 rated player in Brazil at one point going into the playoffs, and we're still waiting to see him pop off. You know, Nux can do it given that last game, but given the Solus is still on this roam, can Loira make something happen? Alongside the help of, I believe, Florio on that Legion. Hole open in the wall. Daffodil going in for the pinch, and it's just Loira to go down early. Gudo with the trade find Stemp. Daffodil pushing up the hallway, spotted by the Yokai. Hates good for 2 on the white stairs. 2 of the 3 roamers felled. Half the round to go. Yokai destroyed 2. That's an absolute win for Vivo Keystars.
Vivo Keystars have set themselves up in a perfect position at this moment. One Yokai drone left, so that plant denial will be a lot harder, especially if they can find that early. Now, you don't have an IQ to make that easier for you. Nux, though, still in bakery behind the countertop. Could be a difficult position to displace, considering he is going to have, likely he's going to have those Lamai Magnets to help him. Verticality gets opened up. Instead of mining, Len to choose through that. Will open up the pressure above coat check as well, make that a difficult one for the defender lurking down below. Hates will hop on that clutch drone, trying to find anything to make this push and clear in the coat check a little bit easier. Legion spotted out. Now you've lost the clutch drone, yes, but you now know that Legion's there. Nux will find 1 Hornets off the board. Flurio's going to be left in Divino as well. That rotation, that escape from coat check isn't going to work out. And Lenda gets that confirmation. 45 left to work with. Advantage, Vivo Keystars.
One thing to note, by the way, Diffuser's all the way outside Bakery at the moment, so they have to rotate all the way around to find it. Nux, a kill escapes him. Just able to find one through the vertical holes. Tag up Daffodil as well. 1v1 given. Another one taken if Hates plays his cards wrong. But impact grenade in hand, the DMR is just better. 25 seconds remaining. The attack has control of this Yokai. They can't move it, but they can see where it is. They can maybe try to dodge it. They can watch Ask move it forward. Will Hates be able to find it too? It goes up, stuns him for just a moment. Surely found now is a 1v1 against Lenda. He wins it. He cuts him down. Impact goes out. Softens Hates up for Ask on the finisher. 4-2 half for Black Dragons. Heroics from the veteran to get BD the lead.
Whoa, all you need's one Yokai drone. The stun buys just a window, just a moment. They hit him with that impact and hit him with the impact and gunshot combination to wrap that one up. When I saw that impact pulled out, I thought for maybe a moment it could have been a fumble, but no. Black Dragons get themselves their 4-2 half. They'll move to the offense and a much better showing from them. Now, this is the massive asterisk I will hold. They have shown that they can be good on the defense when the pressure is coming towards them. Now they need to show that they can bring that aggression and tempo that we saw when we arrived on Nighthaven Labs, what feels like many moons ago at this point. They were so exceptional when they played aggressive, got in your face, and took their ones. Can they recreate that one here while they're on the advantage, while they can press the momentum of this game?
It'll be difficult given how much of this map revolves around the rappel play, specifically when you're attacking that top floor. You can't just hop in and up the pace like you could before. You have to see if the defense rotates in front of you, and you could rappel up and have somebody shoot down the window, catch somebody off guard, but even then, you're capitalizing off an aggressive swing. You're not really setting the pace. It's going to be a bit more difficult for Black Dragons on this map, at least when they're dealing with the top floor. Other sites could see somebody hop in through the red window, could see somebody hop into mining. That's possible, but at least to start, it's certainly not if you're Hates. He's hopped out the window, cut down Loira. I think he's back, boys.
Oh, he absolutely is. 8 and 6 so far from Hates. Huge impact all around. And you've lost your IQ. Now, there is, of course, no Valkyrie. Valkyrie's been banned, but the Solace does have an interaction with the IQ as well. Default cameras and everything else you want to try and clear. The mute jammers could be a factor. Drones goes out. Stemp will try and shut that one down as he'll dance around the cover he's made with that keeper barrier. Come on, you can get that drone, I believe. Don't extend too much further. Come on. There we go. Eventually, he got there at the end of the day. Hates, though, on that Solace down below could be an absolute nightmare in this round. Now, they have 2 claymores to work with to try and shut him down, but top right of your screen, look at the amount of drones already used. They've only got 3 left.
Only 3 left to try and hunt down him. This red window. Not exactly safe territory if you're playing Solus, especially if your name is Loira. You can see Gudo wary of it. Knows a Claymore isn't on that window. Could be a jump out for the Solus, but at the same time, could be a run out from the bakery door. There's so many options when you're a roamer on this part of the map, but great Deathmark tracker, perfectly timed. We'll find the Solus lurking down in bakery, so these repel players a little bit more weary of what could happen. Even, I think, using an impact grenade on that barricade, or at least tearing it down. So the sound cue given. Hates hunting the Deimos. Will the hunter become hunted? Will the prey find his mark? It's... What? Huh? 5-1 for Vivo Keen. What the hell has happened? He still finds the Deimos, but the rounds collapsed. We're so focused on the hunt in front of us that Black Dragons missed the forest for the trees and give Vivo Keen far too much ground.
I am so confused about what happened. It looked like we were going to have a competitive round, and then very, very, very quickly, it's over. Just like that. I mean, often you can get distracted by a Deimos in play. Even that happened this time around. Solace, all the attention that they needed to unravel that round, and Black Dragon's advantage reduced to 1. Vivo Keystars on that defense. They got the freebie upstairs that you'd imagine. It stylistically suits this matchup more. Now, Black Dragons, what can you do? There's a little bit more flexibility on this site to maybe work in a playstyle that's more comfortable for them. But I think after that round, they might be left scratching their heads wondering what exactly went wrong.
Bewildering set of circumstances. Even funnier, just to cap it all off, that Hates actually does kill the Deimos for the final kill there.
Yeah.
I mean, he's certainly at least back in that round. That much we can be sure. 9-6 now for Hates. He's now reaching the ascendant heights we've seen from him, but when you're down 2-4, only so much you can do. There's time for him to drop a 20 bomb, which he has dropped a shockingly frequent amount of times in this stage for Vivo Keen. Vivo Keen, in fact, running a similar setup to what we saw from Black Dragons, the Castle and the Azami to push aggressively inside a cocktail. Black Dragons aren't the inventors of it, and Vivo Keen certainly haven't either, but it's a common setup that we've seen quite a lot in Brazil, especially from teams like W7M. So how they can get aggressive around this, work around these Kibas and the castles will be imperative, especially with Hornet seemingly working inside a freezer, a long angle with the ACOG to support the Azami actually playing inside of Christmas. Really like this setup to hold on to the top floor. Just be careful you don't overextend, because that is 3 roamers up top.
A lot of bodies commit to upstairs hold, and you gotta imagine if the drones detect this, maybe they might be on for something a little bit more direct. Some Route 1 siege, a C4 down below, set up in laundry, can deny anyone on that cocktail window. But Stempa's got so many fortifications all around him. And only growing strength as well, as keep barriers keep generating over time. Caution on that rappel up towards the roof, and they begin to drone looking for a way into this round. You just feel that this is the type of pace that Black Dragons want to avoid in this matchup, where, yes, it's Cafe, stylistically it's not going to be an easy job for them to get in. They can't vault in a window similar to how they've done Nighthaven Labs, but this is what they want to avoid. They need to find themselves the opening engagement soon. They need to be able to get themselves in the building to buy that space. They'll drop in that skylight. Gudo tasked with that one. But Lenda, in Communador, the launcher bomb will give that position away. That nade will force him into a very difficult gambit. Hornet Tower will get 1 for his efforts. Gudo falls. That was the player who dropped that skylight hatch. And Nux takes an absolute beating. Well, Track Stinger's finding a little bit of extra damage, but the entirety of that push now falls quiet. Minute 20 left to work.
And Gudo thinking he found a gap, but good on Vivo Keen for shutting that down. Hate spots another through the soft wall. Ask peppered from shots by the UMP. We still have Nux trying to figure out what the hell to do about this Red Stairs Humidor position. He will put Hates to 1. That's a good find, whether he knows it or not. And just one more bullet could mean the end of him. Daffodil goes 1 for 1. You're fine making that trade. You put him in the 4v2. Florio transfers on to Lenda. And with Hates low HP, Nux sure is worse for wear. There's maybe a winnable round here, depending on Black Dragons, how they play their hand. Remember, it's a middle floor defense, so Florio Hornet prone beneath the cocktail window. Never mind, I was going to say maybe if he can rappel on the balcony, start doing good work with that sledgehammer, they've got a chance. But Hornet catches him completely off guard, and now Nusk is almost assuredly a dead man walking. reveals his position that he might be walking up Freezer with those shots. And Vivo Keed play it smart. Push down, rotate back, 2 players on white just to stop the hop over. Vivo Keed tie the game.
A massive bounce back from them, and this is a very difficult position now for Black Dragons. They had a huge advantage in this. It looked like they were going to be able to build momentum here on Cafe, and that very quickly has become a grind of a match for them. Now level on score, 4-4, no advantage moving into this one, and they're on the offensive side. Cafe leans defensive favoring, so they need to find a way to press the advantage, or press this round, and find a way into it. And while Vivo Keedstars, bar for maybe some spawn peaks we saw Hates go for a couple of rounds ago, they've really been risk adverse in terms of how they start the beginning stages of this round. They don't want to make massive mistakes, they don't want to invite that pressure on. I think Black Dragons are struggling with that fact. They're not getting potentials for freebies, and it's been a little bit more difficult than they would have anticipated to find that opening. Strategically, Vivo Keedstars have really dragged this defensive half into a longer style of play, and I think that suits them much, much more.
It's still definitely the case of the pressure getting to Black Dragons. The coordination maybe a little bit better, you know, the decision-making a little bit better, but still the individual performances lacking from a lot of these players. Not even necessarily bad. I mean, Florio 5-6, Gudo 6-6, Ask obviously 8-5. It's not terrible performances. I mean, maybe, you know, we've harped on Loya just because we know he can achieve so much. Maybe the pressure's still there, but Black Dragons just aren't as explosive. They aren't popping as much as they were in a lot of those regular season games. Maybe not as bad as that match against E1. So maybe not enough when Vivo Keeds seem to be finally getting things going, and especially for Hates, getting the momentum back for his play. Down to the bottom floor. Lena doesn't need to get any kills this round. On the Clash, just rotate where the attack is pushing. Contest them bottom white. Contest them bakery. Wherever the attack decides to start pushing from, you just need to rotate over, shock them, and don't overplay your hand. Beyond that, it's a pretty standard defense in Vivo Keed. Got some control over by bakery, but they're just holding VIP, coat check, bakery, inside of the site. To what you talked about, Whippet, they aren't trying to overplay their hand against Black Dragons. They are likely going to try and draw this round out as Black Dragons are forced to full clear into a pretty empty map.
Yeah, this is honestly a demoralizing position, though. You know that you're going to be... you have to clear. You have to do this, but you're going to know it's likely to clear. In one moment, you'll perhaps get a little bit kind of stale with it. You can't get caught out by a flank or someone lurking, but then they're just posted up inside of Coffee, just chilling out really at this moment, and the Clash is not a factor in this round to the later stages until they're knocking on the door of sides. The Ram will now begin to shoot through the floor, create lots of verticality to work with, but primarily a lot of the defenders aren't even in the site at this moment. It'll only be a factor as they get deeper and deeper into this. Well, maybe the Keedstars, they would have anticipated that so far. Everything's set up to have crossfires. Ram will likely rotate over towards the position above. Coat check now to clear that. And Lenda, not even hands on his keyboard and mouse, just chilling out at this moment. Just needs to relay and perhaps react to callouts that arrive later on. Still lots of time to open up this map, but a very slow, very, very intensive round from Vivo Keystars, just making sure not to make mistakes.
They're holding all the right positions. I mean, even the Clash right there shielded from the deep angle that Lawyer was trying to get, that we often see a Buck take to try and find somebody playing right around the B-bomb chassis. It's so safe in Vivo Keed, which is exactly what you want to do right now. But the util clear is coming, and you've given a lot of control to Black Dragons. So they have a lot of what they need to actually start to pressure you. The utility as well, but a lot of Bs go out, and there's no follow-up. Instead, it's a bit of a rotation to the bakery side. Likely a bait and switch. A lot of pressure up front, and then Ask on the back. Takes the head off of Hates. That's bakery control. Likely now in the hands for Black Dragons. Stemp can still contest on a long angle from Coat Check. It'll be a difficult engagement against the DMR. Nux might have just worked his way in. Loira still holding up top. Will try to flash the Clash, stop a rotation, maybe bait some more pressure on the backside to allow the entry from Bakery to succeed. 20 seconds remaining. The Clash now rotating. Shots still hitting if your name is Ask. 2 kills for Black Dragons. 2 kills for the Dokkaebi. VIP defenders have to start rotating up front, but Black Dragons have their cutoff. They're staring at them in the face. Multiple players small bake to try to stop the rotation up the long hallway. Snapshot on the floor. Will get 1 kill. A second now going their way. Only a 3v3. Make that a 3v2 if Daffodil's got anything to say about it. Any argument to make to give Vivo Keed the lead to win 3 defenses in a row. Gudo still has control of the vert. That's the one saving grace right now is Hornet on the double kill. I shut down Ask. Clash down below, start to tap the defuse. Surely Daffodil's ready for the vert, but Gudo's playing it safe. Playing it loose. One player going for the retake. He's ready for it! He shuts him down, but he goes for the rotate down! Does he have the angle? Can he get the kill? Through the wall! He's clean! Hornet, not enough time! Gudo's got the 1v3 in the bag, and Vivo Key know it. Black Dragons just barely retake their lead, but in the exact moment, they are called to answer.
That's when you need someone to stand up for your side, and Hornet was the player to do it. I thought, the moment I saw that rotation down red, I thought the round was doomed. But finds the headshot on the clash. And from that moment, it was open. Black Dragons get themselves back in the driving seat of this matchup. They lead 5 rounds to 4. And a monumental play from here. Azami caught napping in Bakery. I felt they were just going to act as a tidal wave and crash upon the defenses. Gouda, huge shot for this. And threads the needle to get that clash. And Hortao could not stick it. Had no time either. Advantage, Black Dragons.
You also got to give Black Dragons credit for that rotate. I mean, the coordination to clear out that Bakery player in the moment. The flashbangs in right as Ask's teammate shoots down the barricade so he can get an angle on top of the van, onto the back of the bar. Really nice ad hoc rotation and play to get the advantage. And even still, when it comes down to a 1v3, if they don't make that rotate and they just try to force down bottom white, it could be a much more brutal round. Yet still, Gudo had to get Black Dragons first with that 1v3. They at least got it, though. Black Dragons lead alive again on the attacking side. Evoke'd have to win one to bring this back to tie it up 5-5. Third floor defense, I believe, all the way up inside a cocktail, if my eyes don't deceive me. Yes, that is true. And what do you expect but Ask back on the Deimos? Fat lot of good it did Black Dragons, unfortunately, on that first round attack, given the insanity that transpired in the mid-round. And Hate specifically on that roam. On the Solus will not be there again. Instead, on the castle. A bit more of a traditional hold of this top floor. Yeah, I imagine with the UMP and all his utility placed, if he wants to run out Bakery, he'll likely find an excuse to do so.
Difficulty now for Black Dragons is going to be the range of this engagement. If you want to enter into Piano at all, you have so many long angles to fight with. And well, that death bar down below could be a disaster. Vendetta rips to the floor. Not enough for DB nowhere kill. He'll vault on up, but the cover is good! Hates gets that one. Who needs anything more than the UMP when you can play aggressive like that? And Black Dragons reduced to 2 bodies early. Minute 50. So much time in this round. The final recovery of Vivo Keatsars at this moment. Just sit still. Don't peek. Don't extend. The Aruni castle setup blocking them from accessing the Piano. Left to funnel in through doorways and every crossfire's there. 4 versus 1. This round is as good as dead now for Black Dragons. Case is cold in the middle of sight as well. And it will be. Daffodil pops up behind bar. Finds it. We go level once more.
And Evoke'd showing that round from Black Dragons might have just been a fluke on the kitchen site. Black Dragons try to keep the momentum going off that 1v3, recognizing the slow clears have not worked. They'll try to drop down the skylight and catch Evoke'd off guard. Only problem is Evoke'd, I think, ready for it. Not only do you have Hates playing around the cocktail position, then eventually dropping down to reading for that second kill, completely stopping Black Dragons once they pushed into the site. Evoke'd just aware of the plays Black Dragons like to make, how they like to go for those rushes to hop down the skylight. And on this site, if there was any position to try to get aggressive and get those 1v1s that Black Dragons like, it is hopping down the skylight. It is trying to burn it. And while I like the addition of the utility to try and spot the player on cocktail balcony to make that rush a lot easier when the Vendetta shots don't land, and it's all the kills going the way of Evoke'd, you've now lost the diffuser inside. The rush doesn't work. And you're back to where you were going into round 10 and going into round 9 as well. Before then, not an attack to your name, and then Gudo clutches a 1v3. But now, your only attack is a massive overperformance from one player, and you've just been slapped back down to earth.
That's a reality check for the side completely. I mean, they would have been riding high, a massive 1v3 clutch. You gotta feel that this is perhaps they were thinking about now they're gonna be back in this. Now, advantage gone, level yet again. Teams struggling to find daylight between each other. They're gonna go all the way to the end of regulation for this one, no matter what. Stemp trying for an aggressive peek with the Azami. Thinks better of it. Doesn't want a second bite the cherry. Would rather stay alive in this. Claims that final boss of a drone. Repelling up and cautious of anyone aggressively peeking out from white. Stemp will continue to build his kingdom deep inside of Piano. Just hoping to soak up as much time as possible in this. Black Dragons, that has been the crux of the round so many times. They can often feel a bit lethargic when they can't find that opening trade, opening engagement.
Flashbangs go out. Step a lot less aggressive on that position. Great cutoff by Ask. Moving on to the white window, finds the Azami. Gudo normally likes to stay there, play a bit more aggressive when Black Dragons are on the defense, but just a couple flashes go in, and Step's like, nope, I'm leaving. And Ask is ready for it. 5v4 for Black Dragons, making good use of that repel play, and they can now start pressuring the top floor. There are still some roamers on the cocktail balcony side, but with a minute and a half to go in this early control of Christmas, you're looking so good. Explosive will go out, open up the hatches. It seems that Black Dragons might just have a half clear in mind to not really try to extend super far.
That might be the perfect decision for them in this moment. They just need to be cautious of anyone who might arrive up the white stairs or go for a retake via red. They seemingly got control of train. They'll continue working through the verticality or upstairs best they can. Hopefully, everything's been cleared up there for their sake. Ask on that white repel, just trying to cut off anything that might go there. That guy who cancer burning away, that will soak up so much time and unnecessary, so you gotta feel. Hornet holding that hatch as well in laundry. And those silhouettes beginning to arrive. Hornet will creep all the way down as well. No one's on that repel, but a double team from Daffodil and him. The SAS combination, 2 shotguns, as a gauntlet no one wants to face. And time, the ultimate enemy of Black Dragons in this moment. The BP, it will get cleared. It's relayed so much information. Well, I feel like they might just be running out of opportunity in this round. No time to work with. And the double shotgun play could shut this down so quick.
We're running out of steam. This brutal hold on the white stairs that Black Dragons don't really have an answer for. They'll go for the vert instead, likely aiming for just the default plant and reading, but even with the 5v4, Hornet's got 1 smoke remaining. 10 more seconds to stall out this plant, and there's likely still Vulcans in place somewhere. Still 15 seconds left, and they're trying to get this vert. Ask throwing out as many shots as he can. Daffodil evens it up. 2 pumps, knocks down Loira as he vaults over white stairs. 3v2 maintain. Advantage acquired. Widen for Vivo keyed, and landed on the match point. 6-5 on the defense, still looking indomitable. Black Dragons, nothing really to turn to as their last hope is round 12.
They find the opening engagement, they have so much map control, and then they just run out of steam. That is one of the most brutal rounds of Siege I have watched in a long time. They got themselves in a great position to begin to figure out what the execution was going to look like, and they didn't move. The stalemate on white stairs crushed this round into an agonizing display where every second felt like an hour. Timeout called. Leaving it late for this, but they need to find some reply. Both coaches get an opportunity to talk to their sides. For Vivo Keystars, it will be a case of more of the same. Play risk adverse, don't give up a freebie. Stay alive as long as you can and play your life and just soak up as much time as possible. Black Dragons, they need something drastic to change in this round. They need something. Someone to step up.
Ask has certainly been that player. We've seen good games from Gudo. I mean, Nux, insanity on Consulate despite the map loss. And I hate to say it might be the final time I'll bring it up just to not beat a dead horse. But again, where is Loira? 2 and 7 on this map. The reason we'll bring it up is it's like if Volps on W7M doesn't appear. Or Hates on Vivo Keyed vanishes at a critical moment. Not right now. 14 and 7. He's come back. But the hero for Black Dragons, the player willing the game over the line, Ask has had good performances. Gudo's certainly doing well. But it's just good enough individually. It's not good enough to hard carry. It's not good enough to make this more decisive, to give Black Dragons the lead. Certainly on their attacks, Black Dragons have been oh so quiet. Nobody is stepping up to be that guy on Black Dragons attacks. Gudo in that 1v3, sure. But that's the only victory Black Dragons have. The only reason this series is not done, and Cafe has gone the way 7-4 for Vivo Keyed. Because of him, Black Dragons have one more shot. As we go back down to Kitchen, maybe it's him that'll step up again.
Nux was a player that carried them through what was a difficult time on Consulate as well. Quiet in this performance. Just feel that they need to find a way into this matchup quicker. They need to find the tempo, they need to find the opening, but when you have players like Hates who might just feel confident and aggressive in these moments, easier said than done. On the Twitch, they've spot the information, the player in coach check is aware, or they're now aware of it. The opening inside of Garage as well makes it another puzzle to solve from the side of Black Dragons, and I don't know if they want to go for a full clear yet again. I think they want to try and challenge us a little bit more direct. They don't want to waste the time. That's been killing them in these rounds. How late they leave it to try and make an execution stick, but perhaps a Route 1 style of siege might be the appropriate approach for them. Jackal can help figure out if the drone presence is there. That marker's down below, so if the drone network is good, hopefully it is, because you've lost so many drones at this moment, you should be able to walk in, take control, and I know you've got the middle and top floor locked in, and begin to work towards that execution.
But the deciding factor here for Black Dragons was that rotate to Bakery in the late round, realizing how much of Vivo Keed was holding bottom white, then rotating to Bakery and catching them off guard. But it was still a play to try to surprise Vivo Keed. And now re-attempting this site. Are they going to be ready for it? Vivo Keed will surely be watching Bakery, but the Buck more successful this time. There was no kill from the Vert before because of the clash. There was no angle, nobody challenging, but Daffodil does, and he falls at a key engagement for Black Dragons.
This is the moment that they've been hoping for to get the opening engagement in this round. They need to find a second one, though, and not get themselves traded. Hates plays a dangerous gambit, and he rotates just at the right moment. Just before he might have been spotted out, the toxic smoke will now deny Gudo's access down white stairs. Stuck on platform for a little longer. Furia finds one, stamps off the board. Black Dragons have a chance, but Horatau gets one. No! Traded off by Ask. The man of the hour so far, 4 versus 2. Black Dragons have a chance of overtime.
A chance. But when Hates has been coming back, 14-7, if he can remain alive, maybe Vivo Keed still have a shot. No Vert overwatching his position, so he'll crouch behind the table. Try and hide the best he can, but the flashbangs go out. His vision ripped away from him at a critical moment. Ass gets the kill, confirms it. Lenda picks up one. 1v1 isolated. Black Dragons can give away a player. They've got the intel in the Goyo's position, and Nux is now confident to put that diffuser down. Creeping up the red hallway. Do they have an angle on the rotate? No, they don't, but it's still fine. 2 players on the site. 2 players to shut this down. Our second overtime of the series on the final map. Black Dragons still alive as they end that on finally a good attack from beginning to end.
That's what they needed, and that's their lifeline. Yet again, they claw their way to overtime. And they're on the defensive side now for it, and they will be much happier for that. Neither team finding daylight between each other. Just look at this. It's been an absolute back and forth, bare knuckle brawl. And it leads us to overtime. 12 rounds not good enough on 2 occasions for these sides. And now you gotta wonder if they can build off that one. Getting yourself back into overtime can be a massive adrenaline dump. That could be a good thing or a bad thing. It's a double-edged sword. Will this be the momentum that they need to power through and get themselves in a good position? Will it be that relief? Will they let things slip now that they got across the finish line to overtime?
Black Dragons fighting tooth and nail on that attacking side. Surely that they don't let it slip now. They were able to be the better team in overtime, albeit just by the 1 round on Nighthaven. Vivo Keeds went on Consulate a little more dominant, but Black Dragons, when it came down to who was more clutch in just on a round-by-round basis, when you need to win 2 out of 3, it was Black Dragons on Nighthaven to get one on attack and defense. The same could happen here. It has certainly been, on Cafe, a defender-sided game. 4-2 halves answered by each side. Black Dragons, with the benefit of having that defensive lead so early on, needing to fight back. Seems we might just be starting to get back into the game, as we did have a little bit of a crash, but I believe the player, I don't know who it is, but it's the one all the way on the far left, on the far side of your screen at the moment, who I believe crashed. Either way, hopefully we'll be able to get back in momentarily. As Black Dragons, 6-6, do get to start on the defense. They have the benefit of that side that's won 4 rounds, no matter the team. They'll go to the second floor site, or at least one of them. Reading and dining as their choice, their poison. And back to the Azami and Castle Hold to the top floor. Old reliable for Black Dragons that got them so many rounds.
The question, though, will it work yet again? Vivo Keedsars, for me though, the big thing is the massive sway of pace. They go from playing a very risk-adverse playstyle, not taking risks, not really even taking fights, other than the essential ones. And now they've got to press everything. They need to try and find their way into this matchup. The defense can be a difficult thing to break down. Black Dragons, of course, will have that double defense advantage here on the overtime. Be able to go here twice. They've been more successful here so far. Can they make things stick? You mentioned the setup that's worked absolute wonders for them. And I think they self-popped a Goyo there?
Maybe a little accidental. Don't have.
No, there's no Goyo. I don't know what. I thought I heard a Goyo counter, so it must have been an impact off in the distance.
Listen, it has been a very lengthy and emotional day for everybody involved. If the voices were going to start creeping in, now would absolutely be the time. One castle barricade popped on the Whitehall window, the sledge from the exterior. Go to deal with these exterior windows. Biffs the first hit, lands the second. Good work from Stemp on his re-entry into the lobby. They'll know that it's likely the same setup. They'll have to be concerned about Gudo playing aggressive. A lot of the concerns they have will have already been created and well-founded in previous rounds. We'll likely see the cut-off white stairs, see the utility clear from the stage, when we even have the introduction of, or I suppose the reintroduction of the Flores, an adaptation we saw Vivo Kid bring after seeing this setup initially. They'll be present here again to try to clear out Gudo from behind these Kivas.
Those Flores drones allow you to do this without exposing yourself, keeping yourself safe and not having to enter that building bit by bit. And Gudo, do not peek this. This is not the moment to try and think about a hero play. The Kiva barrier blocks off the white window as well, meaning a little bit more comfort on that rotation now that the castle barrier is being cracked. Lawyer with the rotation being patched up with a late round reinforcement, just helping them fortify what little positions they have to work with at this moment. But it has been a very slow round for Vivo Keystars, taking their time, not wanting to make a risk. And you see that shield still in play. They've fallen back. I think for most of this extension, they've all dropped away. 2 players out towards Cocktail still lurking. Ash down in pillars could be a critical issue to deal with. Knocks the shotgun on white stairs, another benefit of this defensive structure. Right now, Black Dragon's holding the line, and I think this is a good decision from them to play a little bit more reserved. Stemp will try and clear that control. Gudo and Lawyer stacked up on white hallway, trying to win that one when that's presented to them. And that's going to be a must-win. Opening engagement so critical for both these teams.
So critical indeed. Laura will hold. Lenda pressuring in from the cocktail balcony. He vaults over right as they start pushing up through Pixel. Just barely timing that right. Escaping right at the last second. Saved by the bell is the 5v5 for Black Dragons. They're able to rotate down and waste every second possible. 40 seconds remaining for Vivo Key to open up these vertical holes, to get Stemp into position, to get Lenda with the skeleton key to open up these holes into the reading room ceiling. Daffodil put to very low HP, but still with a lot of utility. You'll want those bees alive to control the close swing to stop the default. But Ask on red and pillar. He's lurked. He's been so clean. The player showing up. 2 line up from the angle in hell. He only gets the 1, but Loira compensates for it. Another kill from Brown Stairs. Nux for the 4th. Lenda so low. He doesn't have a chance in hell. First defense for Black Dragons. Match point on the comeback.
That is absolutely massive. Lurking in hell. Couldn't make it 2 or 3. But that was enough to unravel that round. Make them uneasy. The foundation, that limited time execution was built on, all revolved around pillars. And when that foundation shifted away, the round opened up. Black Dragons map and series point here on Cafe. But now they move to the offense. They've only just scraped by to get themselves overtime on this side. What do they have now? The defense of Vivo Keystars has looked absolutely steadfast. And it will be that top floor. Stylistically the worst site for Black Dragons to attack. Vivo Keystars will not give them anything for free. Not in this moment. Not with this matchup the way it is. Both teams to the absolute limit. Could this be our final round of this series?
It could very well. Neither strategy from Black Dragons really working out all that well. Trying to hunt down the roam and go for the normal clear from the north side over in round 1. Then just going for a skylight drop on the reattempt in round 10. And both being entirely shut down. The first one was a flawless. The second, there was a kill in a 1v5. Basically a flawless for Vivo Keyed again. Easily the strongest side Vivo Keyed. How Black Dragon's going to work this. They've removed the Deimos from the lineup entirely. Brought on both of those attacks. Brought the Ying in the lineup instead, which we did see in round 10, but with the addition of some important operators, the Finka maybe, just to compensate for any initial damage. Maybe just to get Loira on a bit more of a comfortable operator. Either way, whatever the solution is, Black Dragons seem to be going for something a bit more normal. The early pressure on the cocktail side will put Daffodil below HP. It's likely a couple players going to be on these west windows, excuse me, then a couple players on the east, and then try to smash the defense in between, while of course paying mind to that roamer down below who could always pressure them from the second or first floor.
I'm a big fan of the addition of a little bit of cocktail window pressure. That's just going to make, I think, for the side of the defensive side to feel a little bit uneasy that something new is arriving. The blue silhouette down below, I think deterred by that Claymore. Could have seen it. Could have heard it. Perhaps just wanting to be risk adverse in this moment. Daffodil, look at that angle. Propped up by a Kiba barrier as well. Has that 2.5 optic mounted to his MP5K. Single shot's all he needs, and that shield gives him every bit of cover he wants. Stemp, undetected right now, lurking just by the half wall of Piano. Ask, who's been so critical for his team, shut down by Hates. That's a disaster start for the side of Black Dragons. The one player you would have won still fighting off the board. Repel in though. Guru gets it. Loira finds a trade on towards Stemp. The first set of Candelas arrive in this round. They got control of shop, but they're cut off. The Castle Barrier, the Aruni laser gate stop that access. They're very separated now from the side of Black Dragons. They leave themselves vulnerable to getting picked off one by one from Vivo Keat Source.
They still got this deployable shield to worry about for Daffodil. He can still contest this position very heavily. He can bob and weave, duck and dodge, fire some shots in turn. Still with Lenda all the way over on the cocktail balcony with this long angle to watch Cigar. The close angle bathroom too. Vivo Keat have the answers to shut this defense down, even if their advantage acquired by Hates is only short-lived. 50 seconds remaining, some good utility for Black Dragons. These two Candelas might just be the difference maker to get the entry into the site. Adrenal Surge goes out. Is that the go button to move on in? Do they progress forward? The Candelas and the flashes land. Loira finds his man. Horde it cut down, but Lenda with another. Still a 3v3 to survive. Can't transfer onto the Finka. If there was any time for him to show up, to be joined by Gudo on 14 kills, and to put the superstar Hates in a 1v3, it was now. It was round 14, and that's where it ends. You'd think Black Dragons were playing for a whole hell of a lot more than 5th versus 6th seed, but they treat us to an absolute banger. All 3 maps, double OT, and it's Black Dragons in the cut with the victory.
A massive result for this side. The offense looked shaky all the way through Cafe, but when they needed it most, they find that round. They didn't even have Ask to work with. He was first to fall to the hands of Hates. What a performance, and as you mentioned, that was only for 5th and 6th. They absolutely put on a show for us, but what a matchup, what a performance, and you know what, congratulations Black Dragons, they fought tooth and nail for that one.
An incredibly entertaining game. I mean, Vivo Keat trying their best to improve, but Black Dragons in those overtimes just a little more decisive. They'll at least go into the LCQ on a bit of a high, on a bit of a W, but honestly, the takeaway I'm taking for this game is if that was what our 5th or 6th seed game offered, we have a game for a major qualification up next. Then the grand finals of the Brazil League after that. Sure, maybe not for qualification, but to see if FaZe can go into Manchester without dropping a single round in Stage 1 so far. There's a lot to talk about, a lot to be excited for, and I'm sure a lot for the desk to dissect in that very long game between Vivo Keat and Black Dragons.
Welcome back to the Blast R6 Brazil League. It looks like we are in for a long old night. 3-mapper to kick things off here as the Black Dragons beat Vivo Keystars in overtime. 8-6 is the score. It felt like a much bigger rivalry than a 5th place match, that, Connor. The Black Dragons getting the job done.
Yeah, the Black Dragons do a lot of yelling across the stage, especially their coach, and it's always great to see the energy that they bring to the table, but there were just some really big mistakes on the side of Vivo Keystar that should not have been kind of allowed to happen for Black Dragons to win some of those rounds. That double yokai clutch, that shouldn't have happened. This one that's on your screen right now, Black Dragons in the 1v3 post plant, that shouldn't have happened, and all of a sudden those rounds go the way that they should have, and that's capital SHOULD. Very, very, very confident. Should have gone the way of Vivo Keystars. We wouldn't even have gone to overtime.
Yeah, but they couldn't find what they needed to find. Hates and Ask, let's compare these two amazing players here. Hates did play well, and you know, normally that means that if he does, their team succeeds. That was not the case at all here. Ask came out swinging.
Yeah, it's just really rough that we talked about, hey, Hates, if he shows up, you know, they're going to do better. Everybody, like, we expect to stay constant, but it just wasn't quite enough when you make those massive mistakes, and you still had somebody like Ask on the side of Black Dragons step up and match the same energy as Hates. It's just a really unfortunate situation where Vivo Keystars were just so close, but not enough. Black Dragons came out, they looked the better team, they were able to take advantage of the mistakes of Vivo Keystars a lot better than any of the mistakes that were capitalized on the side of Vivo Keystars against Black Dragons.
Well, you know, there wasn't a hell of a lot at stake here in this matchup, but one thing that's for sure is momentum going into LCQ and of course seeding is a valuable asset to have. And the Black Dragons now, in over a week's time, managed to go into this feeling very good about themselves. We'll talk about how Vivo Keen will be feeling in a moment, but Black Dragons right now, sky's the limit.
Yeah, they finally are kind of back. Sure, both of the maps that they won were requiring overtime, and there was still the sort of hiccup in the mid-series. You know, map 2, not the best look for Black Dragons, but for them to be able to have the stamina to go the distance and have these really tough, close matches does kind of bode well for them going into the LCQ, where they're going to be playing teams of a little bit lower quality overall, and they can continue to kind of steamroll and build that momentum. We know that they're good against the teams that kind of weren't in the playoffs. That's how they got such a high seeding, and sort of in the mid-table, they've definitely risen it up to the top of that.
Yeah, and just briefly, Connor, Vivo Keystars have got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, they definitely do. It's a consistency issue, and I thought having multiple players that could step up and have big moments would help their consistency overall, because you're kind of rolling the dice of one of 5 players to show up, but overall they're still, and we are still seeing them have times and them have matches, them having halves of matches where just kind of nobody's there, and that momentum is really hard to overcome.
All right, well, we're going to take a break. Our second best of 3 is set to be a banger, because it is FaZe Clan, the undefeated, unbelievable FaZe Clan, taking on the team that has taken this league by storm in E1 Esports. It is our upper bracket final, and it's next. Welcome back to Play Day 3 of the Brazil League playoffs. It is finals time with me, Ian, and CDAPS on the desk. It is FaZe Clan, the undefeated FaZe Clan, against the trailblazing E1 Sports. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape before we do anything else. Connor, I'm excited for this one because there's a lot on the line, of course, when it comes to pride, when it comes to money, but especially for E1, there's a chance here for them to really cause a serious upset.
Yeah, it's a massive upset because everybody in their right mind would have predicted, hey, FaZe Clan going to the finals, that makes sense. Nobody would have predicted E1, especially with the form that they showed in group stage. They were unable to beat any teams above them. They struggled against the rosters that made playoffs, and then they're kind of going into the Lion's Den, going up against every single team that they had lost to in playoffs, and so far they've been flawless. They've been looking so incredibly good. It's an exciting roster to watch and potentially the future of Brazil.
Well, let's look at the current front runners of Brazil, FaZe Clan. They are very much the present of this league, and they proved it yesterday when they defeated their rivals Furia 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, how much can you really say about FaZe Clan? They've still yet to lose a map here in Brazil. Sure, a couple of them gone to overtime, but they've still yet to suffer an L on any map across the board, and they're just the best team in the world for a reason. They can go to almost any map in the pool. They can reach deep into their bag and pull out strats that we haven't seen in so long, so you never quite know what you're going to get if you're trying to prepare for this roster.
Well, as soon as they've found success in this league, they've clutched onto it and carried it forward. But they did show a little sign of weakness yesterday when it came to their attacks, right? Which is a real rare thing with this FaZe Clan roster.
Yeah, it was something that we constantly kept thinking about when we're watching this game. We're like, oh, Furia are actually kind of playing a little bit differently. On their roams, they're setting up with a lot of utility and almost setting up a second site. And for FaZe Clan, it was really difficult for them to break this down. They ended up wasting so much time, and watching a slow FaZe Clan roster was not good, especially when they were losing the entry battle overall against Furia. As you see, there's 9 entry deaths right there, and one happened most often when those deaths occurred. They were very late in the round, almost barely over a minute left, and they were unable to recover a single time against Furia. That means, hey, FaZe, they were moving slow. They were moving a little bit lethargic. And when they didn't get that opening kill, it was an automatic death sentence for that round.
So they did show a crack, which is, not very often. It's very rare that we bring up a negative statistic about FaZe Clan on this show, but it is something that potentially E1 can exploit. Let's look at this roster that has just blown us all away in the playoffs, have just been absolutely superb.
Absolutely superb, really fun to watch. So many people stepping up at any given moment. It has been such a treat to watch E1 games and all of their upsets that now we can kind of look back and say, when you string together a couple of quote-unquote upsets, are they really truly upsets anymore? Probably not. They're cementing themselves as one of the stronger rosters in this region. They've swapped to BO3s. They've looked so good. Their playstyle, it's not a gimmick anymore. It's just who they are as a team. It's their identity. They're going to get in your face. They're going to be aggressive, and they're going to try to knock you down quickly.
They're going to try and knock you down quickly with those attacks. Their attacks are well and truly back, right? They're very successful once again.
Yeah, we had a moment towards the end of the group stage where E1 were looking really rough on the attacking side, and the quick hypothesis was, hey, these teams, they're going to kind of understand how E1 are going to be operating on the attacking side. They're going to get into the bomb site early, they're going to be trying to go for plants, they're going to be aggressive, and teams adjusted accordingly. Now all of a sudden, E1 are once again finding success, and it's with a little bit more nuance to their aggression. They're overall getting a little bit slower, but still not that slow. That time to opening picks at 64, a minute and 4 seconds means that they still have 2 minutes to work with a man advantage. And when you're able to convert 69% of the time, it means that having the man advantage is something really strong for E1, that they're just reading into and adjusting properly to the defense and finding a lot of success on those attacks.
I mean, that's cool. That's all well and good, but let's not forget here, CDAPS, they are going up against the defensive team of the league.
Yeah, it's still going to be an uphill battle because we know how good FaZe Clan are on the defensive side. And if we want to use past data on this matchup in particular, the last time E1 attacked against FaZe Clan, they got a 1-5 split. Sure, it was on Oregon. We know that FaZe Clan are so good on the defense, but when the biggest strength of E1 is their attacks, FaZe Clan seem to know how to mitigate it fully.
It's been such a strange league to watch, and I mean strange in the best, kindest of terms, because we've seen some of the bigger teams like Furia that we'd expect to be firing on all cylinders not do that. And then we've seen teams come through that we've been excited about, like Black Dragons, and they drop into LCQ. E1 is one of the teams that came through into the playoffs, maybe not in the best of form, and then found it when the pressure really mattered in a best of 3 environment. And that's commendable in itself.
Yeah, with how they're such a young team, it's been really, really, really pleasant to watch on a play day by play day basis. They almost reinvent themselves. They have been just kind of not the same team 2 play days in a row. They've just gotten better and better. They learn from their mistakes, probably the best out of any team I've seen globally so far. So you kind of almost can't use those past data results against them because, hey, you know, they struggled against FaZe a couple of weeks ago. This is not the same E1 team that played against FaZe a couple of days ago.
Absolutely. Let's get into map picks and vetoes for our Brazil League final here. Will we see another 3-map series like we did? Are we going to see one of the longest play days we've had in a long time here? We're seeing here the picks roll through. E1 going to Consulate and FaZe going to Bank. Talk us through what we're seeing here.
Yeah, both these rosters, they went for a more introspective map ban. FaZe Bank, one of the best maps for FaZe. Consulate, one of the best maps for E1. And an overall overlap going to labs is very, very interesting. So far in Brazil, both of these teams are the only rosters that are finding success on this map. E1 have looked pretty dang good, and for FaZe Clan, you can make the argument that, hey, they are probably the best Nighthaven Labs team in the world, and we are finally going to get to see our E1 in that conversation for being one of the best teams there too.
I think they would make a real statement here when it comes to that conversation of being one of the best teams in Brazil, if they do, of course, beat FaZe Clan here. Now, both teams have made their way to the Manchester Major. They've both booked their flights. They're going to be there. Do you think that sort of takes a bit of pressure off E1 here? We're looking at FaZe looking for the 3-peat when it comes to the Brazil League, and E1 are just like, hey, we can just spoil the party here. We've already overachieved. We've already made our way to the Major. Let's see if we can just do one extra amazing feat here.
I think that's pretty much the mentality that E1 could have, because they're just almost limit testing. They know that, hey, you know, we found some success. This is great. We're going up against FaZe Clan. There's no pressure on them. They've already accomplished so much more than they probably expected. And for FaZe Clan, they're expecting that, hey, we're going to continue this sort of win streak, as well as now defend their crown here domestically in Brazil for 3 times in a row. If FaZe lose this game, it's a big shock. All of a sudden, there might be a little bit of panic coming into them of, hey, you know, we are human. And for E1, they can just kind of do whatever they want. If they lose, cool, that's expected. They're still going to Manchester.
The heartbreak inside, I'm going to try and say it one more time. I learned this when I was there in Sao Paulo. The Ginásio do Ibirapuera, in front of all of those home fans, especially all of the FaZe Clan fans, losing in the manner they did to W7M, which is now, of course, Furia. They've reacted in the absolute best way they possibly could. You know, we've seen Furia struggle here and there and haven't showcased the form that we're used to seeing from them. FaZe kind of just gone an absolute tear when it comes to form and have repositioned themselves as the talking point of being the best team, arguably, in the world, right?
Yeah, they were second place right after SI, and all of a sudden, almost every team in the top 8 had some serious regression across all of the major regions. Teams are actually really struggling, except FaZe. FaZe has remained constant, and they've sort of been the only ones that have escalated and really elevated their playstyle to adopt this new meta really well. Overall, how FaZe is playing, it just is beautiful to watch. They're a great team. However, E1, it's kind of weird because they're an exciting team. It's a newer playstyle, and how these 2 playstyles are going to kind of mesh out is almost up to interpretation. We could very easily see FaZe just completely decimate E1, and we're sitting here like, oh, maybe E1 aren't those guys. But maybe if E1 get a few punches off early, we could see a series. It almost feels like an all or nothing kind of mentality.
Look, we've got to get to the game. We've got 3 seconds. Who's winning and why?
FaZe Clan. Because
That's
they're
all I
good.
need. That's good enough for me. Let's get into this one. Stokes, whip it. Lead us through.
Well, thank you for that, Ian. Yeah, it's me, and it's Whippet. We're excited to get into FaZe up against E1. Of all teams, Whippet, the bar is what we explain them as. For the majority of the stage, it was that team to beat if you wanted to make it to the playoffs. They get by the skin of their teeth, and now somehow, someway, they fought through the bracket to be up against FaZe in the upper bracket finals. I mean, what's happening here?
E1 have just found their stride. It's that play style, it's that new taste of what Brazil could, maybe the new generation of Brazil might bring coming in this one, and they have looked exceptional. You mentioned before we went live that if Perez is that player to find their stride, it might just be done and dusted for this. But FaZe, they are the regional champion of Brazil twice. They won both Stage 1 and Stage 2 last year. They're looking to get their regional triple crown today, and they have been that one consistent team in Brazil no matter what the storyline internationally has been.
Oh, 100%. FaZe has always been that rock for Brazil across the last handful of stages. We've looked to Furia / W7M when they were on that org as more of like the high-flying roster when it came to the LAN events, right? But FaZe is always the tried and true when it came to online tournaments. And now, well, for FaZe, they're looking to try and make this stage theirs once again. It's going to be up against E1, an unfamiliar opponent in a sea of teams that they're used to seeing. And now it's down to a pretty interesting map too. We're going to have Consulate. E1 actually brought this out of the bag yesterday for the very first time in a series, or rather Friday, and on a series that I ended up casting. And it was quite fun to say the least. And it was definitely quite a showing for Perez as well.
Yeah, I mean, Perez has been, from the glimpses of Brazil that I've been able to catch this stage so far, I'll hold my hands up and say I've been working down on that time, so I've not been able to peek my head up into Brazil as much as I would have liked to be able to see it, but E1 have been a side that has consistently impressed me, and Perez has been that player that's been very much in that category of a one to watch moving into this one. Stylistically between these sides, though, how do we feel Constant's going to line up for them?
For E1, I feel like it plays extremely well for them, especially when it comes to their defenses. They're very aggressive, they're very good when it comes to their gunplay, and their ability to make a moment out of what seemingly seems to be nothing is really, really strong. So I'm excited to see what they can do up against FaZe. I'm a little worried for how this offense goes, if I'm being real with you, Whippet. But it's really just because FaZe Clan is such a powerful team, and their cadence on any map is something that you really have to pay attention to.
I mean, it's going to be difficult to break down Consulate anyway on this offensive side. When you have the experience of a side like FaZe, it's not going to be an easy thing to break down, and I'm a massive fan of this very first ban coming through being that Ying. It is not a crutch of many teams, but that tool that they use to break deadlock situations. You think if you're taking an admin clear, you want to push in the checkers out towards vending, you want that control, a Ying Candela can buy you the space to push into that. Without that, E1 are going to be limited in what tools they have to bring out coming this one, and I'm intrigued how they'll reply in terms of bans, and it'll be a Nomad, so I think they might have an aggressive style of play in mind for their defense.
I really like this Nomad ban coming through. This is an operator that's extremely useful for a map like Consulate, where there's a lot of roam potential, a lot of run out potential too in certain scenarios. And Nomad's somebody that can definitely get in the way of that. So E1 gonna pull that rug out from under the offense. They'll have to deal with it initially, but they'll definitely be happy about that when it comes to their defensive side, and be happy about this when it comes to their offensive side. The solo's off the board. These drones will be living a heck of a lot longer inside of prep.
Yeah, I mean, that means you can be more invasive of your drone game, get that solid information. The mirror is going to be that final one band away, and it's never really a bad idea to get rid of that mirror. It can be very much change the ebb and flow of these particular sites. You think about how many long angles there are upstairs to deal with as well, especially if you're fighting in towards print or into projector, how difficult it can be at times with the mirror window staring you down moving into it. So FaZe Clan do start on the defensive side, and I do have to say, in my mind, this is a much favourable position for them moving into this one. And Perez, the player that we've perhaps hyped up a little bit before we get diving action on the Deimos. I'm intrigued to see if this one stays picked.
We'll have to see, but as it comes to favorable sides, there's actually no favorable sides here on Consulate in Brazil, Whippet. It's a pure 50-50 gamble. 30 rounds have been played, straight down the middle, 15-15 on each side. So both of these teams have some opportunity here. I think it's really just going to be about throwing caution to the wind, playing your game, and seeing what you can produce on this map. Consulate, especially in its newer iteration, still a little bit fresh, still a little new in people's minds, and still trying to fully understand exactly how they want to go about doing certain things on this map. It's going to be fun to see how E1 try and go about this, especially with FaZe Clan having access to so many powerful operators. I mean, the top 3 bans that we've seen in Brazil are all available right now. Fenrir, Valkyrie, as well as Azami. We already have quite a few of those. In fact, almost all 3 of them already.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a limited ban pool for this, especially considering that you want to take away the mirror, you do. It's a poison chalice, realistically. You take away that mirror, but you leave operators like Azami and Valkyrie on the board. Now, I'm not going to complain seeing Cyber on that Valkyrie, but those extra information could be key for this, and the C4 threat lurking down below. Perez on that IQ will have that ability to deny that, and already the exothermic, or the backpack's hard recharge opened up, and SDK is going to walk on in this site, or walk in very close to site as well. Viking, shoulder check with that information, no shots traded off towards him, so does he know the player is so aggressive? I don't think he has any information. That threat is so close to him, he'll hop on his camera, and the sound cue, that's an invitation. The Bailiff finds Viking, and the opening kill for E1 in this round.
It's just moments like this. Blood from a stone, it seems, for E1 in a lot of their moments. That's these last handful of playdays. Today seems to be more of the same, and first time's a mistake, second one's a coincidence, third time's a pattern, and we've already reached that for E1. Time and time again, they're able to make some magic happen. They'll find this initial pick onto Viking, and it's a big one as well. That's the smoke off the board, so a lot of this delay utility out, at least of his hands. We do still have those oil canisters lying about, though, so more than likely we'll still find some success when it comes to this delay story.
Looking to get some entryway in towards bathroom now. The fire burns away at Arthur. The Monty can be so impactful in these moments, but Handy's next to fall. Empty's going to get that one. AR-33 fires away at the hands of Flores and gets that confirmed. Looks for second one, no one is Azami. A dangerous gambit, swings wide, finds that trade. Advantage still with E1, FaZe on the back foot so far. Pressure from Spiral, KDS has not a lot of cover. The opening on that long desk has been carved open. He needs to take this fight out towards Coffin, but caught from the player. That will be Perez who finds it 4 versus 2. Make it 4 versus 1 very quickly in aggressive clutch. Blaster gets that done. E1 opening round here on console.
Beautiful setup there from E1, exploiting the balcony. Being that player inside of the small room right off projector. That initial play out of STK. Taking out the smoke. The real story is E1 being able to wrap around that portion of the building. We get the positioning over around Spiral. We start to get things built up around checkers as well as the door for projector. And these angles starting to work up against FaZe Clan. And not only that, but E1 are not afraid to push the big red button, right? We see them starting to get more aggressive, start pushing the envelope more and more of FaZe as they start to dwindle in numbers. And it's a really good gamble. E1 catch them off guard in a lot of different scenarios, and it leads to practically a perfect E1 round.
Cyber's on the Kavira, round number 2. I'm unsure if this is the correct response to losing the top 4 defense in that manner so far, but if there was one player that I'm going to trust to make a Kavira play work early, it will be Cyber. Second time on this map we've seen a Kavira played so far today as well as in the opening matchup. It was there. But for E1, that was a very clinical offense from them, and it really stemmed from the fact that there was no trade game back from FaZe, and positioning was perfect from E1. Now, the play they got, the pick they got in box from SDK, I mean, you look at that, and that was just absolute, I think, gambit of siege, realistically. Hops on his camera by the King, and the Bailiff waiting in box just beside him is able to pounce on that. But opportunistic moments like that are how sides like E1 have been able to get to the position that they are in now.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the other thing for Vita King as well, is that's something that you really don't think is going to happen. I mean, he shoulder checks the angle twice. He didn't hear the man transition into the room at all. So for him, that should be empty. So just unfortunate circumstances befalling him. But FaZe Clan still with a lot in the tank, and Cyber already reaching on to some other things like we were talking about earlier with the cab. So excited to see how this will play out. Don't know how well it'll do up against things like, well, I was going to say the shield, but Arthur, the last second, he'll switch things over himself. Cyber's going to find STK, but really no opportunity to try and get any interrogation, and the jig is up on the presence of a cav now.
The issue is, though, the Kavira is still in a powerful position. That pistol up close and personal. Oh, no, he's prone on the desk again! No, Perez gets a freebie. That one drop shot the DMR. Cyber's so close to absolutely unraveling this round, but E1 trade one back at least. Handy got in the action as well. Perez is wounded from that fight. Low HP to work with. Of course, this is not the site. They're fighting down below. Piano will be that. Empty's walks in the lobby. Cam spots him at this moment. Actually, no. E1 have that camera. Lava's taking control of that one, so this is going to be a freebie. FaZe, do they know this pressure's going to arrive? And Handy plays a very important position up by long desk. This connection, the front line has been drawn between these sides. Minute 20. KDS alone on site. Drone spots him. He's lost a lot of utility to that Bravo drone.
A lot of FaZe Clan setup resides in the top floor. It's all going to be about this verticality game. It's all going to be about Perez trying to strip this away. Trying to make a moment here for E1, but this is the best we've seen from FaZe Clan so far, and luckily enough, it's coming pretty early on. Seen a lot of pressure emitted from E1 in their series throughout the latter portion of Brazil, especially in these playoffs, and Perez almost slipping through the cracks with that low HP. It does him no favors. Souls will be able to take him down. 2 versus 4, Empty's on the swing, and he's left empty-handed. Andy with a nice frag, and it's all down to Flash Tree, but just pleasantries now.
Yeah,
only 30 seconds remaining, and yeah, that's really going to be it. He's got the case outside, and probably just going to be dead to KDS.
Yep.
Didn't really get too much going on that top floor.
No, they didn't. I mean, it's realistically, the fact is the Kavira prone underneath that table and the hard right side of admin essentially just shut that one down. I don't think they droned it or checked it or even were expecting someone to be in that position. And while it was only one pick happening off that one, I believe it was Handy or Viking was able to trade off for a second one, and it was Handy actually upstairs who traded off for a second one. And when you have 2 players going for that entry control instead of admin, you lose them very early. It's a difficult one to bounce back from. I think E1 very much felt the struggle in that one. Now, again, it can be very difficult to break this map down offensively. Now in Brazil, as you mentioned, it has been a 50-50 map so far for these sides. I think FaZe Clan, with their experience, can probably swing that in their favor. Fenrir in play, Yellow Hallway will be an absolute nightmare. You'll be coated with fear for that one if you even want to take a single step in towards that. I'm curious what the approach way for E1's going to be on this.
Well, at least from what they're telling us with the op lineup, it was looking like they could potentially try and go for something on the mid floor, but at a second glance, I don't know if that's exactly going to be the way they want to go about this. It might be forced into it, honestly. We saw kind of a direct take yesterday in NAL from Beast Coast on this map, and it most definitely did not work out with it, let me tell you. And you want to know the reason it didn't work out was a very similar position to this. There was a castle being played on defense, kind of like KDS, and that castle position, well, that was Bolo with a lot of verticality inside of Piano, and they did not clear that man at all. They tried to go for a plant, they died. So we're going to more than likely see E1 have to try and flirt with this setup inside the mid floor of FaZe Clan, or suffer the consequences.
Cyber going for a spawn peek and not able to find enough damage. Flash Tree barely takes a tickle from that one, realistically. C4 sent out towards Perez. Very close to that one. That would have been a nice freebie if they could have found it, but Cyber will use that utility away, so no C4 in hand for this round. The only one brought in this round as well was in the back pocket of Cyber. Empties vaults in, takes some damage. There's a goo mine stuck in his ankle. He'll rip that out. And I think this will be a take likely just going to work for that verticality. The question is, though, that player, that castle lurking above that hatch, how difficult will they be to display? Secret will get opened up rather sooner rather than later, as Arthur begins to get that drone in and beginning to figure out what's lurking inside a server room. And it seems to be a very barren entryway for this one, but lots of bodies stacked upstairs. I think just inside of Visa and bottom spiral. FaZe committing to a middle floor hold at the minute.
Probably the hottest commodity when it comes to this positioning on the map, this portion of the building, whether it be the top floor or inside that piano area, it doesn't really matter. As long as you can run roughshot, you can have oversight over this positioning, things are going to be easy. It's been a very easy round for FaZe Clan so far, even down to E1 trying to move their way in on the server side. More of a cloak and dagger play as they tried to get their players rolling in on that mid floor, all whilst this was going on, but literally none of it finding anything at all. The King's the only one to fall so far, so it won't be a flawless, but practically in our eyes, as Cyber will be able to take out the last remaining player. FaZe Clan with 2 defenses.
FaZe looking clinical in that defense yet again from them. I mean, the question I'm going to ask going in this one, and from myself going in, is how E1 are going to deal with this on the attacking side for them, because I think FaZe on the defense are just going to make it very difficult to get any substantial control. They're an experienced team. They know the ins and outs. They know what to do. They know that they can make E1 bleed for every inch of map control. They may as well do it. On a map like Constant that you can feel it's a little bit claustrophobic on that attack, they can do so with massive effect. And when you have operators like Fenrir available, I know we didn't see that be a fact from the previous round, but you can really choke these plays out. And we'll move upstairs yet again as they repeat the rotation. FaZe Clan are leading, and they've looked very dominant so far.
The rounds they've won have been pretty heavy-handed, and that's made things a little complicated for E1, but nothing I don't think that they can't handle. Big thing is, especially in that last round, I just feel like they addressed things kind of poorly. You know, they just didn't really have a good understanding of what FaZe Clan exactly wanted to accomplish with that setup, and it was clear as day to us, but we have the ability to see through walls, so That's kind of a key difference, isn't it?
It's a little bit.
Yeah, there you go. So we got those 3 players up top. So E1 just trying to throw something to the wall and hope that it sticks at the end of the day. I do like the fact that they at least had 3 players still operating in the same space over near the tail end of that round, just so they still at least have something going for them, right? There's a central game plan going on, although it doesn't work out. E1, though, they're going to continue to try and keep the ball rolling, almost claiming a Vita King on the rotation. Always love when we see a good partnership on the offense. Spraying down that window is one player while the other holds the angle.
Vita King very lucky to escape that as well. DMRs are not a forgiving weapon type to come head-to-head with, so Smoke going to take a single round from that, so he can live the fight another day. Still enough HP to trade off in a gunfight as well. The first logic bomb goes out. STK sends that one, and will use the drones to try and get as much map control as possible from that. They will likely hear any pressure from this. The opening on the single wall in yellow as well will allow them to hear everything. They see that Azami barricade on bathroom window. They know that Spiral's opened up as well. STK down below has used that DMR to create an aspect of verticality, waiting for anyone to stumble into it, but it's not a very hidden aspect. If they wander straight into that one, likely they wander into that, it might be slim. Flash Street drone spots out the Azami, and they'll see that just set up holding checkers as well. Difficult spot for them to find themselves in, but they have a lot of time to work with, and STK down below can waltz up the staircase. The barbed wire will sell his position. The drone game was good. I think he has enough space to maybe pounce in this moment.
Is it that logic bomb too still? Really just about how E1 wants to try and set themselves up for success here. So many players inside of checkers. This SMG-12, it must strike true. E1 has to try and find some more success on this offensive side, and it might come on this top 4 offense. One still in behind vending. It's going to be handy to fall first, though, to Perez on the other side of the site, actually. They're trying to pull FaZe's pressure. They're trying to get something going here over near the front desk, but it's Souls to deal a death blow to E1. STK's been activated now. He must do something. KDS does have an opportunity. Attempting to work his way over towards the double here for checkers, but that fire is going to be a telltale sign that he needs to back off.
STK's logic bomb will buy them a little bit of information as well. A difficult fight to work with, and Empty's going to get one. The Vendetta finds that pick, but KDS will get that trade back of his friend of Cyber. 45 remains in this round. A dance with the devil. Flash Street with LMG primed and ready. Does he know the crossfire's there? He needs to hold it, finds a shot. SMG-12 from that range is ridiculous, but KDS falls. STK has another absolute Herculean task to deal with, but they need to creep in the site. But Vita King with that shotgun, there's not a lot you can do with this one up close and personal. They need to play for that trade, but do they? No. They don't have any information, no more logic bombs to work with either, and Souls acts as the perfect bait to draw attention in towards it away from Vita King. But he needs to win his one when that pressure does arrive. The shotgun swing is good. No, an SMG-11 gets it done. STK falls, leaving it all down to one player alone. Flasher gets it, surely not. 8 seconds left to go. The rotation's all the way down yellow stairs. The case is too far away, and it was going to be another round for FaZe on that defense. Surely guaranteed at this point the FaZe will the smoke to blind them. And Souls gets that final pick. FaZe final third round of the defense.
FaZe Clan with just another great understanding in the early round of what E1 wanted to try and accomplish, and it was that full-blown onslaught coming in from that yellow position while they were trying to pull their pressure over towards checkers, with STK just kind of flirting with things on the stairwell, right? But FaZe Clan hit some very clean shots. Yeah, Handy goes down early on, but the key thing is they're able to get ahead of E1 and make it to where their initial bat swing isn't as clean, man. It's a foul ball. And that's the big thing here, is that with E1 committing that error, FaZe Clan are more well within their right to be able to work their way back into that. And not only that, but post interaction over on top of yellow and some nice frags coming out of the MP7, they have full case control. And the majority of E1 at that moment is placed over in Narnia in comparison to that objective. So they have to try and fight through the full breadth of the site, and that hardly ever works.
They left themselves with lots of work to do. Not a lot of time to find it either. You mentioned the moment the Monty drops, that case control goes cold. I do feel that FaZe were in a prime position. That's the ultimate moment you don't want FaZe to have. If you give them that win condition, the case is dropped deep in their site setup, and everything on that side for your team's fallen away, you leave yourself with a mountain to climb, and they were very ill-equipped to do so. They nearly brought it back, but just a little bit too difficult to match the power of FaZe in this. We'll move down the piano for this site of choice again, and it will be a likely take similar to what we saw previously. Verticality is king here, and I think FaZe will use the full breadth of that upstairs control to waste as much time as possible for side of E1. And FaZe, they've been managing their time perfectly so far, really stretching out that timer and making E1 uncomfortable when it comes down to the business end of the round.
We're going to be on this mid-4 site. This one's pretty interesting, especially because it does require you to try and hold on to the keys for CEO. It does beg the question, how do you handle this top floor? Do you want to try and extend things over to admin? Do you simply want to try and hold things around front desk? Maybe at a max, hold things over inside a projector? On a team-to-team basis, FaZe is going to be throwing a couple reinforcements over towards the further end of that upstairs level, but the main heart, the main soul of this is still going to be over in that CEO area.
Has the most influence in this round. They can basically get an oversight on towards site directly. And again, if you want to clear it, if you want to go for admin, you have the entirety of that top floor to clear to do so. Cyber posted up in admin, denies that drone. That's the 5th drone to fall so far, so E1 a little bit blinded in this round. First logic bomb arrives, Cyber has time, there's no pressure arriving, so he can mute that pretty quickly, reposition himself in a position to deny anything repelling in those windows. And E1, there's no answer for this so far. There's no one on that rappel, there's no one holding his crossfire. I think they might be waiting for Perez to try and walk in and catch someone napping if he ascends up yellow stairs.
Well, Perez and E1 patiently awaiting the go button. Gonna be Arthur first, but so much damage, Whippet. How did they fight through this? This man's got to try and put a case down too. No angles though working for FaZe Clan. Somebody's got to find this blitz, and they won't do it. Into post plant we go. FaZe Clan have 3 bodies though. This is going to require a Herculean effort from the remaining E1 members. Yeah, we have 1 kill out of Empties, but Empties is dead and gone now. It's a 1 versus 4 in a post plant for Perez.
This is so unfavorable. He might be him for this team, but it's a lot of angles to hold. That case is tucked away in a little corner as well, so he can't even deny that, and stuck by Leisure Mine. Only a matter of time. It will be Souls with that final credit and another round for FaZe. Impressive aspect though for E1 to spot an opportunity, send in the smokes and try and get that case down. Credit where it is due for them, give them the roses, but FaZe much better on that reaction, being able to deal with that one. I mean, there was not a real option for E1 to really bounce back in that moment.
On a complete sidebar here, that is the coldest Kakashi shirt, man. Like, come on, that is crisp. Whoever dressed that kid, you're doing it right, okay? That's exactly what I want my toddler looking like in the future, okay? Let's hey man, FaZe Clan are playing a heck of a game. You know, they're playing extremely well right now. They have a great understanding of what matters most inside of these rounds, and that last round is a hallmark of that, right? Yeah, E1, they're able to work their way into sight and they're able to get a plant. But FaZe Clan, they get what matters most, which is the bodies in a situation like this. The post-plant positioning for that bomb site, and specifically the case position that they chose, is not honestly all that grand, is it? You have to hold things on over inside of yellow, and when you have 4 people being able to actively play around that space, including the verticality directly above you, you're more than likely not making it out of that situation alive.
Yeah, I mean, brave. It was definitely brave for E1 to do that, but I think that they maybe skipped a few steps to that checklist. The big thing for me is the verticality was basically what killed them in that one. You can have Perez walk up yellow and answer the crossfire on the same floor quite easily in that moment. He had the space to do so. But the fact is, everything's open up. The verticality was there. The cover was denied from that vertical spot, and then the case, or the blitz goes down as well. The blitz maybe stays alive in that, have an opportunity to try and stick that in the post plant, but just didn't work out. And FaZeCon, I think this is a mastery performance from them. This is just showing why they have been within the region of Brazil the best team. Look at that aggression. KDS, are you kidding me? Flash just opens up the window, and that's going to be an invitation. KDS opening pick of this round.
Well, E1, welcome to the big leagues. It's one of those moments that only FaZe Clan can produce at a moment like this. KDS with a beautiful swing there, just to set a precedent as to how dominant the side has been for them. Round 6. Going to be nothing but another pastime. It's a hobby for FaZe Clan at this moment in time. They won't have to sweat things too much. They're just high flying at this point. They're having fun, my friends. Cyber's out the window. He's killed Empties. That's 2 bodies already on the floor for E1. E1's trying to activate Perez now because they got to get something going on, but a Beaver discovers him. He's getting bodied through a wall by an MPX. He'll kill Cyber, but he's dead. Down on the ground. They'll get 2 for their leisure, or at least their pain.
Oh.
SDK will actually be able to find 1. It's a 2 versus 2. And this is the weirdest thing about E1. There's always some realm of reality where they're able to just make a moment like this, where somehow we've boiled it down to an even man count.
If they get the revive on Perez as well, which they've just done, they've now got the advantage in terms of gunplay. That beeper's still going off. There it is. Finally clearing that away. Give them ears some respite for this, but they have time to work with this one. Just over a minute to send their drones in, cleared away. You know, if Fender is likely available, you can use that Twitch drone if they're open up to deny them, but they're not going to look for that right now. The default camera, priority for that. Verticality held by SDK, and they're very much cautious now of the Fender gadgets. A quick reminder that Viking is on that operator as well, but the long angles held by FaZe Clan. E1 and pressure to get themselves back in the advantageous position. You really can't doubt FaZe in this moment either. Lots of effort going in this one. Smoke's going out to try and drop this hatch in towards the gauntlet. FaZe might be ready for it. The Bravo drone goes in. STK inside of the hallway. Needs to make something stick. He'll try and get control of the pillar, but the Fenrir will be the massive blow to this. And will they make this execution stick? E1, lots of pressure on their shoulders now.
STK has to try and get this swing in from yellow. The pressure onto the hatch, these angles are going to continue to work against them, and Soul still has the ability to create some new angles on the fly or patch some up. Arthur with the plant here. We're about 50% of the way done with this. Perez will catch one. STK has to swing through, but it'll be Perez for two instead. A 4-2 half, and one that you would have asked me about a minute and 30 seconds ago, I would not have thought E1 was getting. But scoreline speaks the truth. It is 4-2 in favor of FaZe Clan as we switch over to the offensive side, which is not that bad, honestly, even in comparison to what we saw previously from E1 up against Black Dragons. They got 3 on their last offensive side on Consulate, so not the biggest deal in the world.
You're never really going to complain with a 4-2 split if you're on the attacking side. It's not ideal. You would have liked more, but for E1, I'm very impressed with the fact they had that round. The moment I saw Cyber standing out of office window and he dove for the top rope, I'm like, that's surely wrapped up. I thought Perez, when he went DBNO, it was over. But tooth and nail, they fought inch by inch to get themselves back in that fight. As you mentioned, it just seems to be how E1 seemingly find themselves in these positions where they can keep clawing it back. And that's what I love when I look at teams like this, these newer generation teams. No matter how difficult a round gets, no matter how messy it might be in the early stages, the mid stages, if you can win a round that is that difficult, that is a huge achievement. And against a side like FaZe, E1, certainly a dangerous team. They move on towards their defense now. Perez picks up that cap can. I wonder what unfortunate soul might stumble into one of those.
You gotta be worried for him. You gotta be worried for King, especially here, is a little special deliveries being set up for him here on this window if he wants to choose that instead of the traditional means of attacking the top floor. We have seen a few different variants when it comes to the way of using that Amara hook. So, see if they try and use that in a different way. But as of right now, FaZe Clan will be out and about for the very first time on this offensive side. They've actually brought a decent amount of utility, especially with Cyber bringing the Flores along for the ride. Able to displace a couple of hard points, but really the Grim going to be the biggest part about this take, as they'll try and hold people at bay while this plant goes down.
Of course, the ban's going to be a massive influence on this. You've lost that Ying, and that can be a massive attribute to what they're trying to set up here. They want to use the Amara hook, get in, and be able to get that case down as soon as possible. There's a couple of steps they need to begin to work with at this moment. The player behind desk, that's going to be an easy deny for them. The Bees have bought them space, and they've cleared that away. So KDS can vault in and begin to use that skeleton key down below. He needs the information from his team, and they know he's cleared. Verticality does work both ways, so he sends some shots in return upstairs. They need to be very careful to not lose his life in this moment. He takes a lot of damage, and this is a difficult one, fighting through those beams, looking for a head. But SDK down below might go hunting for that buck as well, and I think he knows that threat's going to arrive. But everyone from FaZe seems ready to begin to make this one work, as the tension's being driven to the player down below, and the Flores drones get sent in. This might be that diversion play to send in the Amaru and try and make that case go down.
Yep, we all know where this is going. It's just about what time and the means. FaZe Clan trying to clear up some utility. I like that they've got the buck downstairs too to create some angles to assist, including the angle that we'll have set up on the window play here. Swing across in a dead flash raise. I don't think he saw the verticality. This is going to be the first attempt here from Vita King. He might be forced to pull off of this if there is a proper response, but the utility is making it difficult for E1 right now. They swing through though. They somehow, someway find a gap and get this case on the ground. Handy's flanking. He's killed one, and he's in the heart of the setup. He's going to get traded out though by Arthur. Souls, now the last one on this top floor for FaZe Clan. This is a must-win situation for him now. It's going to be KDS instead that finds him through the verticality. Now down to just empties, and he loses his life too. FaZe Clan, it's not clean, it's not pretty, but they get the round.
It really needs to be clean or pretty. If you get that victory, that's all that matters. W column for FaZe in that moment. 5-2 lead in this matchup. And I gotta say, we all knew that round was going to end in an Amaru going up that window. But the cover was so good from the from the Azami in that moment. Throws out that Kiba, rotates all the way deep, denies that case. But the fact is, FaZe battled it back from that very difficult position. Handy, in the middle of sight, hasn't just wandered up from Visa. Soul's winning critical fights as well while he's pinned in the corner. FaZe, never say die attitude. And E1 really couldn't get anything bouncing back from that. They moved down towards the basement of FaZe Clan. I think this is going to be where the experience is showed. This has been a clinical display from them. And I think showing exactly why they've not dropped the map in Brazil yet.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. And the thing on top of that for me, Whippet, is like, it just goes to show you kind of the lack of game planning there from E1. We don't have a single piece of deny utility when it comes to a top floor defense on this map. And we know how hot of a commodity that strategy is right now for Amaru to just hook right into the window, or with a little bit of utility maybe, get some angles built up around her, and just continue to try that plant. And E1 just doesn't bring anything. They don't bring nitro cells, they don't bring smokes, they bring nothing at all. The only thing that really saves them is their ability to seal up that ground angle for a split second and being able to swing across and get that case on the ground. But that was really it. Past that, FaZe Clan well within their right the entire time to take that round.
And this is going to be a lesson for E1, though. If you give FaZe Clan an inch, they will take a mile. The concern for me right now, this is the map choice of E1 coming in. They wanted to come to Consulate. And it feels like FaZe Clan have just been so much more comfortable here. The way they've maneuvered around the map, the way they made everything so difficult. Perez on that mute roaming around upstairs looking for an opening. Nothing presenting itself just yet. Still early days. As FaZe begin the probe looking for their entry point. Drone economy good as well. Only a single drone fell during that prep phase. Benefits of a Solus being banned early. Breach is opened up. It will get patched up by the Azami, but 2 Selmas have been used. Both of them impact tricked. Neither of those are tenable for actually entering into sight. I think for FaZe, this might be a pivot towards a hatch play or out towards secret.
Well, if it's a pivot towards a hatch play, that's where Peros will matter quite a bit with his positioning here on yellow. We'll have that opportunity to try and provide a flanking angle, but you can see there's a lot more than just that going on, as these hatches are already pre-opened. Don't have to worry too much about getting those themselves, do they? Vita King, not exactly the best thing that they could have brought along, but more likely not something that FaZe exactly could know about either. So, E1. Oh. Perez. Don't really expect that out of FaZe Clan, but they have no idea what's going on yellow! And Souls with a hell of a transition will take out 3! What in God's name is that? The SMG-12 for so very long has been one of the hardest guns to use in this game. And over this last year, I have just seen some absolutely disgusting stuff out of this secondary. And yet again, another moment at the hands of FaZe Clan, at the hands of Souls. FaZe Clan looking way too solid right now. No matter the side, no matter the round, we'll pick up another round just to make it a little bit more difficult for E1 to even think about bringing this back.
E1 backs against the wall at this moment. It's map point for FaZe very, very early in this. It feels like we've only just started, but Souls, what did I just witness? That was... I almost couldn't even believe my eyes what I saw, but I tell you what, E1, they very much have to believe their eyes with this one. Map point advantage for FaZe. Perez, no one expected the mute to arrive from this one, and we're going to get a glimpse of this one. A great transition, finds Blastry. Gets even more chaos in this round for him. Absolutely perfect. Let's just savor it from Souls. That shot to Perez. All the way downtown. No answer from E1 in that round. And how can you blame them when you have Souls pop off like that on an individual basis? And I think he'll want to go back with that SMG-12 after that one. He think he's feeling it. He'll pick away from that Grim. So, map point favor of FaZe Clan on the offense. E1, it's been a pretty muted defense from them so far.
Yeah. I mean, it's always going to be difficult when you start lining up the numbers and you start looking at what FaZe Clan have been doing for the stage. And I think that this is a perfect time to talk about it, Whippet, because we've been talking about FaZe Clan and their consistency in this stage. I think you guys get it, but I don't think you truly understand to the degree at which they're accomplishing things. The top 3 players right now for FaZe Clan are in between a 1.21 and a 1.11. The lowest out of these 3 is KDS. He's plus 23 right now. Souls is plus 34, which is second. And Handy is plus 40, and that's coming into this series. That is just otherworldly stat lines. And not only that, the only person that's negative is VD King, and he's got a 0.99, and he's got -5 on his KD spread. So come on, like, what do you say to this team that is practically positive by a million, and they're winning every round, it seems, that is humanly possible?
This might, I mean, listen, we've just had a year of Brazilian dominance from one side. There's going to be another Brazilian side to step up, perhaps too early. Make
question.
that play. Flastry tries to take that fight all the way inside of Visa. But I mean, I wonder, like, Brazil is cooking up champions left, right, and center. Triple crown achieved by then W7M, now Furia last year. FaZe have always been dominant within their own region, but this is another level of domination from them. They've never been this clear in Brazil. And every team can beat every team in Brazil, it feels like, this stage. Or FaZe Clan, it seems.
Well, that's the one thing about it. We've seen kind of a lacking from Furia after their hammer lift, but when you're the team on the other end of that scenario, when you're the team that has to go through all that pain, watching the other ones lift the hammer after everything you've worked for an entire year, you kind of get a chip on your shoulder, Whippet. You get pretty serious about things, and FaZe Clan, that's exactly what they've been. 2 big kills, and once again, yeah, E1, they do their due diligence, they get cyber, but it seems like every time it comes to blows, FaZe Clan is Mike Tyson, and E1 is losing their chin.
You cannot sit in the pocket of the side like this one, otherwise you might catch something flush to your own chin. E1 have looked so good in their moments, but they can't overcome this absolute overwhelming pressure. FaZe get themselves their trades, nothing comes for free. Soul's down below, lurking. You don't want to even give him a pixel to shoot at before he might take your soul. KDS wounded, shut down by Perez. Vida King finds SDK on the other side of the map as well. E1 down the 2. Case in hands of FaZe. They can work with this one. And Perez, you don't want to drop into this one. You might find you might be dropping in towards the gauntlet. They're trying to make verticality, but Handy's holding this. He'll just pop up. He'll be able to find one. No, Azami shuts it down. Case is down, however. E1 fighting of losing front, it seems. FaZe in control. Post-plan situation for them.
Such low HP. There's a drone up for VD King 2, and he's got all 5 of his B canisters. More than likely won't be using these. It'll probably be down to the gunplay. This will more than likely transition down yellow. These Souls and VD King both pointed on this. Souls has to try and play this back now. Work your angles, boys! They don't check it! And VD King guns them down with a 5-5-2. FaZe Clan all day here in Brazil. He can't even watch. E1, they get absolutely decimated on their own map choice as FaZe Clan take it 7-2.
That was, I think, the perfect display of this stage for FaZe. They are exceptional in every single degree. The changes that came to this game after the Invitational has seemingly favored them so much. They've not lost the map for a reason. They looked exceptional in that against E1. There was no answer to deal with any of the pressure. Souls found himself on the SMG-12. Absolutely near perfect performance from them on Consulate.
Yeah, well, when you have 3 gods all playing on the same team, it makes things a little easy, doesn't it? I mean, those KD spreads have translated so very well into the playoffs, but let's be real. We didn't expect anything less from FaZe Clan, the team that we just saw almost very close lifting a hammer just this year. We're going to send y'all to a quick break, and we're back. We'll be back with FaZe Clan versus E1.
Welcome back to the Blast R6 Brazil League. We are one map into the final, and FaZe Clan, the ever so dominant FaZe Clan, take Consulate, which of course was E1's map pick. They continue to refuse not to drop a map. They looked very comfortable on a map where previously E1 have looked very competent, Connor.
They've looked more than competent. They have looked pretty dang good on Consulate, but I think overall this just speaks mountains to how just different FaZe is as a team. They are just leaps and bounds, head and shoulders above everybody here in Brazil. And E1, once again, their attacks were kind of mitigated by how strong FaZe looked on the defensive side.
When they find it, they are completely unstoppable. Souls in particular, my words, what a game he had, and some incredible plays as well. I mean, one that stood out to me, just round 8, the multi-kill, but as a whole, Souls just on fire.
Yeah, when somebody needs to step up on FaZe, it's just a grab bag. You just pick a random player and they can pop off. That's how good FaZe is, how good all of their players across the board are, and this time it was definitely Soul's time to shine. He put up a monstrous performance. Right now, only dying 2 times in the entirety of the game. Sure, that's how many rounds FaZe lost, but it also means that, you know, just he was alive for every single time they had a victory.
It's just crazy, isn't it, when you've got that many unbelievable, you know, top caliber players on your team. It just makes you so formidable for any opponent to come up against, because you never know who is going to pop off, and if any of them do, you're at deep water.
Yeah, it's like a whole Hydra mentality of you cut off one head and then 5 more sprout away. That's FaZe Clan. If you go into them prepping, hey, we need to shut down KDS, we need to shut down Cyber, let's make sure they don't do anything. You still got Handy, you still got Vidiking, you still got Souls that can just spring up out of the woodwork and absolutely cut you down.
So E1, is this been a bit of a lesson for them? Is this a coming back down to earth moment for them going into map 2 here?
I think it definitely is. Right now, E1 have played against FaZe twice. Now, if we go on a map-by-map basis, during the regular stage, they won 4 maps in a row, and then all of a sudden they played FaZe. They got humbled. It looked real rough. And once again, now as we're looking towards playoffs, you know, they had 2 2-0s. That's another 4 maps in a row that E1 were able to just string together, and FaZe are bringing them back down to earth once again. A good learning opportunity overall for E1 as they're trying to limits test themselves in this series of how far can they really go. And I still think E1, sure, they've made Manchester. They're going to be going into phase 2 of that major, but they still have a lot of work to do if they want to be competing with the best in the world like FaZe. Well,
right now they are, and they're competing with the very, very best. What do you do as an opponent going into a second map of the finals like this when the players that you're playing against are solid in every perceivable way? Like they don't have any flaws. We mentioned, you know, against Furia yesterday, they showed some cracks in attack, but right now they just look completely unstoppable once again.
Yeah, and that was once again on the defensive side for FaZe looking so good. They're starting on defense once again here on Bank. Sort of the only weaknesses that we saw with FaZe Clan against Furia just a couple of hours, 24 ago, was on their attacking side. And right now, if we're looking at how mitigated E1's attacks have been, FaZe are going to have such a buffer zone and a sort of safety net for them to fall back upon after this halftime swap.
You mentioned it. We've got just a little bit of time before we get into game here, but E1, are they going into this now? Do you think mentally is another just chance to learn? Is this a learning experience for them? Or we know these players, we see them on camera every single time they're in the server. They're hungry for a victory here. They're still looking for an upset at the same time as, learning a few things here and there about themselves.
Yeah, it's almost an added benefit that they can learn, and once again, just going back to limit testing, they're pushing themselves to see how far they go and what they need to improve on. There still is the opportunity for them to upset FaZe, because FaZe, they're not a perfect team, and E1 have this certain energy to them that they can just kind of step up when needed. It's almost similar to FaZe, where we've seen Perez, we've seen Flashtree, we've seen STK have these crazy moments, and we've seen Empties have these crazy moments as well, but they all need to be firing on all cylinders as a real 5-man unified front in order to beat FaZe, because that's just how good of a team FaZe is.
And that's what's really cool about these opportunities, when you do find yourself in a final that maybe some people didn't expect to see you in, as a collectively and as an individual. It's a real chance to stand out, isn't it, in front of a lot of eyes watching.
yeah, E1 have already kind of put themselves on the map of a lot of teams that are looking towards Manchester prep already. And they're thinking, oh, this E1 team, they kind of came out of nowhere. They are a surprise. They still have a little bit of an X factor and a lot of sort of green aspects as they're going into their first international experiences in Manchester. But overall, as they once again come here again towards this finals, they can just turn even more heads of, hey, this is the only team that potentially took a map off FaZe. We can be really scared of this roster, or they can kind of temper expectations with other teams.
Map result on Bank. What's your scoreline? Let's go.
7-3.
7-3. I'm assuming that's for FaZe, of course. All right, let's get into it. Map 2 is Bank with Stokes and Whip It.
Thank you so much, Ian, you beautiful man, as well as Daps, you even more beautiful man. I'm being courteous as always, Daps, but you are gorgeous. Ian's just got those pretty blues, man. How do you compete with that? What do we do, right? But hey, FaZe versus E1, we're rolling into Bank. Whip It. It's bound to be a fun one. Not so much if you're an E1 fan after what we saw on Consulate, though. How are you feeling about this?
I think that Bank might just be the domain of FaZe. I feel that this map is going to give them some space to move around the way they want to, and it's going to be difficult to shut them down, especially on the defense, which they start on. E1 need to play this very, very carefully. Now, we've seen a taste on Concept of how absolutely clinical FaZe can play. E1 need to disrupt that flow best they can. How they do that? Absolutely no idea. Coming into this one, there's a reason I'm casting and not playing for these sides, but a lot of pressure on this new side's shoulders.
Gonna be difficult for them, especially rolling into a map pick that they aren't necessarily the most prepful, right? This is gonna be FaZe's choice as we roll things over to Bank. Consulate was definitely not the brightest of heights for E1, definitely not too tall on the rung there. Kind of a different form of themselves, not able to hit the same stride that we had seen. A couple rounds where they were kind of a flash in the pan, capable of making some bigger moments happen, especially for Perez's sake. But past that, it was kind of all for naught, not really capable of getting the ball rolling in the same way we've seen them be more than capable up against teams like W7M, teams like Black Dragons. It just seems as though FaZe Clan more than have E1's number, and that's probably due to the fact that we've had 2 series of E1 up against some better competition inside of Brazil. FaZe Clan have had the chance to kind of understand how this team ticks, and this best of 3, well, it's been smooth sailing for them to, so far, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, FaZe haven't really been pushed too far in this best of 3 yet. My hopes coming in this one, in terms of how I want to see this go, is that for E1, that was a shaky start to a best of 3. Perhaps the occasion arrived on them. This is still, again, a new side coming into this, and you are up against FaZe Clan, the side that has just competed at the Grand Final Invitational. Now, they didn't get the victory there, but they have been a side consistently at the top of international play, as well as 2-time reigning Brazilian League champions in this ecosystem. FaZe have looked unstoppable domestically so far, and I think for E1 to step up to the plate and try and do that, perhaps the occasion might be playing with them a little bit. So, on the attack, on the bike, a map that I think, in my mind, this might suit them just a little bit more. It is a very well understood map. It's very well known how this plays out, so I think the familiarity of that will help E1 moving into this one. But likewise, FaZe, storied team with lots of experience. They know their way around Bank very exceptionally well. Question is now, how do we see this one going out? CDAP said 7-2 victory for FaZe. What are you thinking?
I think you just went to a different plane of existence for a second. I don't know if you accessed the 4th dimension there for a split second or not, but either way, don't worry, I still understand the heart of your question, and I don't really think it's going to go all that well for E1, really. I don't think that they're going to have the capabilities to reset here. FaZe have looked indomitable for the majority of the Brazilian stage, and I don't see that changing up now, especially as we're over on their home territory. We're over on Bank, which, I mean, it's got a lot going for itself when it comes to Brazil. It's had quite a few plays, some active plays like what we just saw there too. The Cyber's going to go down early on here. SDK and the rest of E1 will be a little limited in what they can accomplish immediately, though, as there's some Electro Claws down on the hatches.
They try to get themselves in aggressively. Now, they got that pick, which is going to be a massive benefit. That's Cyber off the board, so you're not going to be complaining with that at all, shutting down such an active gun. But you now have to worry about position like Blue Stairs. And, well, with a smoke posted up, this is not going to be an easy task at all. The SMG-11 bursts away, a shoulder peek, trying to get some information, but they'll fall back at this moment. A bit of extra damage done to Bida King, but Souls have been so dangerous. And now, it might be even more so. The smoke caster there for a treat as well, and E1 haven't found an answer just yet to clear this position.
This is perfect moment here for Souls, continuing to delay. And see FaZe Clan trying to make sure to get off the ends of these Hydras. Another angle that could boil over inside a garage, making it a non-factor. With E1 having so many bodies, that's the key thing. They can abuse things like this. They can use that man advantage to its fullest effect, be able to access some of these extremities that aren't necessarily the most important, but could lead to a frag or two if exploited properly. FaZe Clan still awaiting the arrival of E1, who have been doing quite a bit of work on this mid floor, just trying to set things up so far, and on top of that, doing a bang-up job of not losing anybody. That's the key thing, but as soon as I say that, they're going to start warming up to this execute. They're actually going to, oh my, get completely bowled over by FaZe Clan. Flashery will finally get something going the way of the orange. It's down to Flashery and Paris to try and get something going here in round one.
Perez doesn't even want to fight towards smoke, knows he has to get into site control best he can. TCSG, a dangerous thing to brawl with, and well, blink and you miss it for that round. FaZe started us off strong on blank. E1, an impressive beginning to that round. They were able to get the opening pick, and they wanted to move at a very rapid pace. A simple thing like an electric claw slowed that down, and from that moment, they very much felt flat. It felt like they stalled out in that middle stage. They got Cyber on the opening pick and couldn't do anything from that moment. The control of Blue was too much to break down. Servers never fell in their favor, and you leave it a lot of work to do. And against a side like FaZe, it's not going to be easy. Trying to funnel down main stairs, and he got caught with that one. There's no EMPs. He had no option to get those hatches open, and limited avenues of ingress for them, and they will feel the bite of FaZe Clan and their experience. 1-0 the scoreline.
Yeah, just wrap it right into the building and then immediately stunted for growth into the latter portions of that round, right? And that's the key thing for E1. They don't really have a way of working their way back in, minus trying to work down the stairwell, get a few active angles. But FaZe Clan are prepared for all of it. Yeah, you have that pick on a Cyber, but there's still 4 people alive, and they're all more than willing to try and, you know, stand a test of time when it comes to holding things down on that basement level. And they do more than that. I mean, practically every single body before we finally see that kill out of Perez. But E1 are going to have to try and reaggress when it comes to this bank building. This time it's going to be on the top floor instead. We're actually going to have Cyber on an operator we don't see all that often anymore. Or Rooney's going to be out to play with a laser gate.
That is uncharacteristic so far. STK nearly finds a freebie. Wants to really get aggressive inside a stock. You're on the ace. You wouldn't want to risk it. Again, they do have secondary hard, or they have a thermite as well, so they have that contingency plan if you lose your ace. Again, the way E1 move in the early stages, they've got such a clear idea of what they want to achieve and what they want to do early. KDS will deny a little bit of that breach, but can't stop the entirety of that Selma. Angle opened up, he'll find that pressure. That's what the ace is brought for. Just to deny the player outside of stop. KDS forced all the way back, now has to watch his back. All that kind of paranoia at the back of his mind. STK nearly finds that shot with the hollow as well. KDS fires back with his own rounds, and that will be, I think at this moment, KDS is locked unless he wants to completely retreat downstairs.
And it's a great position to strip away from the defense, something that makes it where you have a little bit easier access when it comes to this janitor position that we see Cyber in. It does beg the question, how does E1 try and maneuver these window players, try and assist with this? FaZe Clan have not been pressured all that much. Yeah, they do have a couple angles open, but nothing where it's forcing FaZe Clan's hand to try and take an aggressive swing. They're just doing this all of their own volition, all of their own nature so far. Finally, we're going to have something breaking down inside the site. Cyber will be forced back yet again even deeper into Janitor, as he's now on the only hard point of this entire setup surrounding him. SDK does have an angle that he can potentially break up for Conference, but doesn't want to activate that just yet. And it's going to come to blows. That's more than likely going to happen pretty quickly here.
Cyber has dropped down below as well, so he's used that hatch stroke to get away. Arthur finds the opening, Handy falls. The DMR, though, rattles off down below. That will be Cyber who finds the DBNO onto Arthur. Looks for a second one in Perez. You really can't trade with an Aruni like this. Such a hard-hitting weapon, but he's going to get shut down. A great wall bang. Angle opened up, and Perez finds that. 45 seconds, E1 with the advantage. 5 versus 3. 4 versus 3 now. A re-peek, a second bite the cherry, but SDK will punish Viking in that moment. FaZe begin to waver, but do E1 have the momentum that they need to capitalize and fully take advantage of this round? KDS might be the lifeline. Arthur falls. TCSG all the way back. We'll hear that repelling from the window as well if they want to take it. E1, they might have the new numbers game, but this is not going to be an easy round to win.
Oh, E1. Especially with Perez on this low HP, things just get so very worrisome. Window players still, they have to try and push in, and they'll find them both? E1, they don't even need to try and flirt with the case. They find the fights. It's going to be an E1 round, a success story on this top floor.
They made that call to not play around that case, going, right, time to get the kill. And a great decision from E1 in that moment. They needed it, and it was going to be a difficult one, so they get that job done. I'm very impressed with the early game so far from E1. The way they move around the map, the way they set things up. The only real scary thing against the FaZe clan is how it begins to stall in the mid to latter stages of this matchup. They begin to fall away. They begin to not find that pressure. If they can get an opening engagement, which FaZe will likely not give them for free, I think they'll be doing much better in this moment. Open area cafeteria site of choice. Without the Monty in play, E1 can't try and walk that in with a direct avenue of access. Bravo getting brought out this time to take away key utility. Cyber on that Valkyrie will relay absolutely ridiculous amounts of information to his side, and Souls on that Sauce hunting down drones, and look at the damage done to that drone economy already.
Oh. Huge punishment for E1 right now. What are we trying to see? What are we looking at here?
Just an adventure.
A little fly through on the wall right there. I was like, is there something important that we're supposed to... No? Oh, okay. All right. Well, yeah, but anyways, back to our regularly scheduled programming. E1 are going to try and patch this up a little bit, but it's strictly just going to be through the Doke as well as the Lion, so they will have some semblance of an info game going on, but you'd still really want it to be backed up with a few drones, wouldn't you? So losing those 3 drones early definitely going to be something that they're going to want to pay attention to.
Oh, no.
As well as losing Perez. Usually we see him rocking something like a 417 or some of these more flexible ops, not something like Nook, but Bank, definitely one of her mainstay maps, so not the worst thing in the world to bring along for the ride, but that ride's going to be very short-lived as Perez will be down for the count for the remainder of round 3. What is happening here for E1? We're just sending it into the building off these hatches. There's no real info game to back this up clearly, as we've had 2 immediate deaths on these entries.
This just screams disjointed to me right now. There's no one to play for trades. Arthur gets 1 back. At least Cyber's off the board. Minute 50. I wouldn't say damage done yet, because E1 have that potential to drag this one back. We saw it. At least for 1 round on Consulate. STK trying to get anything, but they're not in the building yet. 2 players stuck on that rappel. A rotation in the lobby could deny this, and a player down below in sewers is the only access they have inside the building. They finally get into the building now. But FaZe, they comfortable in this round. They're nowhere near sight or E1, so FaZe don't need to really get aggressive. Play the time, manage this round, drag it out, make it difficult. The clock will just put pressure on E1. Every second that drains away is 1 less they have to work with when they get access on the site. They don't even have that yet. And you still have to worry about that Solace of Souls down below. Difficult spot for E1.
And the only verticality they have with it is his breaching charges. I mean, what do you do in a situation like this? It's just going to be straight heads-up gunfights. And yeah, E1's good for it, don't get me wrong. Just like that right there, they'll gun down Flashery. But FaZe Clan, they're no slouches either. They're going to have to try and swing through. Very bullheadish here from FaZe Clan, or rather E1. But it will be FaZe Clan that takes the dub here on this defense. And again, FaZe Clan looking indomitable when it comes to these rounds. Yeah, E1, they can get a couple rounds here, maybe a jab there, but no considerable damage to the round count has been discovered from E1 just yet.
The difficulty with this is going to be the fact that you lose the opening pick and you lose someone like Perez in that round. Perez is what I'm going to say right now for E1, that lifeline. If Perez is hopping around, there's a good chance they can get a couple of picks off it and play off that success. To lose him so early, massive blow. Cyber was able to run around for free in that moment, and realistically, it took over a minute into the round before anyone got into the building. On a map like Bank, FaZe is going to take that every single day of the week. They can make the entry so difficult that you're not in it. Minute left in the round. You will need to find a way to get a little bit quicker, a little bit snappier, and I think the way they need to do this is trying to win their heads-up fight. They need to have someone drone in an entry, like Perez, get control, isolate the key players on this, the key roaming presence, and pounce on it. It will be down a basement, and from the setup that we're seeing, there'll be some form of presence upstairs at least, or perhaps they're only toying with it. No, it will be Cyber on that warden, upstairs, trying to cause some chaos. The same setup inside of blue and server rack again. I think for Cyber, might be a wise choice to retreat. As E1 have drones set up all around that top floor, look to take that control fast.
And that's the one thing, you don't want to give E1 ease of access to these frags. That's the thing right here. Is kind of done a very good job of being able to keep, E1 at bay. And so far, these rounds have been quite difficult for them to process. We want to continue to try and provide this. E1 have constantly been very quick initially, but then things get a little bit too broad. They're not capable of keeping things under wraps, and FaZe Clan are able to get this pot to boil over. Arthur, they had a torch job for this one. E1 with quick access to the mid floor, but this was all gifted over towards FaZe Clan, or rather from FaZe Clan, so this is to be an expected quantity.
I like this a little bit more from E1. The last time out on this site, they got met by a single electric claw on this hatch, and they couldn't get that one open, so they struggled to find success from that. Arthur gets that one opened up, and they'll now be able to work with that angle, an extra avenue of ingress for the side. STK finds Handy in the elevator. This is a much better beginning from E1, but we've seen them find that opening engagement and fall away in the latter stage of the round. I think last time they attacked basement, for example, they got the opening pick, and they couldn't do anything from that position. SDK thinks better of the diving down in the elevator for the time being. Will play around marble stairs. Souls still uncontested right now in blue. And for E1, they need to find success and clear this position. Cyber C4, good, finds Arthur. That's your Maverick off the board. So I think only one hatch will be open. Limited access to work with 3-1 yet again.
Limited time now, too, as this continues to dwindle. The good news is, though, they've gotten a lot of the heavy lifting done, so going to be the biggest threat to the overall outcome of this round. Still have Perez trying to operate around main stairs. Cyber's going to go for his swing, but he's immediately punished. And this is where things could start to go awry for FaZe Clan. This is where we start to see E1 really hit their stride. In moments like this, where their opponent starts to get a little wiry, starts to go for some more harebrained schemes, and they're capable of punishing these things and getting these big kills. Vita King with a moment of his own, though. He'll cut down STK on the rotation. He finds two guns, and he's going to go down to the one inside of Vault. Souls does have KDS now down on the ground, but it's just up to Flastry in this 1 versus 1. He knows exactly where he is. He has smokes to his name. We're going to switch on over to the 1 versus 1 cam. Smoke out his Flastry stick. He will. He gets the plant down, though. And the success story on the rotates! But he won't find the success in the frag. E1 cannot get it done, and FaZe Clan capable of pulling the wool over their eyes once again.
They seemingly just cannot buy a round, but who else is it to save it with a secondary SMG but Souls? Huge and unreal performance in this series so far from him as an individual player. FaZe Clan, though, held their ground incredibly well. E1 looked much better in this round. They found themselves successful amounts of map control, the opening picks that they needed. But again, you need a little bit of extra to get over FaZe, and they haven't found that yet. The mountaintop seems so far away at this moment for E1. They trail by 2. FaZe, exceptional yet again.
And honestly, like, I'm expecting the timeout already here from E1. I know it's not exactly the most favorable side when it comes to Bank, but, I mean, Bank, as of right now, is sitting pretty even-keeled inside of our map pool. I mean, it's a little bit different here in Brazil. Brazil's actually got a lot of 50-50 maps. Nighthaven Labs, Consulate, Club, and Chalet all riding right around 50%. But Bank, it's not that far out of the realm of reality. It's sitting at 55. And E1 just cannot get the ball rolling, all except for a singular round where FaZe Clan commit some very serious acts. Rather heinous acts that have been very seriously punished.
I think for E1, they're relying maybe too much on being able to punish FaZe Clan. When you're playing against a side like FaZe that maybe they might every so often give you an opening to take full advantage of, that's when E1 have been fantastic, when they're able to be the ultimate opportunists and dive into a play. Unfortunately, FaZe are very risk adverse. They're not really going to give you anything for free. We've seen that time and time again. Maybe Cyber, if he's feeling himself, might go for an aggressive swing or a spawn peek, and that could be your opening. But we've not seen that time and time again here on Blank. As Cyber once again is on the Amaru, who will be not the Amaru. As these operators always confuse me when it comes to it, but will be lurking inside of Generator, Gen, and holding that position best he can with the DMR.
North window is going to be the main priority for E1 right now as they start committing to this setup and clear of the top floor. Have quite a few bodies around this space, clearly, as FaZe Clan will be occupying the top level too. How do they want to go about this, though? Well, they do have some straightforward operators here, at least for the FaZe Clan lineup. Really like the fact that we've brought Malusi in too with those Banshees. Can be quite useful when it comes to the entries from E1, especially on these window swings. Can catch some people off guard. They won't have full movement. Just makes your gunfights a little bit easier. But KDS, he doesn't really need that. He just swings for one, almost swings for two. Some more stuns in that'll get absorbed by his Wamai discs. This Habana really hoping that he gives him another shot here.
I mean, do you really want to be peaked by KDS so far? His MP5K has been such a dangerous tool in his hands and difficult position to deal with. He has lots of options to peak you with as well. The X-Kairos pellets will chew open more of this wall. The impact trick should be good. 30 spots to head, but only for a fraction of a second. Doesn't want to overextend, but will find even more damage onto Flastry. And for E1, I think they've once again hit an absolute brick wall. Perez takes a chunk of damage, source yet unknown for that one. And it might be the DMR in the hands of Cyber. He's still on that rappel, and E1 have no control inside the building. They're still trying to get in, and I think at this moment, you surely got to think about a lobby take pivot at this moment. Flashry does find KDS, brings us level in terms of player count. As he mentioned the lobby take, Souls is very much aware of the one player lurking down below by gold.
That's the thing. E1 have been boxed out for so long, Whippet. You know they have to go to other pastures, right? You know they have to try something else. But they'll try the stairwell. Souls, he's not paying attention exactly, though, but he doesn't have to, because there's a Banshee right there! And he turns on a dime, murders another man over on Marble. It's looking a lot more red now. It's up to Flaster. He's probably dead to rights to this smoke. Bearing in hand, can he get it done? Transition period, Vita King instead. FaZe Clan all across the board here on Bank have been the better and the more bright team.
FaZe Clan have just been exceptional. I think in this moment you often have to say there are levels to this game, and I think FaZe might just be a level above not just E1 but seemingly everyone in Brazil so far. Yet to drop a map in this stage, they look to be an unnatural force of siege right now. No one can seemingly buy around against them. E1 falling victim to that yet again. I wonder if it's a timeout being called at long last. It is. Tactical timeout being summoned. Only can imagine that's arriving at E1, and of course it is. What do you do at this moment, Stokes? What do you do if you're the coach of E1? How do you fix this issues?
Well, I mean, the key thing for E1 is that, especially when you're leading into calling it a strategy for a round, right? A lot of the times, a lot of people aren't trying to be like, all right, well, we know exactly how we want absolutely every detail of this to go. A lot of it just starts with the opening thing. That's the key thing for E1. They have not been able to finding a solid opener for themselves in what feels like millennia up against FaZe Clan. And this isn't even on this map. This goes all the way back to Consulate too. And that's really where the heart of this lies for me and for E1. I think that we need to find some way to get these openers to go our way, whether it be through more creative means or maybe a diabolical setup on the operator list. We'll just have to see. But I'm not going to speak on it just yet. Let's see if Arthur sticks it. But once we get to that moment, we'll see if that was kind of the conversation that went on. But I feel as though that's the right way to look at it. They got to try and pay attention as to how to even get a foothold on these rounds, let alone how to win one.
I think a wise choice to not mention it yet. The repick could always be an option, but Arthur does seemingly have a tool that might be very critical for this side.
We're there now.
Yes, okay, well, it's locked in, finally! So every time I've mentioned an operator pick in those early stages, the entire team swaps away. I'm almost, don't even want to mention it at times. I seem to curse these players whenever they have that early pick. But Arthur is on the blitz. it's not going to be the Monty. Typically what you see on this site would be a Monty walk in from electrical and try and force that plant when you have control of square. They can't do that with these, at least not the same ease. Now, Brava has claimed one of those Valkyrie cameras. That's going to be a massive boon for this defensive, for this offensive side, as you have an extra bit of coverage for that. FaZe will realistically won't be able to deal with that. How do they use Arthur in this round to get control? They want to clear their entirety of the map, it seems, and they want to get as much control as possible before they even consider sending in their blitz.
Well, they've been very quick about things, so I'm honestly surprised that he's not in the building yet. I expected him to kind of bully his way in top square or something like that, but E1, they're trying to be calculated about this. You can't be mad at him for that. Gonna keep him down outside of the bottom of the square door. Now, this is starting to build up like they might potentially be bullying their way in through electrical and trying to move their way, quickly into kitchen, but Solus is right here. He's got a good read on this. Paris will be able to take down one, and this is starting to look somewhat doable, but look at this. Solus is able to track Blitz wherever he goes because of this shield. Not only that, but KDS is also taking down SDK.
Now they know the Blitz is going to be a factor, but Perez finds a second in this round. That gives a lifeline. Now you might be able to send your Blitz on in. Empty is going to get handies as well. E1 in a great position. KDS needs to win this fight and doesn't do so. Flashery gets the confirmation on that one. And E1 only have Biter King to find, but there's the Blitz going down. No chance of heroics. Flashery shuts it down. E1 get one round back. And you can tell how much that means to these players. Still a long road to get level, but that's much better from this side.
We only got initial part of that story over inside of Square, but the real meat and potatoes of that was the push coming in from lobby over for archives. No, I mean, just a really nice cross-body check from E1 there that catches a lot of the FaZe Clan members off guard. Very well done. Finally able to find that opener that we were talking about.
Great reaction from the timeout as well. Being able to play off that moment. I mean, when your coach gets that moment to be able to talk to a team, it to me is very important that you win that next round. You've taken a very vital resource for your side. Lots of coaches, there's a lot that goes into how you decide to make that decision to call your tactical timeout. I think for E1, perfect decision made. They're able to adapt and change what they needed. It's going to be a 4-2 split for them as they move to that side swap. They will move to the defensive side now, and I mean, in Brazil, it's pretty 50-50, but in terms of at least historic stats, you want to say they might have a better chance here.
Yeah, you most definitely do. But the key thing is when it comes to Bank as well, the teams that are really good at Bank, their offenses are absolutely insane. And FaZe Clan is one of those teams that comes to mind when you think of Bank offenses. So honestly, I mean, I'm happy that E1 have gotten what I would consider the bare minimum, 2 rounds over here on the offensive side, but I'm absolutely terrified for what their future holds.
I think you mentioned it perfectly, though. That's the bare minimum you want for this. It's not going to be something to write home about, and FaZe, again, I'm not going to even doubt FaZe in this because they've looked exceptional so far. It took a very scrappy round to be able to beat them in the previous step we've just seen, and now both teams, because of this, will have a little, at least a mental reset coming this one. The coach can't intervene because it's a technical break for this one, so they're all just playing in their head right now, beginning to figure things out. But the timeout that was called previously, they have more time to stew on that and perhaps formulate what they want to do in this going up to it. But FaZe, it's difficult to see them losing even on a side swap.
Yeah, absolutely. FaZe Clan have been in control of this the entire time. It has always been E1 trying to find something that could be the kindling to light a fire in their bellies. And so far, not so good. It's been a really hard-fought series for them, and it continues to be exactly that. If you come for the king, you better not miss. And FaZe Clan right now, they are wearing that crown happily. It is not heavy on their heads at all. Now we're going to be switching sides over into round 7. FaZe Clan will be donning the offensive side for the very first time, and they will be suffering the consequences of that Monty ban that they implemented earlier on before we even got this map started.
I think the Monty ban works much better in the favor of FaZe, though. I really felt that E1 could have used that shield to get a lot of map control. It would have made their job of entering the building at least a little bit easier. That's what they really struggled with on their offensive side. So the real question now, do FaZe still have that momentum in them? E1 have disrupted that flow just a little bit. Nice recovery there, making sure not to pointlessly waste that canister away. The hatch is getting reinforced inside of stocks. Means to me there might be an intention of at least a little bit of roam pressure. I wouldn't want to extend too long, though, against a side like FaZe, because I think you're only opening up a potential to get punished.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That was the key differences here between what we saw from FaZe and what we'll see, or what we saw from E1 and what we'll more than likely see from FaZe on this offensive side. Is E1 wasn't able to exploit these opportunities to their fullest advantage. A lot of E1's offenses were pretty spread, and it made it to where things were kind of complicated on these clears. It made it for a lot of 1v1 engagements, like what we just saw right there. There's nobody actively playing top square, nobody actively trying to hold anything, maybe from the lobby windows, maybe just trying to create an angle over through the elevator soft wall. Just nothing. It's all Cyber, who once again gets entry for what it feels like the 5th time in this series by E1 on kind of a solo dolo thing happening on the top floor.
It's not been the best of series from Cyber so far, at least on bank. Some shots arriving above that player's head. Not too keen to stay around too much longer. Mozzie Pest doing a little to disrupt the flow of information game, but not too much. Handy spots the players out of elevator, and then begin to try and coordinate someone to rotate over to try and take that. The smoke canisters chokes out KDS's progression towards that position for the time being. And they'll begin to work with this one. STK sends out C4 out and has an opportunity to drop back his sight. Minute 30 in this round. At this moment, you'd say a successful roam presence in terms of time wasted. You've claimed Cyber as well. Best case not to overextend, and I think there'll be a wise choice to fall back, but that red silhouette lurking prone in open area very much wants to hold on and perhaps take one more body to the grave with them.
FaZe Clan pumping the brakes. Oh, Lastry. Is there a way that you get out of this? There has to be, right? So rotate. Be able to skimper on over towards Tellers, but FaZe Clan will continue to hunt him. This is what we were talking about with the fact that FaZe Clan doesn't let these opportunities slip by all that often, but as soon as we say that, this is how the caster's curse might be working its way in too. E1 have done such a good job of delaying. Lastry, yeah, he finally dies, but look at this clock whippet. 40 seconds remaining. Souls is still all the way upstairs. Yeah, the hatches are open, but we gotta get something going on here.
That was an absolute perfect roam game. You're going to trade off 1 for 1 in terms of player count now at 30 seconds, but never count out FaZe. They now to make everything work in these dying few moments. The player in blue has a critical position to hold on to this. That hatch gets opened up, and they need to drop. But do they know he's there? The fire burns away. The TCSG behind. Handy needs to drop. Handy needs to win this fight. They've committed the case deep inside of servers, but you don't have time to play a dance with the devil. The fire burns away. He can't do much. It will be a gauntlet of an inferno. He'll dive in, but he will get torched to a crisp, and it's going to be E1 to survive if they can just live a little bit.
No way!
Are you kidding me? FaZe Clan find a way. The dying moments. 1 second remain, perhaps even less. Are you kidding me?
Forged in the fire and flames is FaZe Clan. E1 have awoken a demon. They cannot die, man. No matter what E1 does. Utility, good gunplay, good positioning, good roaming. It doesn't matter. The story is FaZe Clan's is once again, they sweep around under the rug that was anything but easy. Down to the wire. Let's pay attention to this clock, folks. 0.3 seconds on the clock. And FaZe Clan take that round off of some proper aggression, working its way in from marble stairs, as well as more than likely the back hatches.
Remember when I said never count out FaZe Clan? When they try to drop into server, that's exactly why. 0.3 of a second left, and they find the victory. E1 looked so good in that round. It looked to be finally perhaps a glimpse of what they can do on this defensive side, and FaZe Clan just say, nah, not a chance. You can't beat us. We've not lost a map this stage, and we don't want to start doing that now. Perez working in ATMs. Do FaZe Clan know?
To get it? I don't really know. I mean, this is a huge risk here for Perez on this Solus. This is something, I mean, you probably routinely see in everyone's games, you know what I mean? This is something you'll see all the way down in the depths of copper. ATM, a known quantity by a lot of people, but does FaZe Clan do their routine? Do they check things? They don't even have to. V-King is probably giggling right now. He's like, there is somebody right inside this window. We need to get somebody on these rappels. And Perez on the other end here. This might be it, and it will be. It's a trade, but Perez will more than likely get picked up. You can see it on his face. He knows exactly how this is more than likely going to go down as probably not going to be able to be picked back up. If somebody does want to hop downstairs right into Vita King's line of sight, I am only setting this up because I'm a little worried about that player upstairs in checkers, but as soon as I say that, players will finally get taken down.
They knew that would happen eventually, but this is going to be the scarier factor. The fact those cameras are now falling away. The Rotera drone will force Ward the move. Don't think anyone's there to pose a threat to that position directly. The defense of E1 feels a little bit stretched already. Lots of repels, or lots of pressure applied on KDS. DMR on that window. You do not want to try and trade off shots with that. You will lose unless you find that headshot. And the outside of Stark opens up that wall. Will the impact trick be good to deny it? He doesn't even want to stay around too much longer. And that's going to be the phantom pressure of FaZe. Moving E1 around. The hard cover, the soft cover destroyed inside of Janny as well. Oh, FaZe. The way they're setting this up is absolutely perfect so far. Do E1 have an answer?
Oh, KDS. That's the windows in his favor. E1D still 2. And a logic bomb to boot for Vita King. 4 versus 4 a minute. But you can see the huge swath of angles that are open on this site. Flastry is still concerned with a few angles working in from the windows, and he damn well should be. This is the most active area that FaZe Clan have at the current moment. Still have some drones to be able to try and assist, but it's going to be more than likely down to the gunplay here. 3 active bodies on this position. Vita King inside on square, so he's going to be the dagger to this cloak that they have set up. It'll be activated now. Swinging through. They do know one's over inside of stock. Has to call on this logic bomb, and that'll more than likely be the telltale sign of execution. Here comes the swings. Empties with the first kill. He's going to be able to take down Souls, actually. He's got a nice little breach right over the top of the reinforcement that was more than likely made by Handy Selma. Vita King's going to have to sprint all the way over to stock. He knows the player's around the area, but actually at a second glance, he'll get caught off guard. He still gets the kill, though. And E1, they're getting completely bullied out of their own site setup. FaZe Clan, so unbelievably accurate when they're in the pocket.
Another round that comes down to the limited time on the clock. FaZe don't even need a full round to make that one work. The pressure you must feel as you see that timer tick down second after second, knowing that E1 just want to sit still and hold their ground. Absolutely ridiculous confidence and composure from FaZe Clan, and rightfully so. They've moved themselves on a map matching series point.
This is just unreal from FaZe Clan. Even when you can count them out so easily, like on a round array of, I don't know, 3 people on North Rappel that have to swing in a window and just an active doke at the top of square, really hoping that E1's gunfights go awry. They're still more than capable of getting it done. And that's the one thing about this FaZe roster that continues to impress me. That's the thing that really had me, in my mind, riding real high on FaZe Clan when it came to SI, was they are so good at practically every moment of Rainbow Six, whether it comes down to strategy or whether it comes down to just wild, high-flying moments like that where you just have to win some gunfights in a pretty wild fashion. FaZe Clan are capable, more than capable, in every scenario.
I think it's safe to say right now, in terms of the entire global Circus Siege, FaZe might be the most well-rounded side. They seemingly find themselves in a vast variety of positions where you'd almost imagine it's an unlosable or unwinnable position. In the last 2 rounds, for example, have looked almost guaranteed for E1, and FaZe find a way, time and time again, just to find that victory. That's the hallmark of that's a hallmark of an exceptional side. No matter how difficult things get, to win the round, win the game, no matter what the odds are. And FaZe just keep finding a way to win no matter what. E1, now or never, find an answer. Do they have it in them?
That's a big thing. If you have one answer, I mean, that's great. Fantastic for you. But do you have 3 more? Like, how far along the lines do we go here before E1 runs out of potential answers to give over to FaZe Clan to this quiz they've been running on Bank? Finally, something of a success story being built up for E1, but those hopes are immediately dashed by Cyber. What a shot out of Arthur. Not only taking out Vita King, the down player, but transitioning and killing Cyber practically instantaneously on that swing.
That could be the lifeline that they need in this round at least. Cyber off the boards. Vita King slain as well. Pulse and IQ no longer a factor. Arthur, this can be the round he steps up big for his side. Alone on site right now. No one to help him, but the control of verticality is still there. One player from FaZe lurking inside a square, one inside of lobby. Flastry has the lobby player at least on lock. But yet again, time will be the pressure point for FaZe. They don't seem to worry about it too much because they know they can win it when they need to get pushed into these difficult fights. Handy will use his patience, wait for someone to stumble into his line of sight. And so is posing and probing, looking for anything in towards sight directly with that DMR. They have a logic bomb to work with to get that information as well. No, correction, they don't have a logic bomb to work with, so they have to do this based off drones and knowledge of where these players could be. They will have the cameras. Dokkaebi will get that hack off. Handy rotates around towards lobby.
Lunchtime now for FaZe Clan. A big moment here for KDS as he's getting pressured by 2. And I do believe a nitro cell underneath as well. No matter what happened, that man was more than likely dead. 2 versus 3 now. Souls inside of the site. No case in hand as that is still outside. More than likely looking to try and solve this through more shooting means than anything. Nice kill here from Handy. He knows there has to be another one in the area, but he can't find him inside of Janitor. Souls won't be able to find a moment with the SMG-12 like he did earlier in the day. And E1 will stave off this completion in FaZe just for at least another round.
The worst thing about that, though, is the moment you see Handy getting that kill upstairs and towards stock, you begin to think that surely not again. If he wins that pick in Janny, that round could have all been over if Souls wins that one in sight directly. As you mentioned, they found the answer once. They need to do it 3 more times against FaZe. And it's not going to be easy. FaZe don't give you many opportunities. Vita King getting revived, or the attempted revive of Vita King from Cyber was what gave them that pick. The confirmation of Vita King happened just after that as well, in the hands of Arthur. That was the lifeline that they needed in that round, and to the basement we go. And last time FaZe were here, 0.3 a second all they needed to win. Hopefully, for E1, you can waste at least a little bit more.
Yeah, you'd hope so, but I mean, the thing is that even in that last round right there, FaZe Clan's still able to get it down to a winnable situation. I mean, it was tenable for sure. A 1 versus 2. You have Souls with the SMG-12 in his hand. Anything can happen at that moment in time, as we all know. Now E1 have to try and get it done yet again here. This time it's going to be on the basement defense. They'll still try and commit to the roam. You can clearly see they are going to be doing this from the hatches that we have open right now. Now I'm a little questioning. I mean, even though we do have that soft destruction in there for Flastry, I don't know if he ends up reinforcing that one inside of open area. We'll just have to see. We'll round back to that later on, but moral of the story is that E1 does have this roaming strategy, so they do have to have a fallback at some moment in time, right?
I would hope so. Perez first to fall in this one. STK wants to get that trade. Arsene out the window towards KDS. He knows if he jumps out, Handy will be there for that trade. KDS gets one. That's STK upstairs. And well, within the very first 20 seconds of this round, FaZe Clan 5-3 advantage. They need to find something back, E1. A trade, a pick, anything. Player in electrical just lurking, waiting for a potential freebie. I don't think that will arrive at FaZe. Empty spots to head above him on marble stairs, but I don't think he wants to re-engage this fight and impact, but it is simply thrown to the wind. And Flastry, your shoulder would have been seen, but he wins that one. Souls off the board. That's huge. The trade is good. FaZe Clan 4-2 advantage. Pressing the fight now in the hands. E1 need to find something, but I think it might all be over.
This has been a pure FaZe Clan series the entire time. E1, they've had some moments, they've had some shine, but it has not been polished up against FaZe. They have time and time again looked like the better roster. This time around, it's been the big picks that have helped them out a lot inside of this opener as E1 go for some more of their aggressive antics on this roam game and get punished accordingly. Arthur might have the ability to start changing up the fate of this defense. Sees the foot of the Maverick, but he can't find the head. With a minute 10 remaining and Arthur on very low HP, they'll be forced to start using this utility, trying to keep these guns alive as long as humanly possible. It's really going to be down to empties to try and make something happen here on this Banshee wielder. We'll have to see what he can potentially get done with this MP5K.
Drone spot out the remaining players, surviving for E1. Arthur a single round will do him towards the grave. TCSG, formidable foe to D with flashbangs arriving, and that will be the indicator that FaZe Clan decided it is time to go. Cyber finds Arthur. That's going to be one more in the round for him. Second, leave it all down the empties. It's going to be a task in futility. FaZe Clan remain invincible in Brazil. They are your stage 1 champions for the region, but what a performance from them all stage long. This side is the one to beat globally right now.
Absolutely flawless. 9 maps inside of the actual stage. They make it to playoffs. They win 2-0 up against Furia on Bank in Oregon, and then they finish it off on Bank as well over here up against E1. Fantastic stuff from FaZe Clan as they will top Brazil with this result.
A flawless stage domestically for FaZe. That is their 3rd domestic trophy that they've gathered in this new ecosystem. Stage 1 and 2 last year, now stage 1 wrapped up from them. The only question I only have to ask about FaZe now is, can they do that on an international basis? Because right now, I think I'm pretty safe to say they do look the most formidable side. You know, you might draw comparisons, perhaps BDS in Europe could challenge them, but I think right now, in terms of most well-rounded sides, FaZe are them.
Well, as long as you don't ask me about North America, Whippet, that's all that I'm going to say. We're going to send y'all to a quick break, and when we come back, we got an analyst desk to break this all down.
FaZe Clan, the unbelievable, unstoppable FaZe Clan win the Brazil League again. Flawless across the board. 9 maps in total. They didn't drop a single one. And they get the job done over E1 here in style. Connor, what a team.
Yeah, it's just FaZe Clan being oh so dominant, oh so fun to watch, and what weaknesses do they have? Once again, they are so incredibly good on their attacks. Sure, today they were still a little bit slow, but when you can make magic happen on a consistent basis, winning seemingly unwinnable rounds, just back to back to back, what can you do to stop this team?
And what makes it even more impressive, what makes it even more special, is they did it. They completed the mission without really Cyber stepping up to do Cyber things, right? He's been pretty quiet at this stage.
Yeah, it's like when you have a Lamborghini and you keep it in the driveway, you know, you keep it in the garage because they don't need him. Like, Cyber's out here doing a Paragon run. He just did an entire run of Brazil with no violence, where he didn't really have to do much. And FaZe was still out here demolishing the entire region. And mind you, this is the best region in the entire world. And, you know, I think towards the international events, Cyber is gonna wake up when the competition gets cranked just a little bit more. But he's just been in a training arc. He's just locked in the hyperbolic time chamber, getting better and better.
So when they do pull the Lamborghini out of the garage, as you guys say in America, how dangerous does the team become then?
It's just an even scarier team, because if you can't beat this roster 5v4, what are you supposed to do when they have that extra oomph? What do you do when they have a 5v5? They have somebody that's just going to be so dominant on entry and get them the kills over and over again, where you don't even need to see some of their support players shine. We might not have to see a Handy drop crazy numbers. And that once again just reinforces the overall consistency of this FaZe roster and makes them too dangerous.
Well, it's the third time this team has got the job done in this new ecosystem that has been in place since Blast came into the fold. They are really thriving, but on the other side of the coin, let's not forget, E1, they lost here, and they came up against the best in the world. However, we will see these lads in Manchester, so they can end this stage here, C-Daps, with their heads held high.
Oh, definitely. When you're going from 6th place going into playoffs to 2nd place, they get some silverware. They're going to an international event. This is their first stage as a roster. So many of these players as well, first stage in tier 1, to immediately come out and put up such a dominant performance and take down some of the titans of the region, some of these other teams that have been contenders for quite some time and that you would expect to be better than E1. It's a great showing for this roster, and the future is so bright.
It absolutely is. Shout out to E1. I will see you guys in Manchester and have some fish and chips ready for you. And of course, FaZe Clan on top. Those guys are looking formidable coming into the major. All right, this is where we go to a break, but when we come back, the heavy lifting starts. Furia versus W7M for a guaranteed spot in the major is next. Welcome back to the Blast R6 Brazil League. We've had a bumper edition of the show today. 3 back-to-back best of 3s. And we've got one last matchup to go, and it's a big one. All of the stakes are in place. We've got the teams ready. It is Furia versus W7M for a spot at the Manchester Major. A guaranteed spot. And of course, this is Furia taking on their former org. They used to wear that jersey on the right when they raised the hammer in Sao Paulo just a matter of months ago now. This has got all of the makings to be something special here, Connor.
Yeah, this is the series I've been waiting for. I mean, sure, all the other games earlier on were pretty good, but I've just been sitting here waiting, being like, hey, can we get this game done with? I want to get into this matchup that directly decides a major spot against two rosters that most people are going to be expecting to see in Manchester.
All right, let's start with Furia. I'm going to admit, I'm a fan of this team. I can't help it. There's a lot of history here with them. But right now, they are desperately trying to shake off what feels like a SI winning hangover, because this has not been the roster that we expected to rock up here to the playoffs, Connor, has it? It's just that it isn't them.
Yeah, it's been close. They're getting closer, and it's just incremental steps to get back to the form that we've once seen. Sure, against Vivo Stars, we were like, oh yeah, Furia is back, let's go. And then against FaZe Clan, they just kind of couldn't cut it. FaZe Clan just looked better and better as the games went on. Sure, Furia, they did keep it close in that game, and that's something that I kind of want to hone in on, because Furia, they kept it close against a team that is absolutely dominating everybody. But when you look at Furia once again to what we expect out of them, they're still only operating at about 80% of their potential.
Well, one thing that's for sure is that when JV92 plays well, the results tend to go in this team's favor. His performance is becoming very much a win condition, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's not in the traditional way that you would think a win condition of, oh, JV92 needs to step up. He needs to be hitting all these crazy shots. It's more so when you think of JV92, he's the indicator for the overall health of this team and how the system is working. If he's able to just kind of do his job, it's really indicative of, hey, everybody else is doing their job. JV92 is the backbone, he's the spine, and you see when he is doing well, it's just showing that Furia are playing properly. But when they lose, he's sort of the one whose performance overall drops the most, because he's almost a victim of that system not working.
Yeah, he is very much a pillar of this team's success, and look, there's a certain team that wants that pillar to crumble, and that is W7M. These guys are going to be looking to send the players who are, they used to rock this jersey. They want to send them into LCQ to prove, listen, the new boys are in town now.
Yeah, W7M have looked really good, and I was riding really high on them as they went into the playoffs. I thought it was almost a foregone conclusion for them to defeat E1 and go further on after their bye, but unfortunately, E1 had other things to say. W7M, they looked kind of flat. They came out not with their best foot forward. They were slow. They were lethargic. This was not the team that we expected to see, and it was not the team that we had seen through the group stage.
Volps. We've got to talk about Volps, because this is a man with history when it comes to his opponents here.
Yeah, Volps used to play with this same roster. Under the jersey that he's sporting now, he's had a very weird kind of transition over to Liquid. Watch his old team turn into the most dominant international side of all time. His performance dip on Liquid. All of a sudden, he goes back to W7M, and he looks so good. Highest rated player in the league going into the playoffs, and even in this match against Furia, where W7M defeated them in regulation, he looked oh so dominant. He was a definite win condition for this W7M team.
When you're getting thrown around like this player has, it must do wonders for your confidence when you find your form back in that jersey. Let's move on to entries, shall we, Connor? Because that's something that is very much both teams rely on if they want to succeed.
Yeah, with both of these rosters, how their systems operate on the attacking side, on the defensive side, it's so dependent upon getting the opening kill. If you only had to watch a very small portion of the round critically, you just need to watch the early round. You need to see who gets the first kill, because more often than not, with these two teams, whichever team gets that first kill onto their side will win the entire round. Both these rosters, they struggle with recovery because of how their systems work. They need the man advantage, and overall, how they kind of go about these early engagements of fast aggression, denying space, or aggressively taking space. It's either an all or nothing kind of mentality.
I said at the start here that this has it all, but it really does. When you think about it, you've got teammates playing against former orgs, you've got former teammates playing against former teammates, you've got a Manchester major up for grabs, and we've got a best of 3 ahead of us. This could be one of the best of 3s if it all comes together that we've seen so far this stage.
There is a very, very big potential because so far the BO3s, a lot of them have been 2-0s besides that one earlier on today, Vivo Stars and Black Dragons, and I can fully see this going the distance, especially with how the map pools line up for these teams. There's a lot of overlap, and I think both rosters are going to feel comfortable kind of regardless of where you go.
Speaking of map CDAPs, let's get into Vito's picks and bans. Let's find out where we are going for this best of 3.
First off, we're going to be going to Nighthaven. W7M, this one has been in their back pocket for just a little while, but it's going to be pulled out and on full display to go up against Furia, as Furia will once again go to one of their tried and true banks that they have always felt very comfortable on, and will also go all the way to a border, a map that neither of these teams, pardon me, W7M has played one singular time, and Furia have not gotten to go to, because both of these rosters have a very heavy opponent ban percentage on this map. Nobody wants to take them there.
There's so much at stake here, and how much of a disaster would it be, do you think? If Furia don't get the job done here and they drop into LCQ, of course they still have a chance to make the major, but I think just dropping out of playoffs alone, for a lot of people and a lot of eyes, that's a bit of a catastrophe, isn't it?
It definitely is, because on the other side, the W7M roster, the Los Core has qualified through the LCQ before, but this Furia roster has never touched a last chance qualifier. In stage 1, they got this 3rd place win and they went directly into phase 1. They didn't have to touch LCQ. In stage 2, they were a finalist. They went straight into phase 2 of Atlanta. So we don't really know how this roster would fare if their backs are fully up against the wall in a do or die situation in a last chance qualifier. And you might think, hey, with Furia, they've been through it all. Pressure shouldn't really shake them. But that's only in scenarios that we kind of know that they've been in. It would be completely foreign territory for the Furia roster to be going into a very grueling LCQ.
I trust them. I think, you know, when they went 6-1 down, map 5 at SI a couple of months ago, that was foreign territory at the time, but they do not seem to feel pressure. It's one of their best qualities, I think, as a, you know, neutral watching them. For W7M, it'd be massive for them, I think, to send this team packing into LCQ, not just for the players, but for the heads at the org to say, all right, we're good without you guys, right?
Yeah, it'd be like, hey, we made the right decision. We went with the direction of a new roster. It was a very mutual parting, and I think overall both sides got what they wanted, with Furia Core now having another org to back them. It seems like they're very happy in that organization, and now with W7M, their roster is performing pretty dang well, and I like what I've seen out of this team. But when we kind of look at the results now, if we kind of go towards predictions, it's, hey, W7M, they lost to E1. What did E1 just do? They got dominated by FaZe just a few minutes ago, where Furia was actually really competitive in this matchup. I think W7M actually have kind of a little bit of a hill to climb today.
Yeah, that's for sure. There's certain players here in Furia that I think have a hill to climb as well, because we just became accustomed to them being so good and so consistently good that it's been a real shock to the system to watch. They haven't fallen apart by any means, but to not perform at the level that we're expecting them to. Who in particular, are there one, maybe two players that you could look at and think, look, I want more from you at this stage right here, right now?
I feel like a broken record whenever we talk about Furia, where I'm like, you know, where's Herds and KZ together? They've been such a dynamic 1-2 punch. It's been terrifying to go up against, and more often than not this stage, it's kind of only been Herds. It almost feels like the where is KZ mentality. I mean, Ian, you know as good as any what Herds and KZ can do together. You watched it unfold during Sao Paulo, where they were kind of, you know, breaking records together for the kill record at a 6 Invitational. So, do you feel very similar as well?
Yeah, I do. I think if those two click, then it's big business. And I know that this team will be thinking, as long as we make it through, if somehow by nook or cranny, whatever you say, we make it through to the Manchester Major, then they'll be thinking they can go there and win it. However, they've got to get through a game W7M here and now. It's time to get stuck into it. I cannot wait for this one. Links and Stux, lead us through it.
Very excited for a mirror match of sorts in our final match of the Brazil playoffs. Furia, the old W7M roster, lifting a hammer under that org, now facing that very organization with a brand new look, Sam. I don't know if I could have concocted anything better for a match with a major spot on the line.
Oh yeah, especially to cap off the entire stage. I mean, what more could you want? This is a great story. I mean, past that, the only other thing you could really need is Furia versus FaZe, but I mean, we already had that earlier on, and FaZe ended up winning that 2-0. That's how we got here. Now we're to the point where it's Furia and W7M. Their old organization could potentially gatekeep them from going to the very first major of the year.
The only team that has ever beaten W7M consistently in the playoffs has been FaZe Clan, knocking them down to this third place position all the way back in stage 1 of last year. FaZe win 2-1. W7M have to face Los. They beat them. They qualify. Stage 2, W7M have an exceptional group stage, automatically seeded into the upper bracket semis. They face Vivo Keyed. Sure, they lose to FaZe Clan, but they both qualify for the major in the 1-2 seed slots. FaZe have been the only team to really get the best of this Furia roster over the past year in the playoffs. And to lose now to W7M, that'd be a very poor way to break the trend, especially with Furia having to touch the LCQ for the very first time. Of course, all that as the backdrop, all that as sort of the shadow looming over this matchup. The maps we actually have in front of us, the maps that we are actually playing, Nighthaven as W7M's pick. This has been a very checkered playground for Furia. They bring it out at SI, 7-1 G2, the reigning world champs at the time, and we think this map's going to be great. And then they have to fight 6-1 down to win 8-6 against FaZe, and we say, okay, it's close, but still comfortable for them. They can still find something. And then, the one time they played at this stage in the rematch of the grand final in groups, they lose it, 7-4. Now W7M feeling confident to bring them here. This is not at all a guaranteed 2-0 for Furia.
No, it's most definitely not. And I think that that's the one thing that we need to get ahead of immediately here. Although this is a world champion roster and the likes of Furia, this W7M roster has looked fantastic for practically the entirety of this stage. In fact, topping out up near FaZe Clan at our number 2 slot here in Brazil with 20 points ahead of absolutely everybody else minus on that FaZe roster. So pretty impressive stuff for them, especially with the retooling that their roster has went through recently. You know, all of them obviously coming under this W7M banner inside of March, but a couple of these members returning from some other things that we saw them working on in the previous stage of last year. So happy that this roster has been able to find such a stride early on in 2024.
And of course, you know, we have to talk about Volps a little bit, highest rated player, and I think impressively so considering that they're automatically seeded to the second round of playoffs. They get 2-0'd by E1 in a game where, especially on Skyscraper, wasn't particularly close for W7M as they lost at 7-3, then 7-5 on map 2. And yet somehow, despite that poor ranking, and despite FaZe absolutely clobbering most of the teams they face in the playoffs, 3 different FaZe players all in the top 5 of the rating now, by the way, Volps is still number 1. Might be by a hair, might be 0.01 points, but Volps is still up there as the best player in Brazil at the moment. And of course, we're starting to see Dodez power up a little bit, starting to have a bit of a quiet second half of the group stage, and even though they ended up losing the series with some good moments from Dodez, the trio, Dodez, Lobin, and Volps, formidable when they're on their A game. Will they be enough to match the trio, the fearsome triumvirate that is Herds, KZ, and JV92 that won a hammer off the back of those monstrous individual performances? It hasn't been easy for Furia, but on Nighthaven, a win on your opponent's pick will restore a lot of confidence that maybe that third spot at Manchester will be yours.
Definitely a proper way to start things off, wouldn't it? It's going to be Dokkaebi banned out here first, as W7M will be taking control of the bans, and Ram going to be banned out here. Honestly, I do not hate this. Nighthaven Labs has a lot of verticality that can be implemented, and Ram is a fantastic choice for that. on the offensive side. Kaid also going to be removed too, just to try and assist with some clearance on these walls.
I think this is one of those maps that Ram is really the most used. She's great for soft destruction on a lot of maps, but there's two sites in particular where you see a lot of Ram-specific usage, which is throwing in a boogie drone outside the building, then activating it for vertical destruction. When you're attacking the bottom floor bomb site, assembly and tank, and then the middle floor bomb site, kitchen and dining, where outside of meeting you throw in the boogies and activate it there as well. Verticality important on both those. Ram, very safe option to get most of what you want actually opened, and so W7M taking that out, very nice play to counter a very common attacker used by many attacking teams on Nighthaven. The follow-ups, of course, Dokkaebi, Azami, and Cade taken off the board, not particularly surprising given the general play we see on a lot of this map. Dokkaebi and Azami, Dark Zero bans actually coming out for the Furia roster, but the Cade from W7M, starting on the attacking side, you want to deal with the exterior walls. You want to open IT without having to worry too much. You want to open connector, breach without worrying too much because they're so important, especially on this second floor. Really sensible bans for everybody in the team.
Yeah, I really like it. Just making it to where this map is going to be a little bit more feasible for all respective parties, honestly. So we've got those out of the way. It's down to the fun stuff. It's down to KZ getting aggressive at the top of blue. The only reason I sound quizzical is because he is smoke. I don't mind the early aggression. I just mind that we're doing this on an op that you don't really want to die inside of the opening 15 seconds.
And especially because, I mean, with how little other sources of plant denial or time wasting Furia have, I mean, they've got the C4 from Nade, and there are things that can waste time. You know, the F-Knots, for example, you might take time to clear it, or if you flood in and get hit by it, you have to back off for a little bit. But in terms of somebody going for a diffuser plant, all you really have is that C4 and those smoke canisters. Quick upside-down repel by Dots, trying to punish any aggression onto that doorway into the second floor bomb site itself. Fellapox and JV92, two separate doorways, same angle they could challenge. JV92 spotted on the drone. Dots looking to capitalize, will not find much of anything just yet. Just some shots fired and the clear happening elsewhere. Utility going in as well. A bit linear from W7M right now, but good progress in the first minute. You can see the rest of the attack starting to form up around the terrace breach.
This drone economy not looking too hot for W7M, but they've made solid progress and in good timing too. So plenty of flash bangs to boot as well, so can use that to try and assist, whether it be through dislodgement or through clearing out Herd's magnets. We'll just have to see, but in a way it'll have to come quickly enough. Herd's, nice angle here, won't be able to find that shot. They continue to send cannon fodder back and forth, but their party able to strike true. Now another one, my disc will go out. Trying to keep W7M at bay is Furia right now. They've got a good read as to where this is actually boiling over from, and it looks like there's going to be another layer coming in from blue stairs.
Has some Candelas going out, shotgun close in the doorway. F-Not will stave off Loben for a little bit. That's all but one Candela gone from the Ying on backside, and KZ ready for it. Still got the smoke to delay this push. Loben forced even further back on the balcony because of the liberal use of the toxic canisters from KZ on the backside, but he's paying for the security. It's fine because the rest of the defense is focused on this push through IT and through terrace. Dash with a tight angle onto the top garage door. Nobody from Furia biting, holding their positions. FaZe were able to capitalize off some antsy plays from Furia, and yet not a single defender is moving in these final 30 seconds. Last Candela goes out as KZ backs off down to Aqua Stairs. Goes in for the flank later, though. Tries to sacrifice the Fenrir, but Loben cuts them both down. Herd's on the wraparound, won't find the third. Instead, Fellapox to get Furious first, and he's only good for one. Nade in the 1v4, very difficult position. No angle on the diffuser. 1 HP remaining, trapped inside of connector. He'll make his way into electrical, regain his vision with the activation of those glasses, but a shotgun on a long-range engagement is not a way to start off this 1v4 successfully. He'll switch to his secondary, reload at 2, find 1 kill in the 1vx, but Dash with a quick trade gives W7M the first round on attack.
And I mean, honestly, that was played practically perfectly by both teams right there. That was everything necessary in that situation for Furia to really pull that across the line. The timing was beautiful. Everything was working out very well for them up until it came down to the gunfights. And that's where everything falls off the wagon. W7M start taking out Furia bodies left, right, and center. And a perfect place for that case in the post plant. Just way too powerful for them.
Losing those fights so problematic for Furia, especially the Fenrir not able to hold on. I think KZ rotating on Aqua Stairs is a nice idea just to try to get the backstab, but once you have that initial pressure dealt with by the attack, they had two people over there. Loban technically didn't even need to turn around. He had somebody on the Aqua door to watch that very position if they wanted to. W7M had contingencies for it, and the way KZ was hoping to distract them ended up not really doing as much as I think he would have liked. Of course, we have some missed gunfights after that, but still, a W7M attack that might have taken almost the entire round to get going, but once it hits like a truck. Just one impactless frag to go, or a couple impactless frags to go Furia's way. Now moving all the way down to the bottom floor. Will still go for a very far-flung roam up top.
I don't hate it. I think this is definitely something that Furia can pull off for the most part. Especially on a map like Nighthaven Labs, lends itself pretty well to a roam game. These castle barricades set up specifically to try and make this more potent, more powerful. Especially love that castle barricade that we saw there at the last split second. That high priority window that we see taken up quite often by the offense. Trying to establish a nice cutoff, a nice connection towards the other point of the building. It's already starting to get exposed here by W7M as well as they're looking to try and deal with this roam setup. And now Volp's working his way in the top of blue. They are able to at least recognize that there is some utility around that stairwell, so they'll have to deal with that. Volp's actually rocking the iron sight on the LMG. We haven't been seeing too many iron sights as of recently. Erds, this is going to be the first moment of contact, and it's going to be Dash that dashes away the frag.
0-2 so far. I mean, a bit too early to say, you know, Hertz is going to put in a bad performance today, but it's gunfights of these roams that were really making that game, even when they weren't necessarily winning against Furia, but certainly against Keydstars. Hertz has been a key standout player for Furia throughout this stage, throughout their entire year of dominance in 2023. And losing fights like that is something that Hertz doesn't normally do, and if it's going to be a continuing trend today, it will certainly cause a lot of problems for this Furia roster. But W7M, minute and a half in, have got the control they want. They can start getting this vertical control down. The rest of Furia have rotated back.
We've gotten this back a little bit on the timer. Furia should be able to use this position to their fullest advantage, especially with the fact that they have these positions still built up on the mid floor. Things like games, things like the position that we see over through that other wall are going to be extremely useful for them. And Furia, having so many bodies to be able to cover up a lot of these entry points that we are seeing. V7M not making too quick of progress, but they don't want to oversell here. That's a big thing. They overcook this. This is when Furia will quickly cut them down.
Especially when Felipox is still on the roam. If they start overthinking things, that's the exact time for him to hit a flank. Iron Sights maybe to just allow the quicker ADS time when you're running in his Ying, but he's not even looking down range when JV92 cuts him down. Another slow attack from W7M. And despite the loss of Herds earlier, the shots are all landing from Furia in round 2. Loban on a very late wraparound, a very late re-clear of Garage. Will at least catch one player playing inside a cargo, but Felipox doesn't even give it away until he absolutely needs to. Loban cut short inside of the Garage position. Gunning for a third as Felipox. He'll hop down the hatch just to confirm the intel. JV's good for the trade. Furia tie the game early on.
A solid round from Furia, using the advantages lended over from the map, establishing that roam early on, forcing W7M to try and clear things out, and it gets them onto pretty poor timing. Yeah, they get the picks necessary, but as soon as they start trying to transition into their execute, that's when a lot of the pain points come in. They're not really capable of dealing with Furia's setup on that basement floor. They get gunned down, and that's about it. W7M just not really able to catch the light in round 2.
It's similar to what we saw basically, I mean, in the first round. It's just that this time the gunfights just don't go W7M's way, and now moving into a reattempt of the top floor, very similar fate could meet them, even though they were able to win this side previously. If they take too long, take 2.5 minutes, not really acquiring a whole lot of control or really any dominant advantage until they just take a straight up 50-50 in the late round, Furia could easily get a 2-1 at this position because they were very hesitant, justifiably so, to give away that advantage when W7M were looking for an opening. You have a bit of a change. shocked it took this long for the Solus to be brought out in Furia's ranks. You'll be Fellapox on that operator, but they love their Solus roams, whether it's Herds or KZ or Fellapox. So many players in this roster can wield that Specchio scanner. It's a staple of this team for a reason.
Speaking of staples, I have the Solus inbound here on the basement level. We might have an early interaction, but as soon as I say that, Fellapox, he's making a mad dash for the staircase. He does not want to be in this territory at all. There be the, I'm surely a changing, or maybe just a changing of the tide. Does not feel as though it's necessary for him to be downstairs any longer. He is immediately vacated, not only that, but the base level of the building entirety. All the way to the top level now. They'll play this out more horizontally.
I'll try to play it out horizontally.
Oh,
but
I think it's because of the Deimos.
Yeah. He's sitting there making sure he can't be floor banged from down below. Things might play out horizontally, but as you can see, given how many soft floors there are on this map, things can go vertical. Things can flip up very, very quickly. And so Fellapox will hide out for the time being. Spot some drones, but not really move off-site all that much. So a 5-man hold at the moment for Furia, though. Imagine this is just temporary. We'll likely see somebody try to re-clear or retake a position later on in the round. Impact grenades being put to good use, giving Lobin a little cause for concern as he tries to pop some of these mirror windows. One player right on the opposite side of Aqua Stairs. Their jab there. Sound cue given away. KZ spots him, but not with the new ADS changes, my friend. You'll only put Volps down to 1 HP. It's W7M with another advantage.
Nice find, and yet another one as well to stack on top of that. The death marks now starting to find their marks too. Another kill pour in for W7M. Make it 4, make it 5, and a flawless round to boot. W7M have not fallen off the warpath just yet.
Still able to get a strong win on the upstairs site. 3 rounds in a row, they've managed to nab this opening pick, and 2 times been able to convert it successfully. This second floor site has not looked particularly close. Even if it's all coming down to gunfights, W7M seem to have a very good understanding of the positionings that Furia defenders, or defenders in general on this site will play. They're able to peek in, use some utility to maybe boost it from 50-50 to 70-30. These players are good enough, especially Dots also typically heating up, where we haven't really seen him putting great performances on that Los roster last year. It's a formidable batch of guns that Furia have had to face in this matchup, and these defenses have been anything but easy so far. W7M able to answer blow for blow. Moving down to the middle floor, we'll see the cargo bomb site, the supply bomb site, excuse me, come out. Another one where that ram could be very important, maybe to open up vertical above that security position, but really the game plan here, you don't even necessarily need to go for the full clear. If you can get the vertical control with the IT breach open, make sure nobody can get those rotate holes, or those vertical holes, and also take control of garage, you could go for a very minimal Ying plan if you play your cards right.
Yeah, now the key thing is to this is that you really got to pay attention to where Solus is. You need to know where JV92 is going to position himself, because if he does position himself downstairs, that has to be a known quantity. This will be the biggest thing here. If they're able to get rid of this, everything that Carter just said is the easiest thing, most straightforward thing that they can do when it comes to this bomb site, because it's the biggest downfall of it. There's an immediate window access. You can walk in behind a pillar, get the easiest plant known to mankind. And the post plant, pretty easy as well, especially if you get that positioning over IT like you talked about. But it's going to be the biggest thing, because that little potential thorn in their side actually end up jabbing them. W7M, as of right now, at least for Dot's sake, it is looking like they do want to look for that window, but, I mean, you got players from W7M everywhere right now, so honestly, it might just be overall a top floor assault.
Which, again, not a bad idea at all. If you want to get complete vertical control, basically minimize where the defenders can play, you know they're either on the first floor, likely around the site, or maybe down below, then it limits what you actually have to concern yourself with. And even then, we have an exothermic dedicated to the assembly breach down below to try and likely hunt down JV92, who could go down below with that Solus. Candela goes on in, just forces KZ back. Volp's not pushing just yet. He still got 3 in pocket. Herds. That's the gunfight we need to see if Furia want to keep this competitive. A quick peek onto Dodez. Get the opening pick, and Herds' first kill of the game.
More breach to be done by Dots. Get that panel downstairs initially just to open things up for Animus, make it where they can rotate back if JV92 does choose to be downstairs. This man is outside. JV92 wants to try and exploit the window, and he'll get it done. A freebie onto Dash. The beauty of Solus finds the man lacking on his cams. That's going to be another pickup for the defense. Dot's taking a lot of damage now, too, as he's positioned himself inside of IT. Down on very low HP now. He's actually going to be able to make it out alive, but as soon as I say that, he dashes right into the line of sight of KZ. He'll lose his life. It's down to Loban now, and now a 1 versus 4. It was to say flawless a moment ago, but no feeling flawless to us.
Loban at least making it flashy, at least giving us some eye candy to look at. Quick peeks in the 1v4. It is basically a flawless. That was a 1v5 where Loban got that pick, as you pointed out. And as we just saw, Diffuser also a world away. A little bit too close on that pre-fire to Herds' head. But I think going to the reinforced wall, Herds is perfectly fine. Sitting on that Diffuser like a nest egg. But unfortunately, the chickens have come home to roost. Loban has hopped into the garage window, vaulted down into the depths. But he'll have to give away his position in some way with only 10 seconds remaining. A monumental throw would be necessary for Loban to even have a chance. And he won't! Furia stopped him out around 2. Around 4, as it's a tie game again on 2-2.
And this is what made Furia so very dangerous across the entirety of last year. Their ability to play a map and just have these aggressive tendencies through solid utility use can just be painstakingly hard to deal with on the offense. You know, you get that initial pick, you try and do your due diligence, try and roll some drones through, assist out some of your entries that are attempting to find some footholds on the map, and instead, what happens? You get punished yet again by Furia, who shove you deeper inside of this hole by a simple hop out that claims a life. And if anything, I just think that Furia is going to get more and more aggressive with things down the line as we continue on in this best of 3.
You'd hope so. As they start getting comfortable, they start getting set up. I mean, Herds especially. If Furia start getting aggressive successfully, you'll likely see his kills skyrocket if things are going according to plan. At the same time, these defenses typically where Furia have a bit more success, even when they were winning dominantly or losing in regulation. In the case of FaZe, it was the defenses that were the better side. The defenses that got them a hammer in the end. So, if you want to make sure they're competitive, reclaiming some of that glory is absolutely necessary. They've had very solid rounds they've won. Same in W7M. Dominant victories and losses either way for everybody in the lobby up until this point. So who will be the unlucky recipient of a basically flawless loss in round 5? Well.
Yep.
5 seconds. What's going to happen?
I'm not even gonna open my mouth. We're just gonna talk through it. We're just gonna see what happens. Smoke's out. There's a lot of verticality here, and that's the scary thing. Loban does not have the case that's gonna be on Dots. Loban's whole plan is to try and get into the heart of this setup and just make a mockery of it. But instead, Furia's made a mockery of this strategy. It's down to the actual guns now. Yeah, they've gotten KZ, but still a lot of crazy positioning here for Furia. They have all of the hard points under wraps of the entire map.
They can so easily rotate down. Dash on the cutoff angle. Will spot Felipox on the shoulder peak. Just a patient play from the Ying. All her Candelas used, though. That was a one-and-done execute, and now they have to find a second chance with minimal utility and the Blitz gone to make that space. Dash could find another, though. Herds around the corner, throws a drone to find this intel. Does he check it? The bandit hops out, and he gets back in safely! Herds plays his cards just right despite 2 drones on him. Volps for the cutoff. Volps on the swing. Watches Herds rotate in front of him, but the bandit almost gets away with robbery. But thankfully, on the final swing, the final engagement, Volps is able to get that kill. And despite the rush being botched, despite the misplay, it's still a man advantage for W7M with 1 minute and 10 seconds to reset.
This is the one thing that I've noticed across the last couple of years here, especially when it comes to Brazil as a region. Teams have just gotten better and better at sending in this initial strategy, especially when it comes to roam strats. And when things don't work out, they'll keep what's necessary, man. They'll have enough bodies still alive. They won't bet it all on black and hope that it just sticks. And they'll try and figure things out inside of the mid-round. That's exactly what we get out of W7M here. An initial burst that we see into the site does not work, so they reassess and they reaggress. And it's working swimmingly so far for them. I mean, look, they still have plenty of time as we sit right now. 30
yeah.
seconds. They still need a place to plant. Yeah, they might want to switch the hands of said planter because Dots has literally negative HP at this point when it comes to somebody trying to put a case down, but we'll have to see how this works out. Furia does still have solid positioning. They think that this is going to be a tank side plant. Are they going to be right about this?
We'll see. JV92 could go for the flank. Thatcher on the coverage. Will spot Nade running inside of the site. That's not JV. Dota still finds him. Two-piece wrapping around the column. One left, one right. Round 3 for W7M's attacks.
Incredible stuff here out of W7M. I can't sing their praises highly enough after that round because, again, their entire strategy was burnt to the ground inside of the very first minute, Carter. They had to try and call an audible and figure everything out on that mid-floor in one foul swoop. And not only did they accomplish that, they accomplished it extremely handedly. There was nothing really going too wrong for them. They get the big pickups. They're able to at least establish a forefront on that mid-floor and transition that into a pretty nice plant downstairs that was well supported by Dodes.
Just organizing the remaining pieces very effectively, even still stopping Herds from getting back to the site. A huge difference maker in that round. He's able to go 1 for 1 if he makes it back. That's one more player on the site, one more player to move around EXO, maybe play bottom cargo, watch through the feed hole, something like that. And now without that, you've got the 3v2. You can move more effectively. You can at least guarantee yourselves a 3-3 after that victory. Now for the final defense, the final attempt from Furia to at least get the even half as well that W7M have all but secured. We are back to the top floor, which has not gone Furia's way a single time.
Well, we're at least going to get an entry downstairs here from the Buck. W7M going to be a little bit more widespread than what we initially saw in the first portion of last round. Selma will get eaten up by that impact. Mirror window's been popped too, so 2 of those things practically were there with that Selma stacked on top of it. But I highly doubt we see too much action flying back and forth in between that angle. Probably just keep a party on both respective ends there, just to make sure that nothing gets too crazy. Have the first death mark come out. It's going to be able to find Philippe Hawks, and this actually might be a nice discovery here, as they'll now know that the Solus is around this top floor.
Lobin.
Wow.
Could have used a death mark for that, Fenrir, unfortunately. Lobin sacrificing knowledge for speed. Comes up not knowing what the hell just happened. 5v4 now established for Furia. Nade can just walk back to site for free. You could still hunt down that Solus, could still try to find Felipox off the site if he wants to play the verticality, but unfortunate way for W7M to lose the lead as they've consistently won these opening duels, and now nothing really be found for the first half of their round.
I don't know why that made me giggle, but it was just like, man, I might be dumb, but boy, am I fast, right? Like, definitely does not work out. Just didn't expect somebody to be on those stairwells down low, and you can't necessarily blame them. This is a top floor defense. We don't see that all that often. Just gets completely caught off guard. So now W7M, the kind of unpleasant place because of that, especially after that nitro cell out of Herds that will take away Dash. And now it's a 5 versus 3 going into the last minute.
Furia can just play the side at this point. I mean, maybe you have a Solus off site, but Felipox has already rotated back. Everyone upstairs on the second floor, just to make sure W7M cannot push in, cannot get any free control outside of the site. Felipox will relay the info on where that Deimos is to the rest of the attack. He's down below at the moment. He's got 1 Deathmark tracker remaining. JV92 on the garage will face players from 2 different positions. Gumines will reveal it. Knows the Selma's top rafters, but is the Deimos ready? Does he know about the Legion's position in turn? No! Popped up with the T5! 2-piece to finish it off. Furia have had some dominant rounds, but finally, they officially get a flawless of their own to tie up the half at the side swap.
This is what we expect out of this roster, hitting their stride, especially as we get towards the latter portions of that half, able to secure the 3-3 and transition pretty evenly over into the offensive side of things. Nighthaven is our least played map here in Brazil, but it is one of our most even-keeled maps as well, sitting at a 51% defensive overall win rate, so this actually standing up to exactly what we would expect given the sample size and results.
and just a case of a lot of dominant victories either way. Really only one close round in those first 6. So, a lot of highs and lows depending on which team you're a fan of, but W7M maybe have the ability to come away the victors with round 7. You could see Volp sitting behind the bomb chassis trying to hide the clash, but considering he's moving out very quickly, he might have been spotted by a drone. And that does give the attack theoretically some time to recover, maybe some time to change it, but Volp's position on the clash seemingly will be known. Doesn't mean she will be easy to deal with whatsoever. We've seen plenty of times the damage a clash can do when she's left up to rotate wherever she wants.
We've also seen some other things go kind of awry recently with this. I'll call you back to yesterday where we saw Hot and Cold just walking aimlessly through the top floor console at like 2:45 in the round. He's like, oh, everything's just hunky-dory, everything's fine. And then Pambazu just guns him down from a staircase as he's practically spawned in at the top of. Absolute insanity. Highly doubt we see that out of Volps, though. Probably be a little bit more calculated on this top floor, but also Furia probably not going to be as quick to the initial punch as well, as there's a lot of heavy lifting to do when it comes to these initial breaches. We talk about it a lot, focusing on things like IT as well as the connector wall initially. Unless Dodez, does he go for 2? He does. He won't get it. JV92 will win out the fight instead, but that's going to be KZ down for the count. Not worried there, but it's just going to be Clash instead.
Volps takes out the SMG just to shoot the drone. 1-for-1 trade maybe, but I doubt anybody really hurting from that. You just trade a body on either side, but IQ's utility for this lineup not too impactful, and the Rooney Gates utility already placed, so I suppose favoring W7M, but there's still time for either team to gain something more decisive. Flashbangs going in, nades swinging the shield. Dots is Warden, by the way, but his glasses are recharging at the moment, unfortunately. So, isn't able to, I suppose, unblind himself, and he's still got a deployable shield to sit behind. Bob and weave, the EMP's disabling it, will now recover. And Nade's able to find his coverage. Dash behind him, Feld. Dot's very low HP, but Volps with the SMG has put the shield away, put it aside, and got the kill onto Nade. Trying to support Warden on this deployable shield. No more EMPs with the loss of nades, so Dots has full utility available to him if more smokes and more flashes come in. JV92 down, not able to catch Herds on the cross. He'll reaggress. Try to find a long angle, a long line into sight. Volp's damaged up just a little bit, but he's still got that shield. He's not all that concerned. Velopox going to good work on that vertical destruction from below, but unfortunately with that engagements and how they panned out, Furia are running out of options to recover this round, especially as the Jackal's put to 1 HP.
Unfortunate. It's not able to win this fight up against Loban as he crosses into Garage. And Loban up close and personal now with the shotgun. He's going to let Clash deal with it, actually. He's going to fall back here. Volts take the full front of this battle. Leapox now going to have to try and find a different way to work in this, too. He'll be forced over to the stairwells. Herd's more than likely going to die to, not the electricity, but to the pellets. It's going to be Dots instead to take out the last remaining player that comes to the top of the stairwell. He stands stalwart inside of the hallway. Didn't even move from the deployable shield. Very well done there from W7M.
Yeah, overall, good clear from Furia. I mean, even though they lose the round, I like a lot of the ideas they brought. You know, the EMPs to deal with the Warden on that shield. They're not able to actually take down the Warden, but find picks on the players around him. But W7M just doing a lot of what we know this team to do well, which is getting aggressive, but always coordinated, playing off of each other, calling what they need to be supported, and then the rest of the defenders acting off of it, able to find Nade, make that a 3v3, I believe, peeking from the garage window, or, well, Nade top Aqua, defender peeking from the garage window to make that a 3v3. And then Dash still, or Dots, excuse me, still surviving behind that shield. Just a good setup from W7M, and always keeping Furia at bay by constantly rotating utility and defenders to keep it at a stalemate until it eventually breaks W7M's way. First round on the defense will be theirs, and they'll move down to the basement for the next attempt to try and move up 5-3.
They're going to be bringing the castle barricades too, but there's something here, Carter, something very special that I really like when we see it on these roams. We're going to see the mirror here from Dots. This is something we see brought up every once in a while. Very useful when it comes to holding down key portions of the map, but we're going to be using one of these mirrors in a pretty creative way. Actually making it to where that downstairs setup that we usually see as more of a delay strategy with something like a Tubarao, it's actually going to be an active panel instead here with the Mira and a mute jammer on it to boot. Or at least I thought it was a mute jammer. There was no mute jammer there, actually. I thought there was something at the bottom of that wall, but clearly not.
Definitely a risky strategy, of course, as if that mirror is pushed off, you can see Fellapox curious if there's some sort of gap around the Animus side. They've got that mirror window. They're focused on the assembly breach, or the assembly position at the moment. He's just waiting. He's not going to push just yet, but I imagine he'll keep a close eye on it. Yes, indeed. X-Kairos detonated. This information's being relayed. Will we see a reaction from W7M as they're gaining more intel on these roamers? Volp's actually rotating upstairs. If they discover this, can they move around the castle barricades and actually find a safe way into the site? I believe Fellapox might be falling back, though, and Herds, unfortunately, falling down. Loban finds him on the roam. A 1v1 taken and lost by Herds. Advantage favoring W7M, though they will get the trade onto Dodez as KZ pushes in. Potential for a 4v3 if KZ can land the proper shots onto the pillar player or add the proper angle, as Nade's going to support him from Connector. Loban wrapping around. Moving to the IT doorway, trying to take the fight. Give the advantage to W7M. One player walking right into his crutches. But Nade double super shorted. How do you lose that on the AK-12? Loban somehow stays alive. He's got Diffuser in his control as well. And it's DEFCON 5 now for Furia. Flashbangs going in. JV92 finds one onto Dash. This is a 1v1. They need to win. And a player they do find. Advantage Furia, though a very chaotic mid-round.
Poor Nade, man. He swings into Gen Carter. He gets blinded by the mine in the corner. He can't see that guy that entire fight. He's backing up, just hoping that his vision comes back to him. Spraying wide, and this man has so much time inside the pocket. And Gen, 2 shots out of that super shorty. That's something that you never see, but still something that Loban is able to accomplish. Crazy moment there, but still Furia more than capable of taking this round even after that crazy antic. Otz now worked his way up the stairwell, knows he has to try and kill the player inside of Fork, but he can't get it done. KZ bearing down on his location. He'll pop open the hatch. It's all down to Volps now after Dots falls. He's a known quantity too here deeper inside of the site. The stun out. It's a full blind, and Fleepox is going to full court press him. Well done there, as Furia will be able to take their offensive round.
Definitely not the cleanest round from Furia, that much is certain, but how they're able to at least work those exchanges on the top floor does end up getting them the victory, at least setting them up for the victory in the end, because Herds takes just a raw 1v1 with the guy pillar. Herds is normally good for that. Today is not one of his best days, unfortunately, and he's losing those far more often, 3 and 7 at the moment. So Herds goes down, but KZ's able to get the trade, and then they come up with the right idea. They say, all right, let's pinch the sky pillar. Nade's going to hop in from the connector side. They're going to try to work him from the 2 doorways. Should be fine, right? Well, Loban does what Loban.Los and now .W7M does best, which is find the exact path he needs to take to get aggressive and yet just move under the noses of the attackers trying to clear him. Isolates a 1v1 with the guy electrical, gets Diffuser, and that forces Furia's hand. They have to fight back, they have to react, and they are able to get that trade, and if they don't get that 3v2, that's likely the round there. The longer Loban's able to play his life, the worse it's going to be for Furia, and the fact that he dies as quickly as he does, and Furia react by flashbanging in, hopping in the window, pinching him in electrical, really great recovery, because that round could have easily slipped away.
Now it's down to this. 4-4. It's round 9 right now. It feels like we are barreling towards overtime here on W7M's map pick. And like we talked about earlier, Nighthaven is not a map that we've seen a lot of this stage. It's something that we did see at SI, something that I'm sure all of us have burned into our corneas at this point, with Furia being able to have one of the biggest comebacks we've seen in some time on this map.
Good night.
Taking this entire map away from FaZe Clan and looking to do the same here to W7M, as Carter put it best. Good night, Loban. Have a nice nap. We'll see you in round 10.
KZ having an alright game so far. 6 and 5 might seem paltry by the standards he set the past year, but again, a rough stage in Brazil. Potentially your last best of 3 before Manchester. Wants to set a good precedent. JV92, man. The playoffs demon at the moment for Furia, putting up such a great stat line, especially in that first series against Vivo Key. 9 and 4 right now. Puts Dots to 1 HP through a breach and a floor. Certainly the Warden now worried about playing inside of the site. He's got to hold it down, though. He doesn't have much of a choice in this matter, especially with the C4. If they do end up hopping into cargo window, he's the main guy to stop it, but there's a drone on his exact position. this intel being granted by Furia. Even if it's shot, this will influence a lot of how they conduct this mid-round.
JV with a great discovery downstairs. He'll take down Volt, so Dash is in the area. What is your emergency, sir? Well, need some help getting JV92 out of my basement. That would be great. JV, he's not moving, Carter. He wants to sit right here, probably awaiting that next scan, just to see which way he wants to go with all of this. And you can't necessarily blame him. Dash, you'll be able to find him, and he will. A little antsy there for a second initially on that spray, but still capable to find the kill, and they know that the full breadth of this is working its way inside of barrels now, but Philippox with a big kill. Nitro cell out. It won't find its targets, and they're trying to get rid of Dodez now. They'll be successful in this story. Down to the 1 versus 2, but Dash is well known inside of Garage, and he's dead too. Philippox will gun him down. They even have the player to boot, working his way in from behind on the far reach as the Garage 2. Is Furia looking dynamic on this offensive side.
And they make the right call. Once they lose JV92 down below, they still have the man advantage. That's when they decide to push into the site, because they've still been given intel by JV92 on the Warden's position. So they can try to push in. They know generally where he is. Even though he's prone, there's still 2 players hopping in the window. The C4's gone wide. They're able to get the kill, confirm it on the Warden, and then Philippox shooting that C4 out of midair. Round still maybe goes their way. He might be able to get the trade, but with Dash wrapping in from Garage, if that C4 goes down and detonates the player on that close corner across from the supply window, definitely a much more winnable situation for W7M, even after Dash's good works on that flank down below. So definitely some good plays from W7M on that defense, but overall, JV providing that intel. KZ with that nice shot earlier, but also able to acquire that 5v3. It was just too strong of a setup from Furia to lose.
Way too solid on W7M. They need to try and figure out how to crack this geode open with gems hide inside. Furia been making things so very complicated, especially for a map where it seemed like they didn't exactly have the, greatest of paths for it. A lot of their big rounds that we saw in, the last handful of months were coming from a lot of grandiose play. Pretty one-dimensional things with a lot of high-flying antics from their players, but, hey, a win is a win at the end of the day. Things just seeming a little bit more tight-knit now. W7M feeling the pain of that. Furia start building things around this top floor, getting these angles set up for some success, I'm sure. It's mostly going to be the panel work, we would assume. That'll come to IT as well as Connector.
Now, what you'd expect when you're attacking this second floor site, just open up the normal angles.
Oh, wow.
Oh, KZ.
You don't expect that, do you?
No, you don't. KZ trying his best to cover this Garage position. He's 1 and 2 right now. He got a very nice shot on the previous, but every time he's helmed this balcony or this breach, he's been the opening pick twice now from basically the exact same position. No potential for a trade either, so they've able to open the breach. They can maybe start working it for Garage control if Dodez gets too aggressive, but Furia now just taking the time to set up, and there's not much they can do to work back this 4v5 right now.
Well, as we know for Furia, do a very good job of making their way back into these rounds, although Lobin making things a little bit more difficult now for them as they will lose Nade. JV, another piece of utility that he has to get rid of right inside of the door frame. Thinks he's found the head, but didn't even land the shot. That's a key thing here. Another look more than likely won't be given to him. I do believe that is going to be Dash backing off here. It will indeed. W7M have done such a good job in this round of just playing things up right to the limit. Not overselling things, not taking too heavy of gunfights. Just finding their moments, hitting these big picks, and then forcing Furia to try and figure out how to proceed forward.
They've been spending the previous minute trying to figure out a way to work this back, and the 3v5 only makes it more difficult. Exothermic goes out, but Dash is ready for the swing! Ready for the re-peek as well! Herd's trying to counter out that very position. Let's put Philippox in the 1v5. A triple is very, very likely here. He switches to the shotgun just to make it absolutely certain. Back and forth game between Furia and W7M. Neither side keeping a lead for very long.
Well, if you wanted a convincing one out of W7M, I don't think you could have asked for a better round, as It was just pure setup, pure synergy, but obviously capped out by some amazing play there out of the Vector. So, I mean, for W7M, able to get ahead of Furia, I feel is kind of an understatement here. Furia did not have a single foothold on this entire bomb site. Yeah, they're able to get the breaches open, but they're not even capable of dealing any considerable damage to the actual W7M members. That's the big thing. W7M more than capable of keeping these angles alive and well, and it was seriously damaging to Furia.
It's been so difficult for Furia to keep the edge. Though we say that, I mean, this is their opponent's pick. Easily, if this was a different team facing W7M, we might be complimenting them for keeping it so close against this team on their pick. Able to answer round for round, kill for kill. Sure, maybe dropping some dominant losses, but still keeping it 5-5. But for the world champs on a map where one of the biggest moments in Rainbow Six history happened, a 5-5, they're unfortunately created on a little bit of a different curve. And right now, still, even with that in mind, if they win this next round, moving to match point will look quite nice. Barricade opened up. Wolf's questioning how much of an opportunity he has, how much he can get away with. Might hear that repel of the player with the secondary breach, KZ, backing off, but thinks better of it. Moves further into garage, has the hatch open for the retreat, has some roamers on the top floor as well. Furia struggling to deal with this aggression in the previous round, and Herds 3 and 10 now with that kill by Dash is just continuing to have one of the roughest games we've seen from him this stage.
We've just seen time and time again throughout Nighthaven Labs as people have gotten more and more comfortable. The roam game on the mid floor especially becoming more and more potent. Around that hallway too. That's that key area where we see a lot of things go down. This should be an immediate trade, and it will be. Very well placed bodies for W7M. The trade game goes the way of the defense. They're going to walk away with their heads held pretty darn high. This is probably the round.
You would think so. There was Dash in the wind earlier, and we can still see the Solus all the way inside of Lounge. And Nade has 2 drones in pocket. That will dedicate KZ to the entry. They could try to hunt down the Solus if they want to, but KZ has hopped down into Animus. Nade giving it one last look, one last farewell, and a breach charge as the sign-off. Give one angle that maybe they can retake if they're able to put this diffuser down, but he's rotating over. KZ prepped with the skeleton key, surely waiting to drop from Nade, but Dots is pre-aiming it once the floor or the wall is ripped open, excuse me. Both parties dealing a lot of damage to each other in turn. For the cutoff, Nade spots him below the hatch. Oh, but he doesn't react. Dot's still sitting there. It's easy pickings for the AK-12, but you gotta be careful. Spotted on a default with feet holes watching this very position. Can Volps turn around and react in time? Dash going for the retake on the hatch. KZ needs to win this. KZ needs to survive. He's not giving anything away, but the impact sells him. The damage done puts Nade in a difficult position. 1v2, knows one is upstairs. He's heard him drop, seen him on the double window. Volps playing it patiently, playing it so smart, not giving it away on low HP. Nade makes a difficult cross, makes it to tank, but can't find the 1v1. Volps on that long angle shuts him down. 2 W7M defenses in a row means we're on match point.
They're looking solid, man. They're looking solid on their map choice, and I mean, just a very decisive roam. The way they have that set up on the top floor, especially the way that they implemented themselves over towards blue, made things really difficult for Furia. They're trying to clear things out, but they're trying to clear things out on a couple of different fronts. It's not really just, you know, one sole thing that's happening that they're trying to get control over. I mean, look at the amount of bodies we have from Furia strung along the roof, strung along other portions of the map. That's how W7M get that big advantage. They're able to just simply outduel Furia on that top floor, trading things out into their favor, and then forcing Furia into their setup, forcing them to clear those things out. And yeah, they get the 2 versus 2, but you still have to try and work your way onto the physical site and get that plant down. It's just a lot of heavy lifting to try and achieve with such a low man count.
It's such a difficult position to be in, really. Trying to come up with a metaphor and couldn't, but you know, it is what it is. Done a lot of talking today. 6-5 certainly for W7M. No real metaphor even needed to state that right there. 1 round away from a regulation victory on their own pick. Sure, it's the map they're expected to win, but against the world champs, you will take what you can get. weakened as they may be inside of the Brazil League Stage 1, supply bomb site defense to potentially end off this half. JV92 sticking this Deimos 4 out of the 6 rounds we've seen on their attack so far. Using it to varying degrees of success, but if they're able to get control of this vertical, then look down through some of those vertical angles, of course, but whether it's powering the roamers, finding dash, or just raining Vendetta revolver shots down on anchors through the floor, there's a lot of ways they can make good use of this Deimos gadget. Trackers is currently recharging at the moment, but Dash, Lobin, anybody up top could find themselves tracked by a death mark in a moment's notice.
Oh, Volps. Very close to killing himself right there with that frag grenade. He took just 1 or 2 more steps. Timing could have gotten him. I'd say the head of JV92 who was really hoping that he'd re-peek that staircase, but clearly not the case. That as will be discovered from that death mark, but I don't think JV92 will be going too far into the ether to try and get that. Maybe Lobin actually that reaches out into the ethos, and he finds himself a Herds.
Every single opening death for W7, or for Furia, by the way, has been either Herds or KZ, save for one round, round 1, where JV92 fell. It is not SI, it is not the heights that it once was, but KZ at least positive, 8-7. He might be dying on the entry. He's finding some impact in round, but Furia on the back foot. Dash has found one more. This roam clear not going any way that favors Furia. Still one player up top, all the way in electrical. Could hit a flank later on as everybody on the top floor. C4 goes out, won't find anything. But Lobin can just wait. Just bide his time inside a connector. It's not the Legion spotted, it's the Fenrir all the way over by Aqua. Furia's attention drawn to a wayward part of the map, while Lobin could very well strike if nobody's watching where they should. He slowly crept just a little bit forward, pressuring the top floor, Volps baiting them down, providing them useless intel to start focusing on. Dots peppered, but Lobin finally strikes! 1 kill and Fellapox to 50 HP. He's had his impact. He's made his play. And now, like the Fenrir, he can just bait them as long as he can. Fellapox and KZ, though. 2v2. Dots looks away wide as the player starts pushing down garage stairs. A key gunfight to initially miss. KZ with the triple. Might just save them out for Furia. But Volps, given the boot 1 year prior, might just still save the round for W7M. But not if KZ's got anything to say about it. He heard me bad-mouthing him, and through one singular 4K has brought Furia to OT.
That is utterly insane. There is so much going for W7M there. Solid positioning on the base level. Able to try and battle back up against a few of those angles starting to build up on the top floor. But the key thing being that timing that we see on the garage player. Just transitions over towards the window at the wrong moment. Ends up getting discovered by that Furia player up in the rafters, gunned down. And then from that moment onward, I mean, it was just going to be a hard-fought round for the remainder of that. Furia using the full breadth of the remaining kits, and honestly, the full breadth of their capabilities to be able to pull that one across the line, because it was not looking good there for quite a moment.
And I think, unfortunately, Sam, the kind of point we're reaching to is I think W7M have just looked a little more convincing throughout both of these halves. It's been 3-3 for both teams. Neither the attack or the defense getting the edge, but even though we're in overtime, especially on that attacking side, the heights W7M were able to achieve, we had dominant victories, whereas everything from Furia just seemed close, seemed difficult to win at times, always struggling for ground, coming on the top in 5 different kills that very easily could have gone W7M's way. That round, a 2v4 necessary from KZ, a 4K from him. W7M have played a bit more of the consistent game, but as we get to OT, where just one round could decide the difference between who moves on 1-0 and who has to fight for their own pick in the case of Furia. As long as Furia are just good in these clutch moments just a couple more times, it could be enough to get the victory over W7M. Second floor defense out from the team who has been looking quite good on these defenses so far. They've won the second floor bomb site every single time they've gone to it. And on the third attempt now, how lethal will it be?
I love that they've provided some different operators for this top floor once again here too. Just a minor different look, just a little patchwork here from W7M. Something that could be a new layer that pulls the wool over Furia's eyes. Volb's going to be prepping this window here for himself, or potentially a hop out. These frost mats can also assist with somebody hopping in clearly. AB92 is going to be outside. What a moment that would be if AB92 was looking at another monitor and just gets jumped out on there by Volb's, wouldn't it? But obviously not in the cards, but that's the one thing about this W7M roster. You can never discount their abilities to just look for some more aggressive plays. You can see they've got this setup quite extended, including this panel open over towards connector for this pillar position. So quite a few things that Furia is going to have to try and calculate and consider, but seemingly are good for it. They're going to start processing this mid-floor, rather this top floor, with a few pieces of utility.
It's one of the slowest rounds we've seen this game. Every opening engagement has seemingly happened around the late 2-minute, early 1-minute mark, but now a minute left. Nobody's found anything. Herd spots one bottom Aqua. He's not exactly had the greatest game so far. Almost gives it away. It's nade to fall early. Loban shuts him down. Herd's trying to find anything on this peak, but Dots with the shotgun can keep him at bay. Fellapox down below, found out. Dodes cuts down JV92 as well. Herds and KZ, the SI MVP duo, can't even rely on each other. Herds with a nice shot can now pick up the IGL off the floor, but they're found out in garage. Volps might sacrifice his life, but Herds has been found out. Fellapox too, both such low HP. 25 seconds, we'll try to walk back up. The Fuser currently top Aqua stairs, a world away, and every W7M gun trained on the garage rotate, waiting for the attackers to step their foot across the line into no man's land, into the machine gun fire of W7M's line. Match point again for W7M.
Well, we've been here before. Furia does still have an opportunity to push us to max regulation here on our very first map inside of this best of 3. And honestly, it feels like it's almost necessary for them. It feels like it's necessary for this game, all things considered, especially with how things have been going. It's been a teeter-totter back and forth in between these two. Now, Furia, with their tack timeout, took them all the way to OT to use it, but what a time to be able to implement this.
It's kind of crazy. I don't think we've had a tactical timeout a single time through this series. I mean, there's no easy time for Furia or W7M to take it. Leads being exchanged back and forth. You're saying, we have had a couple weak rounds as Furia. Oh, we just won a couple, though. I don't want to use it now. It has very much been a back-and-forth game. As imperfect as it's been from W7M and Furia, it's still very much the individual performances being the problem for the latter, for the world champs. Whereas W7M, their playstyle, it's high risk, high reward. You win the fights, the round goes your way. But if you do lose those 1v1s, if you give too many away, Furia can easily fight back, even if the individual performances aren't very consistent across the roster. But they've got match point. W7M have the 7-6. Furia need to win an attack and a defense to try to bring this game back. It has to be 2 in a row. It has to be an 8-7 on their opponent's pick.
I mean, what a story it would be for W7M's to be the one to force Furia to set out for an entire major after the year that they just had with that organization. I mean, they would have to be over the moon about that entire situation. Practically a fire sale in comparison to, you know, what the other Furia roster was more than likely going to cost them. They go out, they get the Los team instead, add in some other bodies just to boot, and this team has looked fantastic this entire stage, just through the traditional stage play, rounding off in second place before E1 decided that they wanted to prove themselves inside of playoffs. But now W7M, they have the chance to play spoils in the biggest sense of the term.
Still on their pick, you still have to win the best 3 as a whole, but putting the world champs on the back foot, forcing them to win 2 maps in a row, that would certainly be good. That would certainly be a blessing to start off the final series of the Brazil League before the LCQ. On W7M's only attack for overtime, they've got that Ying back. They've loved running it on their attacking side. Rounds we've seen it, I think, 4 times overall. Of course, alongside some other fun operators like the Deimos. Not really here this time. Instead, Volps with that LMG could have some utilities to support him. Pludge drone going on in. He'll take quick control top Aqua. Remove that F0, then immediately back out. Just trying to find intel, clear out some utility, and then create some pressure as Volps immediately starts barreling on in.
JV Not achieving too much in the situation he is in over here, but that's not really the main breadth of what's been going on. It was over in Herd's neck of the woods. A triple kill for him as he single-handedly kept Furia in this round, just thwarting their entire game plan. But when you know it, W7M is able to get it down to a 2 versus 2 still, as they'll finally garner control of the top floor. Dotez and Dots, the last two alive, and Dots with a beautiful find of a foot. So he'll discover a player downstairs that's going to be the mute of Philippox.
Hurts doing the Lord's work on that top floor, a triple kill to keep Furia competitive. If he doesn't make that play, it is likely a dominant round for W7M. People call it with their backs turned, nobody else shooting back. But this is still the benefit of shutting down that cap can. It is a 2v2. It is an even man count, and you have ample time to reset. Dota still has both his drones. Dots just used the rest of his Inoxes, but it gives useful intel as to whether anybody is actually on the site. Moving down to the middle floor now. They've got the secondary shotgun, maybe even 2 for that vertical destruction if they want to go for it. But it'll likely be through Animus. If you ever see a very isolated execute in a 2v2 like this in an even man count situation, it's usually the Animus breach. And right as Nade pops his first of 3 toxic canisters, we just hit 30 seconds left. Time to choke off this W7M movement down to the bottom floor. Good smoke grenade to cover the feet holes on the cargo wall. That'll allow Dots to cross and move in. He's tagged. He's fired, but he cuts down Nade. It's got to be Philippox to keep it alive. No C4. No intel. But he's found a way through. Can't go through the rotate. Moves around for the swing instead. Can't pop him on the cutoff. Dash is able to get the diffuser down. Post plant, and Philippox has trapped himself in a crossfire, but 1 player down. Surely you think he's Animus. Surely you can guess. Surely W7M can close it out. 8-6 on the late execute. Nighthaven is theirs.
Well, we've seen an 8-6 scoreline on this map before. The last time it was in favor of Furia, as they were W7M in that regard at SI, but still an 8-6 for the org of W7M, this time just up against their old roster on the same map. Very well done to W7M, as they look dynamic, man. They look like they were the better team on both sides of the coin when it came to Nighthaven.
Yeah, able to work things a little more consistently. I mean, we needed that 2v4 from KZ and Nade to even get to overtime. W7M certainly looking better on Nighthaven, even if it was admittedly a very close game with some decent performances from the Furia players. It's just a shame, though, that when we wanted so much out of Herds that map, we finally get it in round 14. He's got that big 3K on the top floor, and they still end up losing the round. Really unfortunate situation for Furia, but they still got a chance. It's best of 3. We have their map choice of Bank up next. It's W7 up 1-0, but Furia not out of this race just yet. We have a break in the desk, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Blast R6 Brazil League in this major deciding best of 3. Which of these two teams will guarantee their spot in Manchester in May? W7M's map pick, Nighthaven Labs, goes to W7M. Furia on the ropes here. Connor, we've got a series on our hands.
Yeah, we definitely do, and maybe still not the best performance if you're a W7M fan, because you would want to come out and dominantly win your own map choice. But for Furia to keep it close once again, it's still not a panic button moment, because they've still got their own map choice.
That is true, but I think, for Furia fans, they're just wanting to see them dominate on a map that isn't their own as well here, especially in such a massive series. Entries were just such a huge deciding factor here, right?
Yeah, it was something that we touched on earlier in the pre-show of how important the entry engagements are for both of these rosters. And so far, we watched 14 rounds. 10 of them were decided directly with the correlation of who got the first kill. They ended up winning the round. The proper conversions were utilized by the teams in order to keep that man advantage. But for the side of W7M, it was kind of the opened door left for Furia to have the sort of resiliency and the ability to recover, which is the only reason that this game was as close as it was.
Heads. We've said time and time again, we need to see this man show up. And he did just about late on, but it's still nowhere near enough. He had a decent round in round 14, but Heads, man, where's he at?
He was getting first death more often than not, as both of these players, for W7M, Loban, or Furia, Herds, were the players involved in the most opening engagements, meant that we directly saw Herds versus Loban quite a few times, and Loban was always getting the last lap, and it just gave so much momentum to W7M. On their attacks, it got them the crucial map control that they needed. On the defense, it let them keep the crucial map control that they needed.
What's going on? There he is. There's the man, Loban. Lovely to see him there. When you look at this W7M team, do you feel like they're growing in self-belief here? And, you could see the way they celebrated at the very end there. I said it before, I do think they've got a chip on their shoulder about proving a point about this old roster that used to wear that jersey.
I think they definitely do, and for a lot of people, this W7M team would be underdogs in this situation. They haven't lifted any hardware at an international event like the 5 people across the stage from them. And now, once again, the core of W7M, the old Los core, has directly been gate-kept from lifting a trophy by this exact Furia team. Volps used to play with this Furia team, and Dota, as the final piece of W7M, probably was growing up in the leagues looking up to these 5 players. It is a definite chip on the shoulder and a lot to prove for W7M that they can finally be considered one of the best teams here in Brazil.
Oh, you know what? That's what's funny about this league. There are so many teams that are being considered as the best team in Brazil because the standard right now is so high, which I think is really shining a spotlight on some of the issues that Furia are experiencing at the moment. Going back and forth, yes, it was against a strong W7M team on W7M's map, but several months ago, you'd have expected them to convincingly come into a series like this without any doubt.
Yeah, especially when, once again, as we're highlighting into the early round dominance of this roster with Furia, we always expected them to come into any game with Herds and KZ and dominate the early round. There was not really a game in my memory at any of the S tier events where, Herds and KZ got taken the better of, that they were not the dominant duo in the entry engagements. And now, as W7M is showing, it can definitely happen. They did a great job on their roams of just shutting down the entry points of where Furia wanted to come in. And especially on their entries, they were just completely dissecting anything that Furia were trying to establish on the defensive side.
I think they've got their number a little bit here then.
I think they might have had their number on Consulate, but Bank is a little bit of a different story. I think Herds and KZ both can breathe a little bit more on a map like Bank. There's a lot more open areas, not just the bomb site, but the overall map. But more than anything, I think there's a little bit more comfort for these players on Furia on this map of Bank, as opposed to Nighthaven, which can feel really claustrophobic at times. The rooms are really small, and there's so many cutoff points. Sure, there's still skylights, there's still some rappel angles that attackers can employ on a map like Bank, but there's a lot more of a defined structure that Furia should be a lot more comfortable with.
I think for them to feel comfortable and to roll into this map and find their groove, they really have to have a really strong start here. I think if they show any weakness, we're up against a W7M team that we think could potentially capitalize on that.
Yeah, and W7M is starting on the defensive side, so there is the potential for them to surge to a quick lead, or for Furia to, you know, start off really strong and get the momentum rolling. If they're able to get, I think, 3 attacks here, it might just be wraps for W7M.
We're getting a map 3, right? Come on. Fact.
Yeah, I definitely think so. And, you know, across the border, over onto the final map, I think it's going to be really exciting, and hopefully Bank does send us there.
All right, let's get into it. Lynx and Starks take us to map 2.
Well, I hope by the end I can take you to map 3 as well, because if Furia get knocked to the LCQ down 0-2 in their playoffs, a first for this roster in the past year, definitely won't be a lot of praise going around, I will say that. Won't exactly be a lot of smiling faces, but this is Bank. This is a Furia comfort map through and through. They've played it 15 times in the past year, and they've won it 12. Unfortunately, their perennial upsetters, FaZe, have just beat them 8-7 on this map yesterday, so not great recent history.
No, most definitely not. And also, just to put this out there, one of the majors that we saw Furia end up taking last year when they were under the W7M banner, those players that W7M picked up, well, pretty important to the overall story of Bank and how it went when they played up against each other, because they actually ended up taking this map off of this team. So the fact that Furia's felt this comfort factor, they felt like this might be the map to lean back into, you know, does throw up some question marks, especially because W7M, they've done a bang-up job of not showcasing this entire stage.
I mean, it might be 3/5 of the same roster, but how much has Cameraman's, you know, lack of leadership now being off the roster, how much has it changed? But with that low team being defined by the individual performances, I'm sure much of it is going to be similar, much of it going to transpire very similarly. And how crazy would that be if Loven and, of course, Dash and Dots send Furia to the LCQ off the very map they managed to take off them, the one map they got in the Atlanta Grand Final? That'd be a very tough pill to swallow if you're Furia going to the LCQ on that note. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Furia need to switch things up. Down 0-1. They need to win these next 2 in a row. We need to see more from Herds, see more consistent entry dominance from the Herds-KZ duo that stunned everybody through their run at the 6 Invitational. As the ban phase is going and transpiring, that is a massive ban from Furia right there. I mean, they have banned the Solus before, but considering how much they love to run that operator, they do not want to give that tool to W7M, even more than the fact that they love it.
Yeah, this is a lot of respect being given over not only to W7M, but just also to what Solus can do on this map. We're going to have the Azami off the board, too. I also like the fact that Furia removed the Monty just to make it a little bit more difficult to get the ball rolling on this offensive side if W7M can't really find that ease of access. You know, the game that Whippet and I casted earlier kind of had that exact issue where teams were just not really capable of finding their way onto the map in a successful way. So with that Monty ban being implemented by Furia, might be something to harken back to once we do end up switching sides. Obviously, Furia, they're going to have game planned around this walking into Bank. So, to see what they want to do. As of right now, it's going to be W7M setting things up. And what do we want to do with this basement defense? Well, it's looking like a roam strategy. Got castle barricades and mirrors on top of this. And we're actually going to kick this all the way sky high, including a mirror window. I was not expecting that.
And moving all the way up to the top floor, you typically do not want to leave map control in the second, but especially the first floor open for the attack. And if you do, you better pray that you've got Vulcan packs, smoke canisters, mirror windows, so much utility on the site or on blue stairs to stall out and compensate for the time you're basically giving the attack on their clear by not contesting it. So we see teams very logically bring that castle, extend to the middle floor, then likely play on the top floor for the first minute alongside an operator like Valkyrie that's currently been left unbanned to give intel, influence some of these swings from Dodez and Loben, both of which running ACOGs on this top floor to contest these long angle fights. It'll be close quarters initially, though. Drone on the CEO Repel. Know somebody's inside of that position very early on. JV joining Fellapox on this position. We'll have Dodez and Lobin to tangle with as the first minute comes and goes. KZ also adding a third angle. This top floor clear.
How long can they keep this delay up? That's the real question for W7M. So many layers to this as they are attempting to hold the full breadth of Bank, but this is something that has been tried a million times over and has been proven to be so very difficult time and time again. For this exact reason, Furia, the offense, they get ease of access onto that top floor, ease of access through these windows. They're able to take down these players very quickly off the back of some solid drone work. Now, they do lose quite a few drones for that, Carter, so it might get complicated past this point because you can see that W7M have a solid understanding of this. They're going to keep Dots in a more forward position. They also have Volts over inside of small office. They want to see if they can potentially get a pick before peeling this fully back.
That's the unfortunate spot. They're forced in by Furia getting that 5v3. You want to rotate back, you want to play the site, but with so much utility put on this roam, retreating at this disadvantage, you gotta make a play. You gotta try to go for a pick. Furia have been taking individual fights on Nighthaven, but here, it's individual prowess. Everyone from Furia, generally speaking, getting on the board. It's only a 2K from Fellapox to steal a kill away from one player on Furia, but a team performance, a flawless in round 1 on Bank.
Very well done. I will just say this, though. W7M, that was a pretty wild strategy to be pulling out for round 1. And honestly, I kind of like it. If you're going to take a crazy risk, take it real early. But, Carter, they had absolutely everybody on the second and top floor. There was nobody downstairs at all. And that's something that we just really never see when it comes to the downstairs site. A lot of the times we end up seeing that usually just exploited. Something like a server take quickly happens, they get a plant down, and that's really about it. But, you know, for Furia, they don't do that at all. Instead, they go for the full clear, and they're just so good at it, they end up wiping the entire map with W7M. Not a single body drops for Furia, and they're able to transition into round 2 with their heads held pretty high. W7M, they're going to transition out of the basement immediately, try and set a different tone on this top floor.
It'll be a bit more restricted of a defense for W7M. They'll have to hold their positions a little firmer, even with the castle barricades. Relegate themselves to this top floor mostly, though there usually is one roamer. Can often be the Solus when she's unbanned. Lobin on the Vigil will instead take that role. Just try to waste time, move around the building, and I was curious, are we going to see him maybe sit inside of ATMs? No, he'll sit inside of loan office instead. Just keep pinging the ERC, drawing attention over towards his position, away from the site, and wasting time as Furia enter the map.
I like this Osa pickup here for Nade. And the 5.56 as well. Furia do have to deal with a couple of interesting things that W7M have set up for them. They have kind of a trap up here inside of loan office that they've set with that player hiding in behind the printer. So we'll have to see how diligent Furia want to work in their drone game. Sometimes those little off rooms just don't get occupied all that often instead of high level play and just drive on past, not really checking things too cleanly. Come back to bite them if that does happen, but so far it's just been stagnation across the first minute. Furia setting themselves up around the window play Bank. Trying to see if they can get any picks here over towards Square, but W7M, you can see from these silhouettes, they walk right up to the doors, they check right around the space, but they're not going to swing into any of these major angles.
No, they'll just hold. Just play passive. With how little you can extend on the top floor, even if one body falls, there might be somebody take his place. Fury can start just immediately forcing onto that position. Only down to 4 drones, though. Still a lot of utility to work with, and still some intel to be gained. Rotero drones could be used for that way. The Inox pings, 3 of them from KZ certainly could, too. The Fury, when they bring this OSA, they want to set up for that square plant, as most teams do when they bring the OSA on this site. And with a minute remaining, they've not cleared out stock. They've not cleared out electrical. The castle on the long angle over by Checker is still very much a factor. Nade put to low HP, just 1 bullet away from death, and a C4 lands at his feet. Somebody will have to rappel in or move up the square stairs to recover that diffuser. Nobody from W7M biting. They're letting the utility do the talking in round 2. Hertz has repelled in. JV's found the player inside of checkers, so Dash cut down. Volp's on low HP, has to vault backwards. Hertz just creeping into the site, maybe found a gap as everybody's focused on the extremities. They left the core hollow. They've left an opening for Furia to fill. Velopox, his second two-piece in a row. Dota's on the retake. We'll find one on the opposite side of the reinforcement if he swings this right. It's the man with the diffuser, and Velopox now downed. JV92 in square has got to recover. A must-win fight. The shots need to land. Dodes can't get the momentum. He'll back off. Retake onto KZ. Now JV in a bad spot. Won't land the pre-fire. Dodes will push even further back. But cuts JV down. First round for W7M. A big heroic from Dodes.
Sometimes it's not strategy. Sometimes it's not wit. Sometimes it's just good gunplay, man. And that's exactly what we get out of Dodes right there. Oh my. Just making top square his home janitor, his safe haven, and delivering in every sense of the term. I got a little worried. Once he had to take that swing in from janitor, I was worried that potentially Furia was going to have a nicer angle out here on square. They could see him on that rotate when he goes for the swing, but Dodes not only gets that case on the floor, he gets the remaining members of Furia to boot. They were trying to deal with that situation so fast there, Carter, and that's what gets them punished. Sometimes speed kills, man, and we've seen it a million times over. One of the most famous lines a commentator has ever said in Rainbow Six is, "Why are you sprinting?" And once again, on full display, why are you sprinting? Sometimes you just got to take your time, keep that gun up, and you won't be as hard punished. You won't actually, not have an opportunity to take a gunfight. Because that's really what we see. And Dodes, just really putting Furia on blast there from that position.
With how close map 1 came down to 8-6 for W7M, a clutch like that could be the difference maker between Furia staying alive and W7M qualifying for the Manchester Major. So letting rounds like that slip away could come back to bite them if Bank is as close as Nighthaven, let alone as close as Bank was against FaZe. 8-7 there, but is Hertz back? Well, not for this round. Hertz is able to find one with the Bailiff. Finds the smoke, to be fair. Very nice pick. But Loban's able to cut him down to size as the Grim is caught walking into the cafeteria position. Very useful. Execute utility gone. That combination of the Candelas and the Bees, so powerful. But has he done enough by cutting down the smoke on blue stairs? Genuinely, if they force the Warden back, that might be an even trade.
It's utter calamity to start this round. And I truly am at a loss for words. It's Volps that's dead first. Philippox, a random round sent towards the elevator. Dash is like, does he know that I'm here? Well, they both definitely know about each other now. One's going to try and work its way back in. I believe Dash has an exact way out of this just yet. Dash has actually been living inside of this exact same space in this cubicle for so unbelievably long. He'll finally drop off. Loban with a nitro cell out. Deals some solid damage to KZ, I'd say. KZ does dash to the other side of the room, but so far, so very good for both of these teams as they've somehow found a way to equalize near the mid portion of the round. And Furia, although now starting to take some gunfights that aren't going too hot. Dodes on a flank. Looking like they do have some potential here, at least if they get this pick.
I didn't even realize that Oryx is still in the roam, and Dodes, I think, surprises Fellapox as well. Your Grim and your Yingon. So much execute utility lost for the side of Furia very early on. And the one key operator we still have remaining for W7M, because losing the smoke can be bad. It can be problematic. But if those Evil Eyes are still alive, if they've not been hacked, if they've not been shocked and destroyed, they could still easily deny a default server plant or inside of lockers no matter where they go, depending on what positions they are in. First one found. Another one for W7M that Furia will find. Cleaning house inside a CC with this utility. He'll finally find it, but Furia have cleared a path. They've made a way forward. JV92 has found the 3v2. So Furia, if they want to execute, they've got the advantage. They might have a safe plant. He rotates under JV. 417 in hand. Another ward in 1v3. Not the case today. Furia recover and retake their lead.
Say what you want about Furia and how a couple of these engagements have been going, but one thing's for sure. They know how the offense ticks here on Bank. such clean rounds, even given the low man count, able to work their way in a pretty dynamic way, especially with that hatch play there, catching the W7M member off guard as he tried to rotate underneath. Now a 2-1 lead in favor of the offense of Furia. Let's get a little scoreboard check in here. A little bit into the match now. Curious about how things are starting to work in. Bird's doing a little bit better than previous. Everybody across the board as well, honestly, just having a better start than what we saw in Nighthaven.
A bit more consistent. Herds, getting involved in some of those entry engagements in a bit more positive of a way in the previous round, even if he ends up being immediately traded out. Furia able to have some answers for this roam, even if still W7M able to accomplish a lot. Definitely an even contest throughout all of these rounds, save for round 1 where it was a flawless. Rounds 2 and 3 have still been W7M fighting back very effectively, whether it is that 1v3 that we saw that you can't always base an entire half on, but even then, on that roam, able to stall so much time. I mean, how many drones were wasted on just droning that Warden prone beneath the desk? Enough to make a difference, enough to maybe make it winnable, but Furia, off the back of those better individual performances, as you've talked about, have their lead and could be up 3-0 right now had Dodez not clutched that 1v3. So a much better start on Nighthaven, recovering the momentum. Now, if they can win round 4, they'll get the 3 rounds that they honestly deserve.
Most definitely. I mean, it's been a valiant effort put forth so far on this offensive half, and there's no reason for it to slow down right now. W7M, I mean, they've been vigilant, they've been doing the do, but it really hasn't gotten too much. These harder moments where the pressure kind of starts to build from Furia, W7M just have not found a way to adjust their sails, able to cut through these waves. Furia now have to once again try and deal with the top floor setup. We saw how cleanly they were about this last time, folks. This was something that was truly absurd. This was the very first round where we saw them went fully flawless as they took out this top floor, but this one definitely not starting off in the same way.
Dota is able to find Herds. JV does recover, cuts down Volps, and gets control of that second floor. Shuts down Loban on the up-tempo aggression. 4v3, 4v2 for Furia as KZ decides to join the party. Both parties, though, 2 low HP. JV, KZ, 1 health apiece. And a couple well-placed shots from W7M could make this a 2v2 as quick as you can blink. But 1 Dokkaebi call gone. If JV's got another, they can hunt down Dodez on this top floor, but he gives away his life. Swings out the stock window. Becomes fodder for the Type 89. Dash will down KZ on a very long angle spray. But Furia can reset. They've got the time. They've got plenty of intel. They've got verticality. You've already seen a 1v3 go the defense's way, to be fair, and Dash will work his way through archives. One player on Marble, though. Dash got to win that one, but he has to back up. Now, intel for Furia. Know this roamer is somewhere around Teller's archives and maybe even in the site, depending on the time spent before they encounter Dash next. 1 bottom Marble will be the end of Dash. Round 4 goes Furia's way. Up 3-1, recovering from that 1v3 in stride.
Hey, W7M with the entry, Furia with the round. They'll take it, That top floor was quite the setup, but Furia once again bullet over, and this is what felt right. A timeout comes in for W7M. They need to talk things over. Things are clearly not clicking for anybody except really Dodez. He's got 5 kills, but really, how much does that matter across these 3 rounds as a whole? They're able to pick up that second round in a pretty convincing way, and yeah, he's got the majority of those kills in that round, but the main thing is that past that, there has not really been a bright spot for this W7M roster.
There is not, unfortunately. I mean, we've seen good moments. I think round 3, there was a very solid round in there, but everything else has been a bit more one-sided towards Furia. Flawless round to start for the world champions. Round 4, not flawless, but still very strong as JV is able to trade out Herds' death, go for more on that top floor, shut down the aggressive swings when they come out from W7M. Great play. CEO, a little more difficult. Herds has to sort of bob and weave his way through the site to actually find an opening, but W7M clutch a 1v3. It's a nice individual play, likely more of a 50, maybe 55-45, favoring Furia. But with dominant rounds and even in losses or victories for W7M, it's still edging a little bit towards Furia's side. A timeout is absolutely necessary. A 3-3 half is what you want on your opponent's pick, just to make sure it's going to be competitive at the side swap. So they'll go to CEO, the site of that Dodez 1v3, but also the site of a plant very well denied by W7M. Maybe trying to recapture that same glory, but maybe make it a little more impactful by denying even further entries in. Could be the recipe for success in round 5.
I think you also sprinkle in some hopefully better guns out of W7M. I think maybe just a little time to ice out Furia, check the pressure of yourself, and just calm things down a bit for W7M can definitely help. So step back up to the plate again. You're looking to really the whole team to see if we can get some just fighter moments here in round 5, because really it's just been Furia across the board that's been making mincemeat of the W7M roster.
Intel would certainly be useful to take some of these gunfights as well. Loban bringing the Valkyrie will be very, very, very nice for that. Here, just starting with their utility clear, going for the same OSA plant they want to do before. Could come from Square, could repel into CEO, but either way, you're ending on that CEO site, trying to go for a plant. Fellapox, dash early on, 0-5 so far. Actually having quite a nice Nighthaven before this, despite being the lowest rated player on the W7M roster. A couple points in the stage. Here, though, 0-5, dying on the entry. Only 0-1 so far, but still an easy kill for Furia, it seems. As with a 5v4, Furia can just continue on with their normal clear, at a man advantage. Nothing they really need to change all that much.
Tape rip for Loban. Practically nobody in the same zip code as him for this. Herds will be able to take down one, and this Nitro Cell action might now have a home. Herds will fly in the window, but he's going to fly over to Banana too. Almost kills the player in checkers. Player over at Elevator will die to somebody repelling the skylights. Loban will take down another one. Can he kill the skylight player? He gets it done! The double for him. Can't find the triple, though, and he'll finally be taken down. It's up to Dodez. Once again, we're back to a 1vX for Dodez on the top floor. He knows one player's on the windows. He's swinging in. He's got the 1 versus 1. It's going to be up to Nade. What can you do, Nade? He shifts on over. Punch hole. Free fire. Dodez shifts on over to checkers. Playing off of the bomb chassis. And he doesn't find it! Inside of checkers. What a play from Nade. Great patience. Doesn't overswing on the soft paneling either. Could have been a risk there as he just does have that little punch hole he makes. Let's just see if he wants to try and flirt with that. It's that preemptive strike out of the W7M member. And they both finally settle things over in the other door. Fantastic play out of Furia once again. Able to right their wrongs from that previous round.
Guarantee themselves a positive half, too. Minimum 4-2. Could be 5-0 had you not let Dodez clutch that 1v3. And maybe the Dodez 1vX on CEO a little more consistent than we might have otherwise anticipated it to be. It's getting it down to that 1v1. Good work from the Warden. It's still W7M's only victory. Still W7M's only shot so far this defensive half. Going back down to Locker CCTV, not even guaranteed territory here. It's a bit more of utility focused on the site. Introducing the Goyo for shockingly the first time this defensive half. Typically a staple on this bottom floor bomb site, but only in round 6 will Dash bring out the Vulcan packs. And Nade breaking from the trend of these CEO attacks being the only site for the OSA. Oh, all right, well, he switched off right as I glance back. He's on Hibana now.
Null and void.
But surely, with 6 seconds left, he won't switch off, and Hibana it is.
Yeah, that's the thing about attacker repick, right? We saw a blitz get switched in earlier today, and I was like, you know, I'm just not going to talk about it until we get to the round, because you never know. You never truly know. But for Furia, they're going to lock that in. Have Nade now for the hatches. A roam play here for W7M as it's the last round of defense, Carter. You might as well risk something, honestly. And putting Dodez on a top floor, just defensive standpoint, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. I think this is something they can definitely build off of, and he can potentially hold on. Yep.
Read like a book.
Yeah, we all saw that one coming, right? It's just like a moth to flame.
Furia will snuff him out. 5v4. Opening pick. Dash spotted. One player on marble, waiting for him to overextend. He's got to stay close to this elevator, not move beyond the curtilage. Hold fast. Don't peek too far. We just saw him on marble stairs. His position given away! Herd sees the feet, is able to land him on the spray. 5v3 now for Furia! Pile drives Loban on beepers. Dots trying to stay alive inside a garage. As KZ taking the control has put the Fenrir quite low. Nobody here to get the trade onto the Twitch, though. So garage control outside of Furia's hands. But not if Herds has anything to say about it. He swooped down below, but there's a camera on his position. Dot's relatively trapped, though. As quickly taking the control, Herds has found a nice bit of momentum, but Volp's also some shots through the trees. Causes JV92 to look wild and fall on bottom square. Dot's still trapped, though. The reality the same. Trying to fight back in an inevitable situation. Blinded, Volps will now go for the 1 HP retake. Herds in great form in round 6. Recovering from the poor showing on Nighthaven, Volps will try his hand at the retake. Acquire the vertical control, but how effective will it be? Wasn't all that important for Furia to get this diffuser down. How important can it be to get Volps 3 kills with the SMG-11? Smoke canister goes, that will put Herds a little lower. Likely the one pick Volps could potentially get. As the IQ walks up the stairs, they'll exchange some shots. Smoke canister stopping the retreat, but Volps is waving the white flag. Round 6 seeded, half lost, 5-1 lead for Furia as they move into the side swap, and the diffuser goes beyond the pale.
What an insanely dominant half from Furia here. I mean, we are on a Falcon 9 rocket to border right now. This is a speed run of this map for Furia. The only round that's been dropped was just a blunder, truly, on their end. A 1vx situation for Dodez. Past that, it's been flawless bank for Furia, and now they're on the defensive end. They get to try and set a precedent here about, hey, this is how you play this out, okay?
And this is how you're supposed to make it work on the defense. Of course, no Solus to go for a lot of those traditional realms. But they prepped for it, they've banned it, they're perfectly fine with it. Might be a staple on other maps, but will not be here on Bank today. Yuri's executes have looked quite good. Still a bit of a maybe relaxed or somber mood in the Furia camp, not getting too excited after that very dominant victory. But a 5-1 half is still workable, even if maybe the emotions aren't entirely there. Herds with Doc Shotgun. Not exactly the kind of weapon I would think you would put in Herds' hands of all things. But if he wants to, he can lock down server and blue stairs. They don't have to put a smoke in that position. Then again, there is no smoke from Furia whatsoever. As there isn't really a method with which they can deny this plant all that effectively. But, well, aside from the C4s.
But is there a method to the madness? That's the real question. And honestly, I don't really know if there is. I mean, like, they're kind of all over the place, right? Like, you got the Doc with the shoddy. Where are we going to play him out at? He doesn't really have all that great of delay. And usually we see Doc placed in some place to take some, like, high priority gunfights or some place where he's just going to take a lot of damage all at once and he can just dock himself back up, right? And we don't really have either of those scenarios really built up. So maybe we can see him over inside of server, just something that's more of a close engagement. But as soon as he gets pressured out, that's when it starts to become a big risk. And also, that's when I begin to question, maybe, you know, what secondary does he have? Did he bring the revolver? Did he remember to change his pistol in this scenario?
He's got the normal pistol. I saw him pull it out earlier. Oh, Loban just spotting nade from below. Little Maverick line trying to catch anybody beneath the hatch, but we'll just do a little bit of damage to nade, but nothing to worry all that much about if you're the Cade. Dots is trying to open up the hatch right now. This will take quite a long time with the Maverick. Some secondary breaches for Loban and Volps as well, but with that Cade, you've got to bring the torch, and it will take a good portion of the mid-round to get these hatches open. I believe a Candela burst by the electricity. A bit of a misplay by Loban there, but that's why you've got 4.
Yep, that's the beauty of that operator. So much burn inside of that head on top of just how powerful those are. And they 100% know that Volps is here. Yeah, they heard him drop, and he's dead to rights on the swing. JB92 will eat him alive with the MP7. He's going to continue headhunting. Doesn't know that there's more than likely some players around beepers. They'll send a shot downrange. JB92, he's patient. Damn right he is. He'll take down Dash as well. It'll be a double for him. So he'll get the 2 leadoff picks going into the last minute.
8-3 so far. KZ, caught out of position on the bottom of the stairs. Herds falls as well. The 2 players meant to hold down server and blue stairs both made quick work of by W7M. They somehow found a way back into this. JV92's good work shutting down marble stairs and elevator entirely. Now wasted a little bit. No Vulcans to deny as well. It's got to be these 2 C4s to deny the plant. Dots will take quite a bit of time to open up a hole in the server wall to try to put this case down. We'll telegraph it. Velopox and Nade will know. They'll need to get in position, in gold, in Red Hall. And while W7M have made this a 3v3, there aren't a lot of bodies to not only cover this potential retake up Marble and also deny the C4s from inside of the site. Candela will go out. One more remaining from Loban, cooked to maximum effect as JV92 starts pushing upstairs. Dots with the diffuser. Need to see that C4. Need to see that retake. The round surely for Furia that we needed to see as a recovery from their loss on Nighthaven. 6-1. Map point. Border almost but assured.
That was so very well done. I mean, yeah, things kind of go awry when it comes to their server setup. It doesn't exactly bode too well for both of our shotgun players, but post that, Furia stand the test of time on the site. W7M, they're able to at least get the wall open and flirt with the idea of planning, but Furia have a lot of things implemented that make it way too complicated. Not only are the guns hot, but they also have some nitro cells to boot. And it's just so much pressure pouring in on the location of W7M that they've built up over inside a server. They really can't do too much about it from that point on. And that's really just because of those earlier picks that we see from Dodes. W7M, they can have a moment like that where, yeah, you pull it down to equal man advantage, but hey, that still means that it's equal footing. And when Furia's capable of holding on to things, playing things out on time, and keeping powerful utility around for the latter portions of the round, is it actually an equal fight? Probably not.
Unfortunately not. Thing I'm looking at in this round, Herds might not be having a great day, but one of the most impressive displays of mechanical skill we will see on a consistent basis is Herds on Mira, on CEO. With a maze of reinforcements, rotate holes, mirror windows, he will crouch, uncrouch, move around, and find a way to find kills in any given moment. Well, he's got to make sure it lands properly because Loban, sprinting into cafeteria and open area, has found KZ lacking outside of beepers and will immediately walk out. Just leave. You got the 5v4. You don't have to worry. That's Dormai as well. You know those magnets won't be a problem once you've cleared the 2 or 3 already up. Clean position for W7M to start, and they can just go about focusing, pressuring the North Repel as they were going to anyway.
This is perfect. Now, the key thing is we cannot squander this position. Got quite a few ops that can assist with dealing with a whole plethora of Furia setup, but the main thing is going to be these mirror windows, and then Dash is more than likely going to be focused on. One of his Twitch drones is going to be up in the ceiling on top of one of these pillars over in lobby right now. Does have Castle in his sights, probably trying to line this up with the Zofia, trying to get open. I do believe that Castle barricade that they did have set up into the immediate right. U7M, though, just trying to get some more guns lined up here. Still very well aware of that player in checkers, but not aware of the cross that's being held here off the mirror window.
His understanding of this bomb site, man, the angles you can play, the engagements you can take is quite strong. Be careful you don't overplay it, Herds! I enjoy you, but be careful. You've already lost KZ early. You brought it back to a 4v4. Don't squander that lead. Listen to Sam! Or maybe just disregard my advice. Quick Pete's Volps. But that's the janitor mirror window gone. The position removed because of the buck from down below. Grenade on the quick swing. Not dealt with earlier by Dash, despite the intel on his position. Has now regained the lead. Furia up 3v2. Loban trying to regain the momentum inside of janitor. Outside of janitor. Now, escorted out of round 8. Dots revealed because of the Banshee, tries to pre-fire the mirror window, but it's not going to happen. Dodes might have a 1v3 on this site. You might have a nice shot too, but surely not. He's cracked the mirror window, knows one player's janitor. Hey, just around the corner. Don't troll. Stay alive with the super shorty. Don't get baited into a swing you can't manage. Just one shot to work, and the second for the finisher. Nighthaven be damned. Map 3 is what Furia want, and they give us a one-way ticket to border after the 7-1 on their pick.
I feel like we're in that map for like sub 30 minutes. We're barely on bank, and we already have a result. Furia 7-1, and they are feeling this heat. They are feeling the pressure. The one thing about this roster, Carter, that I've always noticed is when it comes down to the wire, when they're out of lives, when they're down to 1 stock, that's when they play their best. That's when they play their brightest. And once again, we get another rendition of that. We get to their map on Bank, a 7-1 result. And what feels
Ridiculous.
like we were like, hey, can we please have a speed run so we can get on to the third map? That'd be fantastic. And they delivered.
And indeed, we'll have the privilege of sending us to a map 3 indeed, as this series for major qualification is giving us everything we wanted. Maybe not as many OT games, ironically, as the seeding game we had earlier, but still exciting nonetheless. Furia with one more chance to close this out, but W7M, by extension, one more chance to upset of the stage. We have all that and more right after this.
Wait, we're back. What on earth happened? What on earth happened? Hello, Furia. Welcome to the party. They've smoked their old org, W7M, on bank here with a 7-1 scoreline, taking this crucial series to a third and final map. Connor, we walked in and out of that map like that Grandpa Simpson in the bar gif.
Yeah, you know, walk in, take the hat off, turn around, put the hat back on, walk out the door. That's pretty much what Furia did. This was an utterly dominant game, and in my head, when Furia starting on the attack, I said, if they get 3 rounds, it's over. I figured they might get a 3-3 split. That was probably the most likely. They said, you know what? What if we got 5, Ian?
Well, the thing is as well, the one singular round that they dropped was just down to a mistake, right? So ultimately, other than that, it was flawless, and it was the sort of Furia that you love to see.
Yeah, it's exactly what you expect to see. Sure, Dodez, a phenomenal performance on that clutch, a big 3K coming out of him, but that's kind of where the positives for W7M definitely stop. Other than that, fully Furia, just round after round after round, strategically looking better, mechanically looking better, overall having the proper ideas on the map. It was just flat out better in every single aspect.
Nade, let's give this man some flowers right now, because that was a strong performance from him.
Yeah, it's definitely a rare moment where we see the support player of this Furia team really shine. Most of the time, he doesn't have to do any of the heavy lifting. He just sits back and kind of chills. He drones. He gets the intel to the fraggers, and that's what they do. But today, he said, you know what? I woke up. I'm feeling dangerous. I want to just do this. I want to get things going. Sure, he did have to plant the bomb one singular time, but you know, they kind of didn't need to when they were all just fragging so hard, including Nade. He didn't want to stop and press the buttons on the diffuser. He just went go kill, kill, kill mode.
I like to see that though, right? And it's nice to shine a spotlight on him as well. W7M, it really felt like they were just a little bit lost out there. And I think it was also reflected on the player cams when you saw them. They didn't really know where to take this.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, once again, you don't have to win your opponent's map choice. You only need to win your own. This map, it kind of didn't matter for W7M, only in the mental aspect, where hopefully they are able to, going onto a map like Order, which should in theory be an equal, kind of have a nice reset right now. And with an experienced roster like W7M, I don't expect them to be chalked, but I'm more worried for the side of Furia that they're going to be absolutely just rolling, and they're going to be so confident and bring the momentum to kind of overstomp W7M.
Yeah, of course, that's the way of the game, right? In a best of 3 series, it's not the end of the world when you lose your map, especially you lose your opponent's map, especially when you won your own. However, on the flip side, you don't want that to be a 7-1, right? Because you mentioned mental there. You've got to hope that this team aren't mentally shot going into a third and final map, and we get a competitive affair.
Yeah, and it should be a pretty competitive game across the board, but you still got to give the edge slightly on Border to a team like Furia. It has a lot more fabled history on this map. I'm still feeling comfortable for them. I think they're going to close this one out.
All right, we're ready to go. What is your final prediction here to wrap this up?
7-4.
All right, let's get into this. Lynx and Stokes, which one of these two teams is guaranteeing their spot at Manchester?
On Border, it's a tough question, man. It is a tough ask, because I want to say Furia. My heart is with the world champions. I want to see them wage their battle against time to assert themselves as the best roster to ever play Rainbow Six. But the map standing between them and that, is Border, where Lobin, Dodez, and Volps are in the lobby.
Yeah, this is something else. I'm just gonna, I'll get ahead of this immediately. I really don't know who's gonna win this game. So, with that being said, I just really hope that everybody has a good time. And I hope that we go to overtime. I hope it's all 15 rounds. Some of the craziest things we've ever witnessed in our lives happen. Because that's what we expect out of these two rosters. Especially after the absolute beatdown that W7M just had on Bank. I mean, boys, get the knucks up. Fight back!
Well, they're fighting back with the BM ban. They've banned IQ against Herds. Uh-oh! Not that Herd's necessarily an IQ crutch. It is just funny, especially when Valk is off the board, which W7M didn't know when they banned IQ, but they're like, no 5-5-2 for you, buddy. you're going to have to lurk with something else on the attacking side. Hertz does play other stuff. He even plays Thermite in one particular round on Nighthaven. But W7M will remove a comfort pick for one of the most prolific fraggers we've seen in the past year. The bans, other than that, a bit more standard. Azami can't play CCTV as easily. Dokkaebi, Valkyrie also taken off the board. Furia, not big fans of the Dokkaebi, though. They are known to make good use of running up a staircase with the SMG-12. But on the defensive side, to start, how are they going to hold CCTV on an Armory defense? How are they going to reckon with the inevitable East Stairs pressure? You mentioned this yesterday, Sam, but Border's a map where you unfortunately gotta defend most of it. You can't just hold the side. You have to push far out. And on Armory Archives, you gotta hold most of the second floor.
Yeah, the thing about this map is that there's just not a lot of real estate, right? So as soon as the offense dawns your doorstep, they're practically already halfway to completing the job. And so it requires you to really try and hold on to map control as much as possible. That's why you hear us talk about this position that we see Herds in right now so often, because security is so very important to how the story proceeds down, the line for all of these rounds. For the most part, this is a key starting point for this map. So, that being said, this is where Herds is going to line things up. Ash is going to toss in a cam, but it gets immediately eaten up by KZ, spraying away at that break in the door.
A good little find right there. Not a whole lot of electronics on the side of Furia, but those F-Knots, that's worth paying extra attention to that Brava. A little bit of a spray outside onto the east balcony. KZ able to shut down Dodez in a key moment, even had a Claymore to protect him on the jump out, but the swing from inside the building, that's where the enemy is. A little bit on this buck, a comfort pick for him. KZ falls on the balcony. One player on East Stairs, Fellapox trying to cross, will make it away relatively safely, albeit on reduced HP. He at least makes it back and still alive. To play inside a break room as well. Smoke canister goes out. This will cover his rotation again, likely back to the site, or at a minimum, deeper into the recesses of CCTV.
Equal footing for these two teams now. Herds has been able to stay alive for quite some time, though. He's got 5 goo mines in his pocket right now. Quite a bit of delay if those things are strung along the proper path. Epoch still has a smoke too, so this is all going to be extremely useful for Furia here. W7M do still have to try and get rid of a few pieces of utility before propelling themselves forward, but as of right now, it looks like they're leaning over towards Office. We've been seeing quite a few teams start to think about this Archives take as being a better option, and it looks to be the same for W7M, although they're starting to meet their maker a lot quicker than I think they thought initially. Philippox with a nice shot out of the SMG. 11, it's down to 2. W7M's Dash almost takes out another.
Herd's able to get aggressive, though, retake the line against the Brava. 2 players over on this Office side. He's not going to stand up to either of them, but the SMG-11s from Fellapox and Nade, hitting the shots where they need, and starting off Border on the right foot.
There it is. Just a very successful defense on that top floor, all set up off of just a, kind of a off-kilter play, just sent over through the window. Just nice little spray through. Assumes they're over on the balcony, able to find him on the ground after he's able to land some successful shots. Nothing too crazy, nothing too serious. Past that, W7M have to try and find a way to get a foothold on this map, and that's where Furia make things overly complicated. Look at how they have all of these guns facing outwards towards this positioning from W7M. They discover it pretty early on, the method in which they want to go about this, and it was clear that they wanted to try and go for that east take. And Furia, with a well-trained eye, able to completely thwart that game plan.
And now we'll maintain the position, just move the bomb site down a floor into ventilation and workshop. With Solus unbanned, we'll see a pretty quick re-entry of her into the lineup of Furia. No usage in round 1, though still a very powerful roam as things ended up panning out. But now KZ will take up the mantle of that Specchio scanner with the shotgun, and the SMG-11 as the likely secondary to do damage to W7M's intel economy to start. 3 drones already gone. Maybe not exactly remarkable to some, but if that Solus can find a little more, as we're now down to 4 gone before the action phase has even started, W7M might find it very difficult to hunt down these roamers 2 rounds in a row.
This is quite something, right? KZ can continue on this and kind of soften up that intel game. Things are definitely going to become a lot more difficult, especially for a map like Border, because, again, there's no quarter given to the offense. You're immediately coming into contact with the defense if they're going to try and hold that full control as they should. For Furia, they're one of the best in the business when it comes to this. Their antics are some of the best in the game, and on them a hammer at one moment in time. Trying to continue on, make it to another major. This border could be exactly that for them. So far, so good, as they are at least ahead by that one round, a very successful round inside of round one. Very similar circumstances, although a different site, as we see Herds inside of break room once again.
Trying to do what KZ and Fellapox were able to do last time, finding an opening pick on the break room balcony. He can still just waste time here. He was saving up those goo mines for a rainy day in round one. He could chuck them at the break room doorway if he wants. Fellapox back on east stairs. With the sight down below, might find himself running down instead of up. Smoke canister goes out, but Dodes pushes ahead of it. Sees a little bit of a gap. Curious if he can take advantage of this and gain some momentum, but Fellapox has fallen back. He's not trying to get too aggressive in that spot. Herds, though, finally finding something. Dash is the first to fall. JV follows up with another. 5v3 now in Deimos' position, relayed to the defense, outside on ventilation balcony. They know he's not helping anybody in this position, but he smokes! JV92 all the way from the window. Nice shot with the revolver. Fellapox sprinting back into armory, huffing and puffing to get away from the beeper's position. Herds on the recovery, though. Able to watch his back, get a kill. Nade falls soon after. 2v2 possible if they can find Fellapox in the small office position. But Volpsis drops down. Diffuser not in hand. Fellapox might be able to watch it. But here's the sound call. Sees the LMG. Hears the shots. But Herds is in the one to get the triple kill in the end. Loban's got 2 Deathmark trackers. 2 bits of intel he can still find. But as the Legion hops out, he doesn't even find it! A 4K for Herds. He's back in it, boys. 2 rounds in a row for the world champs.
W7M cannot get a single thing going for themselves when it comes to this clear here on border. They've got to do something very serious in order to try and get something going. Just get a single portion of the map that they actually truly want under their belt without something going drastically wrong. Whether it be shifting over to more of a shield play or something along those lines. This is Bank.
I mean, a banger play, though. That was such a nasty shot. I forgot about it. I want to see it again.
Yeah, actually so nasty and really feeds to the point that I was talking about, because once again, Furia are getting away with way too much inside of these openers, let alone the latter portions of these rounds. And W7M have got to find an answer to try and deal with this early round aggression, Carter. Whether it be a line or something along these lines, I really don't know what W7M usually lean on. But what we do know is what they're doing right now, it's not working.
Unfortunately not. I mean, only 4 kills through these 2 rounds so far. They're averaging 2 a round overall for the team, which, I mean, there are worse starts to have. Could be 0. But still, for W7M, you want to see more, especially after, you know, the big plays. Dodes was landing on Bank, even in the 7-1, able to get the most kills on this team, 0-2 so far. Furia's doing a good job of shutting W7M out to start out on this Bank defense. We've seen Armory, we've seen Customs, not Customs, we've seen Vents, excuse me, we've not seen Customs, and probably won't. But Furia will go to Teller's Bathroom as the very normal 3rd bomb site. We'll often see teams who understand the site very well take control of Customs very quickly. Jail wall opened. Will anybody from W7M push in to take that very nice angle onto the bottom of these stairs? We'll have to see. Dodes instead, taking my advice, playing quickly, but at a different spot. Instead, moving into break room and cutting off 90. Different spot, different floor, still a very strong position for the attack to find early.
I like this. W7M have set up the kill box on the top floor. We're having all those conversations about split theory. Something along those lines. We're trying to clear out Furia from this position over in office, archives area. Also have this player over on East. Fellapox, probably the biggest part of this story as of right now, is he can potentially get a big pick from this position, especially with that cog parked atop that dump. That's actually going to be Dots that takes one down first, as Herds gets cut off from that flank that they opened inside of the fountain wall. Fellapox now getting some pressure of his own, but it's actually JV92 to strike. Almost catches one through the wall, but now KZ will get it on the show too.
Finds Dodes, double kill for the Legion, even goes for the run out. The hero play on the east stairs. Dash, unfortunately, pushes in, cuts down Fellapox, but as he walks back out, KZ cuts him short. JV92. The Legion and the Warden, the dynamic duo of round 3, likely forces a timeout out of W7M.
Really, what do you lean on, man? They had the Lion inside of that mix. They tried to use those EE1Ds to assist, but nothing really happening for them. And not only that, but again, once Furia starts to understand where the actual heart of this, attacking front is coming from, and they're able to turn their guns, that's when everything falls apart for W7M. Things start to just get a little bit too wild, and then that hero moment for Furia strikes where it just feels like they're playing a whole different game. They all just like pop their ults and they completely become a different being, right? It's just absolutely insane. But they've pulled it off time and time again. Again, this is something that won them a hammer. The ability to know exactly what to do in chaos and just be like an agent of that chaos. Constantly being able to take bodies and fights left and right. And Furia making a mockery of W7M, not only on Bank, but so far here on Border too. Carter, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, my friend, but your 8-bit self is back. The worst doppelganger known to mankind. I don't know if your voice is still crackly, but there for that first 5 seconds, it was. How's your connection? Is it okay? Oh, yeah. No, we're fried, y'all. It had to be on what is potentially the most important match inside of Brazil, didn't it? But that's okay. Round 4. Furia is up 3-0 after the timeout from W7M. What do they want to do? They thought about bringing that Monty like we discussed. They're actually going to move away from that. Going to be bringing a lot of drones here. I really, really like this from Dash and Logan. Not only do we have the Twitch, we also have the Brava. And for some of those that aren't acquainted, not only do they get their actual, specialty drones, which they both get 2 of, but on top of that, they also get their usual drone count as well. So they actually are both packing 4 drones. So now we have quite a few drones on the board. Actually, 14 of these things rolled around that W7M will be capable of using. And this is something that's going to be extremely useful to them because they've been lacking in the intel game when it comes to trying to figure out where Furia is, trying to find out where these gunfights are going to be coming over from. You can see the early round aggression from Furia when it comes to the drone count. It's worked out pretty well too. So pretty a good idea from W7M having a couple in the back pocket. You are.
Big dog.
Hey,
they can't.
Slab?
They can't keep me down. They simply cannot keep me down. I've switched to the browser app, and we are actually so back. It's not even funny. Hopefully, though, as I will give you a little bit of relief for the next minute, hopefully we'll see W7M mount a little bit of comeback of their own. 5v5 still, thankfully, as I get back to the action. Bird's in a familiar position inside a CCTV with some F-Nauts in the doorways. The thing W7M did well in the previous round, despite them losing it, was being able to isolate Herds inside a fountain. He's in a similar position right now. If you get control of break, if you're able to pressure the armory balcony, you can make Herds' life extremely difficult, especially if you get east stairs as well. But W7M aren't focusing over there. Instead, over on the Office Archives side right now, Nate with just a pre-ripped lineup kills Volps outside of the radio window. And KZ has been having a very impressive showing so far. Almost finds the headshot outside of the courtyard window. And in turn, it's Dash who answers back. 4v4. Furia not finding any quarter from W7M. Herds gets a bit too aggressive. Loban punishes him. W7M the first lead this half.
The risk assessment is starting to fly away from Furia. They've gotten away with so much in this game so far, and W7M a bit more calculated about how they want to try and go about this. They're taking their time, not trying to get as aggressive this time around, but Furia, they're a master of pace. They're a master of being able to match their opponent. JV92, he's able to consistently find these openers here for them, especially when it comes to border so far. 4-1. Able to equalize the man count now. Dash trying to swing over towards Metal. Not too much to find though. It's going to be JP once again. He's finally going to get shut down. It's going to be Donez to do that, but Philippe Hawks will be right in the neighborhood to be able to assist. What is that out of Nade? The SMG-11, you would have thought it had the cog from back in the day. Dash pre-fires the wall, but is he dead too? He is! There's no way that Furia are going to be going to a major like this dominating fashion. I mean, they're just big stepping all over W7M.
To be perfectly frank, they better be going to a major like this. This is vintage Furia or W7M. When they were at their heights under their opponent's banner, That's what these games looked like when they were operating at their ceiling. Sure, you might have Hertz fall or KZ fall, but every time their opponents would take a gunfight, it seemed inevitable that Furia would come out on top. There was just no answer. Nade could show up, Velopox could show up, and it was a given, an assumption that JV, KZ, and Hertz were always performing. And when the performances have dipped a little bit, they've looked more volatile. Nade in these past couple maps has been a big performer from Furia. A two-piece in that round. One of them being that long angle shot with the SMG-11. They are looking great. This is how we want to see them qualify to the major, making it seem ridiculous to even consider for a second that they didn't have a chance this series. Up 4-0 now. The second time so far where they've had a scoreline this dominant. At least on Bank, W7M clutched a 1v3 for their one round. Unfortunately on Border, there's not a hero in sight.
Yeah, no bumpers on this lane. No safety net either. Nothing to assist W7M. It's just them, server, and a furious Furia. As they have constantly been at the throats of W7M time and time again. Swords drawn. There's no real prep for W7M to really follow through on. Furia have constantly had the upper hand, been constantly looking for that next moment in time that they're capable of exploiting, and you saw the look on Volp's face. He did everything he thought necessary to make it to where he would not get punished, and he still dies to a nitro cell flung out of Archive.
They doing double duty as well with the bandit trick. Dots thinks he's
man.
found something.
Oh, no.
Dots gives it away. Don't give it away too much. Ace, run away. He gets downed on the vault over. Nate goes for the finisher. No, he thinks better of it. He was going for the ego play right there to try to finish off the ace, but he conveyed this one. 2 C4s getting aggressive. Be careful, Nade. You're often the support. Don't mistake things too much. Don't fall for it. You will take the swing. But Herds on the trade is good. Even better than we thought. Dash will shoot the 90 cam. They know he's here. They know that Twitch has staked her claim in the long hallway. And yet Velopox is shut down for it. Despite the intel, it's not fully there. Herds certainly not aware. He's felled inside of office. We've got a 2v2 because Dots is picked back up. Nade may be kicking himself for not vaulting over. A reasonable decision. One that has now allowed W7M way back into this in the even man count. Remember, side is down below. The conversion is not guaranteed, especially when KZ is still on the board. Dash again in the 1vx. Nobody to count on but himself. His trusty rifle, a 417, aimed towards JV92. On the opposite side of the wall, he pushes up, he falls back, he lands the shots required. No round just yet. There are no more heroes on Border. The Legends survive for another round.
And that's the one thing about this Furia roster. It took us a very long time to warm up to the word dynasty when it came to this team. A very long time. And there's a good reason for that. There was a team in Siege that set a precedent as to what a dynasty was. In Furia, I think they're doing a very good job of upholding that mantle right now, Carter. Because, I mean, it's been some treacherous waters this entire stage. They have not exactly looked like the best team in Brazil, have they? They've switched orgs, completely changing banners, haven't changed players, but it's still a big swap. Representing somebody new, getting used to new things, and also, again, just not having things exactly kick off in the way that you want to under that new banner in this stage. When the rubber hits the road, when it matters most, Furia have bent, but they haven't broke. And right now, they are looking to be one of the most dominant teams to close things out inside of these best of threes in Brazil. And this is a 7-0. That's only one round dropped in 2 maps to close this out.
As great of a comeback as you can hope for. FaZe maybe a bit more consistent in the dominant 7-2, 7-2 against E1 earlier, but 7-1, 7-0. Even in a 3-mapper where you lost the first map in overtime, pretty damn dominant. Very competitive and very strong performance from Furia so far, but not a guaranteed perfect half yet. Good drop this round. W7M could have a nice 1v3 to get themselves on the board. Teller's bathroom, it might be required. Birds on the roam on the Mira. This roam game's so strong. Got 3 different players all on 6 kills, and Herds just bringing up the rear at 5. Velopox, he's not trolling, and that's good enough in this moment. 2-2 is perfectly acceptable right now. Dota's peppered outside of the CCTV window. Will hop in, not too concerned. Viewmind reveals his position. There's a mirror window watching that exact spot. Nade rotates across. Good heads-up play by Dots with Diffuser. Gotta be careful you don't push too far. Herd certainly regretting that one. Dota is on a pre-fire able to fell the Mira. That's CCTV control in the hands of W7M.
And is this ever so possible for them to get this round? This is the thing. This is a necessary round for W7M. They cannot allow Furia to pick up a flawless half on Border of all places. I mean, this map inside of Brazil, a 57% defensive overall win rate. So maybe a 3-3, maybe a 4-2, but definitely not a perfect half. That's just getting way too big for your britches. Furia, they're finally feeling the punishment. They're finally seeing W7M get some traction in this mud. Philippe Hawks will at least be able to take down Loban. It's a 2 versus 4, and honestly, somewhat doable, especially after Philippe Hawks takes down an additional one. The rest of these players pretty tagged up. It's down to JV92 in the clutch.
Who else could you want? Let's be real. Who else would you want in the 1v3 to save the perfect half for Furia? Especially when Dash, low health. Dota is worse for wear. Two attackers so concerned they're holding passive angles, but JV92 rotates with Dash watching. JV92 might be one of the best late round players in the world, but when you're so low HP, been found out inside of the hallway, Dotas will creep forward and Dots will close it out. Only one round for W7M. Maybe that's all they need if they can get a perfect defensive half of their own.
It's looking difficult. It is not looking good for W7M. I mean, all of the stat lines I can possibly pull up right now, all are just flashing red for W7M. The plane is saying to pull up right now, Carter. They need some clearance to be able to get things going on this defensive side. They have got to come out the gate swinging here. We need a considerable run, and it's going to start with this armory defense.
See if they can start on the most normal site in the game. Just what you would hope for, just what you would expect. And again, I'm sure Furia expecting it as well. Need to see some impact from Dash on the Solus. Deny that drone counter from Furia. If you're able to get these entries more consistently, I mean, KZ, Herds, Nade, 4-2 on the opening engagements for Furia and converting them successfully. Very, very often a necessary win condition for this team, more so than most. For making sure you deal as much damage to those drones as you can, be they normal, be they shock, or be they clutch, is imperative for W7M's chances. Furia, theoretically, maybe they mess up the intel. Maybe they do nothing with it. If they gather it, it keeps that win condition sound.
Liking this Furia lineup that we're bringing. Already dedicating themselves to the 2 droning operators on top of the EE1Ds. A lot of intel being brought, but it's a necessary evil when it comes to Border. We saw how difficult it was for W7M to even begin the process of trying to work their way into this map, let alone get some convincing rounds, and oh my goodness, you've got to be joking. This man is set up on an angle like Chris Kyle, just battering and bruising the W7M lineup through just a singular window over inside of security. He gets 2 players. W7M, this is not how you want to start this defense.
Such a good control of that aggression from W7M. It's such a natural read. This team likes to peek. This team likes to keep you on your toes. Where's a very normal position to do that? Run out the CC door. Fight the balcony. He can see through the window. He can see the doorway. Hertz can't find Dash in a moment that might matter most. A quick little flick back onto JV92, and Dash has single-handedly dashed Herds' advantage, gained for Furia early on. Could find another. Lion outside, Viewmind triggered another 1v1, but won't go Dash's way. Could have easily been a 3v2 there. Shots needed to hit, falls onto Dots to pick up the slack. Needs to push up east stairs. You know it's 2 instead of 1 on this position. It's found out by the drone, but there's a mirror window to fall back to. Hold this position a little more securely alongside Volps contesting the CCTV position. Goes for the swing, spots the Brava at the last second. Has to back off. Moving to radio window instead. The mirror now spotted on the drone. Both positions of the defense known. How will Furia react? Pushing in. Volps reacts in turn. Moves through beepers, but Philipox anticipates it. Dash Knox can't even do nothing. Duo not round away from the Manchester Major.
I mean, they feel inevitable, don't they? This feels like the Furia roster that lifted a hammer, man. Everything across the board looking so good for Furia. All the lights green, as they are just doing no possible wrong. I am just still so at a loss for words at the fact that Herds is able to get 2 immediate picks just off that window over on security. And yeah, Gash able to at least get W7M back in the realm of reality where they have a case to be able to take the round, right? But key thing is that Furia might be some of the best in the business when it comes down to these lower man situations. If it's a 3 versus 3, you can bet your bottom dollar that Furia is probably going to end up on the other side with a big grin and a victory. And that's exactly what we see out of that round. They once again are able to hit their stride after those crazy moments inside of the earlier portions of round 10. Or round 10, I said that because of the 5 versus 5.
Yeah.
Of round 7. But on to round 8. We see the same sauce, or is it just going to be W7M starting out?
Just the fact that Furia are at the 6-1 scoreline, but nobody's at a particularly impressive stat line. Just everybody showing up. 5, 6, 7 kills apiece, top to bottom. Nobody having an outstanding day. Everyone just showing up at the office, ready for work. 6-1 they've achieved now. Can repeat the bank scoreline if W7M aren't careful. Birds on that long angle out from Narnia, not retaking it this time. I imagine anybody playing in CCTV will be way more careful of that peak, though Dash loses a lot of health. On bottom main, will have to rotate back up, but it's an armory defense. He'll move into the close corner of the bomb site. Still a 5v5 though, despite some damage being dealt to W7M defenders.
Scary position already being produced from Furia. AZ downstairs, having the Osa over on admin as well. A lot of different things starting to create folds, and Volp's aware that there might be some potential building for Furia down low. He'll nip that in the bud. KZ now down. Furia not exactly in the best of positions because of that. And try and deal with this still on more of a horizontal tone, but Nitrocell's in play and Philippox being the other one in the neighborhood. It's going to be kind of a risk here. They're going to have to try and bait out some utility, and they'll do so, but Nady keeps running into these goo mines. Look at his HP pool now. This could become a very big deal later on down the line, especially with Impact and Nitrocell still on the board.
Still could re-debate that out from Loba, and that much to be sure, but with Volp still alive, the rotation from JV92 on the sandwich propel denies that long angle just a little bit, but he rotates up. Some go down, but the lineup just works enough. Loban on the drive-by. Pete cuts down Nade. The execute not working. JV will send it in. Knows the round is all but lost, so he'll feed himself to the wolves. W7M still alive, but 4 rounds to go.
It looked a little worrisome there off rip, especially as W7M, or rather, so used to calling them that, Furia, started to coil themselves around the site, right? We get the positioning downstairs. They get their setup very quickly, I might add, over on the far balcony. But W7M are the ones that strike first, and past that, they have a very good read as to what's going on with Furia right after they notice that Osa setup. Right when they see that moment start to build, they're like, oh, okay, we know exactly what we got to do. We got to start delaying here with that secondary utility, with these goo mines. And it all works out swimmingly for W7M. They start getting some of the bigger picks, some of the bigger picture going their way too. And they'll at least stave off elimination from this bracket. At least for another round. A long road still to go, but, I mean, hey, we've seen crazier things in Siege before.
We've seen a 6-1 comeback from one of these teams. It is entirely possible. Especially on a map that can be as fickle as border as times. You might be up for multiple rounds in a row, and then all of a sudden, W7M start hitting their shots, and utility starts landing, and you've fallen out of favor before you can even react in time. Annihilation Workshop now. W7M 1-1 on Armory Archives. They gotta be flawless going forward. Every site they attempt must be perfect. No do-overs, no retries. Vertical play needs to work. Has that deployable shield on the small office to contest the balcony. A little bit of an inventive setup alongside Dodes supporting him from CCTV. Evnot's doing so much work with every single defender. It's been brought so consistently Fenrir almost every single round, though not completely. W7M bring him first. It's to help on this roam, to give Loban intel if somebody walks into CCTV. Hopes intel if somebody moves into Armory. As it is seemingly an east sided take. Almost assured that they'll eventually meet one of these roamers on the top floor. It's a 1v1 taken by Herds. And a 1v1 I'm sure he is regretting.
And no real follow-up for Furia available here either. Yeah, JV92 can hop the window, but probably a Guma in there and a bunch of guns prepared to be trained on this position at a moment's notice, so won't risk it through that means. Instead, he'll go for the door instead. Dots reconstructive surgery over here on the triple wall for East, where there's going to be a couple of Furia bodies, including a drone that Loman will dispatch. W7M continues to try and hold on to this top floor. And it'd be a necessary thing for them as well, as it does mean quite a bit to the overall outcome of how this site works.
You need to hold this vertical play. As often on board, we have to defend most of the map. We're facing a lot of struggles because of it. They haven't really made progress. Weren't able to take CCTV. Herds went to do that twice. Moving into East stairs, moving into office. One player considers a fight with the guy's supply, but very wisely. Gotta commend him for it. Dash doesn't bite. Gets the intel, says somebody's main door, and then backs off. Forces a clutch drone out from KZ as well to find this bit of intel. He will rotate out in turn. Very nice bait by the Fenrir. Furia guessing. Telepox down to 3v5. Could still be winnable. After all, JV92 is up and KZ's bottom metal, but he's put to very low HP and only does chip damage in turn to Dots. Seems Furia will have to wait for another round to try and get this victory. Dash back inside of the site. KZ, JV, Nade, all so very low. Dodes might be down on the floor. Down goes another. 2v4 for Furia. 1v4 for KZ. You'll find an impactless frag onto Volps. Seemingly all he'll get round 10.
From the jump there, just nothing really Furia could do. W7M with a nice lead-off pick. Furia try and get that clear going on the top floor, but W7M is a little too convincing when it came down to it. They're going to be able to at least keep themselves alive for another round here. And now for Furia, it's really just about to, what do you do for these adjustments? How do you try and change some things up? These big picks, especially happening for Herds in that last round there, just cannot be the case, especially with no real capable follow-through in a situation like that.
Nobody really to get his trade, nobody to follow up on that aggression. Difficult for Furia at this moment. Starting to succumb to the trappings of order, going for individual plays, but not having the same success in the defense, where you can run around, set the pace, get aggressive, run out, long angles, everything going your way, because you set it up, you created the playground, the attack has to enter. Now the Furia are starting to deal with that reality after that first round on the attack. They're able to get the win on Armory Archives, with Herds getting a two-piece opener by containing that aggression from W7M. Since then, it's been far more difficult. Cost far more, and they've reaped so little. W7M, though, will go down to Customs instead of Teller's Bathroom as the follow-up site. Bit of a gamble. The offest of off-sites on this map to try and keep 6-4 a possibility.
W7M, every single one of these moments going to be drip in pressure. A lot of weight on their shoulders. If they lose this, just this round alone, they have to go through an extensive process to try and make this major in an open qualifier where anybody, including you watching, make a team and try and make it. Pretty wild. They definitely do not want to try and do that. It is strenuous. It is a lot of pressure. And the other thing is we've seen some teams get completely caught off guard by not exactly some average Joes, but some T2 players trying to make a name for themselves for sure. And yeah, they might go out later on in the tournament, Carter, but they've played spoils to some great rosters.
They certainly have. W7 have upset quite a bit in their time. Even going back to 3/5 of this roster, making a run at Atlanta that I don't think any of us expected. At the time, the worst team in Brazil, then ascending to the greatest of heights. You're not realizing it. There's potential here to at least get it again. Tots finds Herds 2 rounds in a row. Unfamiliar territory on that Osa, and as he walks into sight, he face plants at the supply door. Dots, the MP7 might be the man to shut it down completely. 3 players inside a jail. Intel being relayed by Dodes. Tight angle onto Nade, even tighter onto KZ. 5v2, struggling to gain anything against W. Sechiemi. Velopox outside the building. Gets his freebie. Gets his one. But W7M not biting anywhere else. He'll walk into the site that's been made hollow for him. 6-4 now. And we've got a ball game.
I was just waiting for that mic to flip down. It's got to be a timeout here from Furia. I assumed it would be, just given the circumstances of what is going on inside of this game, because Furia are running into the exact same problem that W7M did. They cannot get things properly set up for themselves on this border offense. And the biggest issue is right now isn't exactly taking fights, it's coming out of these fights alive, Carter. Both of these teams on this offensive position, every single time it's came to blows, they always end up the man down for the count, looking to try and regain somehow at the latter portion of the round.
3 rounds in a row now. W7M have got these opening picks, and 3 rounds in a row, the rounds have not looked particularly close for W7M by the time they've got to the end. They're smoking Furia. They're getting that 5v4, KZ and then Herds 2 times in a row. When those are still the consistent players falling on the entry, aside from 2 rounds overall, it was Herds and KZ opening death consistently on Nighthaven, where W7M got the win. And as this lead is starting to evaporate for Furia, is again, KZ and Herds falling early on. That's not the whole story. Furia also aren't trading those deaths out, aren't fighting back successfully. It's often because Herds might be in an untradeable position, or because Furia haven't cleared the proper control to maybe pinch the player up top, clear out Dodes from CCTV. The game plan, as well as the individual play, is beginning to go awry for Furia. There's not any more dangerous of a combination to require a tactical timeout for Igor to step in, calm the nerves, chill everybody out, try to close this game out in regulation before your lead is erased to just a 1-round difference.
The good news is that they do have overtime guaranteed. The bad news is that if they do need that overtime, the mental is going to be just on a different planet. Furia, though, they're built for this. They've been pressure tested. I mean, they won a hammer, for God's sakes. That's a lot of pressure. I think that they're used to this level of play. Furia, especially after that timeout, it's now down to this to see what they can produce. They brought the line along for the ride. I really like this because W7M has had these aggressive tendencies so far in this defensive half, especially with their cadence in finding these openers. This is something that Philippe Hawks and the rest of the gang might really, really like to try and utilize early here to try and slow down W7M just a bit.
Flashbangs go out from the dome. Top of the second floor.
Right off the dome.
Indeed. Unintentional pun, but one nonetheless. W7M looking to complete the flawless site rotation as Bathroom and Tellers be their 4th attempt at the defense on this streak. It's opening up. Issa wall to find an angle onto the player inside. Dodes retakes it in turn. Counter swing won't find Herds at all. 20 seconds into this mid-round, he'll even get aggressive on the jail position. Opened up early on. Walks out. Nobody on the rappel. It's Felipox on the long angle. They've acquired CCTV. They've acquired the opening pick, and Furia finally have a lead.
A little bit of a bait there from Furia. Thinking way ahead on that one right there, Lynx. Prepared for the player to try and abuse that breach that they've made over on jail. Now Dottie's in the same space, and he's met the same fate. Philippe Hawks 2 times in a row, able to catch W7M off guard. They'll finally fight back. Loban will catch off KZ, but now Furia, they're hot inside of this round. It's a 2 versus 4. I'm getting that feeling in my stomach, Carter.
Oh, me too.
It's feeling like this might be Furia's round. This might be where they take it. This might be where they punch their ticket. And with 1 minute to go, what do these last 2 members of W7M have to say?
Not a whole lot if you're Dash. Cut down by Herds. Loban in the 1v4. Here's one drop. Sees one fight. No kill! Destiny has arrived, and its name is Furia. Manchester Major ticket punched. Not as clean as they'd like. The world champs will go to the UK, try and stake their claim once more.
This roster is so unbelievably impressive. It was a hell of a stage from Furia, a very hard-fought stage at that, with a lot of new faces in Brazil, making a claim for the crown, trying to make it to the major, and, well, Furia, they'll be there once again to defend their crown. Man, it has been absolutely insane across this entire last year to see what this Furia roster has been capable of. But every single time that they get their back up against the wall, sometimes, you know, they see that in their eyes of their opponent. They see that they're able to make them bleed, and they're like, oh, now I really, really have to try. And this is the same result time and time again, man. We need somebody to be the God Killers. Who's it going to be? Well, we're going to have to find out at the major.
Well, if you want my take, I think FaZe Clan might have their sights on a god in Furia, but they're both at Manchester. We'll see if it happens. That's it for Sam and I. Furia's run wasn't exactly clean, but they got it done. We have the desk to take you all the way back through it.
Don't doubt the world champs. All right? That's a fact. Do not doubt the world champions in Furia. They won 2 majors, and then they raised the hammer. Never think for a second that they weren't going to be on that flight to Manchester. Furia get the job done in emphatic fashion here on a 3rd and final map. Commiserations to W7M, who now drop into our LCQ. But wow, Furia back on top, Connor.
Yeah, I think we can comfortably say that Furia are back. When you win 12 rounds in a row, I think you're doing something right, especially in a BO3. Sure, the first map was a little bit rocky, but it was oh so close. It was an expected W7M result that they were able to pick up. However, the decider, as well as map number 2, it was strongly and just so powerfully into the side of Furia, where it was just utter domination. There were no positives that we can pull for W7M, and very few weaknesses that we could identify for Furia.
It's about time, right? I think we said earlier about when the pressure is on, when the oven is at its highest temperature, that tends to be when they thrive. And back against the wall, they get the job done, and they can all of a sudden put this chapter behind them and shift all their attention now to winning some more silverware in the UK.
Yep, and looking forward towards that event, you know, there is still a little bit of pressure on them because they aren't performing at quite the level, but it's a generalized trend that we've seen with Furia. They struggle a bit more in the domestic league, but they still manage to make it to those S-tier events where they are a dominant. Last time they were coming into phase 1 as a 3 seed from Brazil, they won the entire thing. That was Copenhagen, the first major of last year. Now in the first major of this calendar year, it's the same story. History's going to repeat itself.
All right, we will see. Time will tell. Let's take a look back at our bracket. It's been an amazing few days of playoffs, and Brazil on top once again, standing out as such a dominant region to watch. FaZe Clan winning our grand final earlier on against a resilient E1 Sports, who have been phenomenal and have really blasted through and showcased themselves to the masses here. And of course, in our lower bracket final there, the last spot in the Manchester Major went to Furia. It's been a lot of fun, hasn't it?
Yeah, it definitely has. All of these games have been great in their own regard. There's been just a plethora of strategies and overall competitiveness displayed here on this weekend. Every single game was an absolute treat. It was a joy to watch. All of them just so closely packed together. I wouldn't have had it any other way.
All right, well, there's still one last spot to go to Manchester, and that will be in the LCQ. It will be determined, not this coming weekend, the weekend after, the 26th. Myself and Connor will be back to lead you through the charge there, as well as we'd find out which team from this region will be there in Manchester. It's been a pleasure. My name's Ian. Thank you so much for having me. C-Daps, he's been phenomenal. To our team behind the scenes, to Dev, to Grave, to all the gang, it's been a pleasure being with you, and we will see you in a couple of weeks' time. Bye for now.